right. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us on TOC. This is our election special watch party. So thanks so much for being with us. I just want to say also that, this is a watch party, right? An emphasis on the party. So do come and join us. Leave your comments, leave your questions in the comment section below. And do remember to like, share, and subscribe, right? Obviously, politics in Singapore doesn't end with the election. There will be a lot more coverage coming up after this as well, right? So before we jump right into it, let me just introduce who is going to be joining us on this live party. We've got Terry Xu, who's founder of The Online Citizen, as well as Dr. Tam Ping. Yeah. And he looks like he's got his drink there already, as do I. We are really getting ready. Oh, there you've got a drink. Okay, so we're all strapped in. We're all well prepared. Maybe can I just ask the two of you just discussion of what are your predictions for this? Are you optimistic about the results that will be coming out? What is your general sense? What is your feeling right now?
I think it's impossible to tell, Sean. I'll be honest with you. I've been saying for the last few days, I would not be surprised with a PAP whitewash. I would not be surprised if the opposition win another 3 GRCs and 3 SMCs. I feel like it's very finely balanced. I think that it could tip one way or another. The global situation, is very uncertain, and that drives people towards incumbency. But there's a huge mood of anti-incumbency in the world right now. And clearly, of course, Singapore has a lot of problems and a lot of issues, and the PAP does not promise change. So really anything could happen. And, there was that news article, was it in the Straits Times today about military maneuvers in Malaysia and Indonesia, which was covered days ago and was normal schedule, but only suddenly reported today. And I think clearly it's an attempt to influence the election subtly by driving people, giving people a sense of uncertainty and fear. And I think actually that it's just things are so finely balanced. So I'm not surprised. I don't think I'll be surprised by any outcome tonight. Yeah.
All right. Terry, what about you? What is your sense of the results that we might be seeing?
Well, although, right, you have a strong showing of the Workers' Party candidates, and also PSP and SDP has stepped up their game, especially with SDP having a continuous daily series of rallies, even at some of the days having 2 rallies at once, has risen their exposure to the voters. Even with all this positive vibe to it, a lot of people still think that it's very unlikely that opposition will gain much headway, given the gerrymandering that has taken place and the disproportionate kind of coverage when it comes to the mainstream from the mainstream media. You're talking about Channels News Asia, you're talking about the Straits Times, even alternative media such as Mothership and all the other like podcasts and what influencers and etc. So I think many people would assume that, given the kind of hurdles that the opposition face, it's I think people still have the trauma from the general election 2015. People really think that that despite all the crowd, that the record-breaking crowd showing up in Workers' Party's rally, despite the kind of viewership that they have, it might not translate to actual votes. And therefore, really, what's the outcome for tonight would really be still up for grabs. And I would like to also note, right, during the cooling off day, right, you have a lot of things happening at the same time. All of us, we can't express our opinions. It's alternate media, we can't publish. The individuals can't share their opinions. So everyone will really on 1st of May, trying before 11:59 post whatever they can, photos or their opinions, just to avoid violating the cooling off day regulations. Whereas for the mainstream media, and you have a lot of the online comments where you have like fear mongering comments coming up, you have the smearing of candidates, especially Workers' Party candidates in Punggol. I think people I think People's Action Party, they somehow think that all the other constituencies are actually not really much of a risk. They are thinking that it's Pongo that stands the highest chance of losing, and of course Jalan Kayu as well, which is why you have the leak WhatsApp messages from Andrea Low. So my sense is my personal take is Pongo Workers' Party would win Pongo. That's what I think, because in the reason being, I think people don't want to be conned the second time, like how they did at East Coast. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on myself. Yeah. So I think that's what I think from it, and especially over the past on 1st of May, you have this viral message come from Instagram where a individual, a former MOE trainee, shared how he attended a seminar, and then he was being so-called passively aggressively handled by a former minister who lost in the former generation. And of course, some people in the comments point out that this person is actually Ng Chee Meng, and somehow I believe this some way or another would affect the votes for Ng Chee Meng, on top of his debacle with the NTUC income issue, as the NTUC income alliance issue. Yeah, so that's my take on it.
If I can, add some comments as well. What's very interesting to me is demography, in that Pongo actually has, according to the Straits Times, the youngest or the highest percentage of Gen Z and millennial voters, i.e. voters between 21 and 45, right, of any constituency, 52.8%. And indeed, that whole area is very young. So Jalan Kayu is 50.9%. Sembawang, well, that's a bit further, to the north, is 48.2%. Sengkang is 47%. Tampines is 40%. So there's actually a lot of young voters there who will not remember, and therefore will not have the fear of the 90s, right? And the 80s, where the PAP really used dirty tricks and brought down the hammer on opposition politicians, but then also punished the voters of Potong Pasir and Hougang for for 2 decades for voting against the PAP. So I think that will also make a big difference. We saw it make a difference in Sengkang at the last election, and I think it'll make a difference this time as well. So I am optimistic about Pongo. I am also optimistic about one of the few constituencies which wasn't changed, Bukit Panjang. Please elect Paul. And I'm also optimistic about West Coast and Jurong East, although that one will be tough. But I think there is a big opportunity there. Leong Man Wai has really won a lot of plaudits. Of course, we all know Doc from Tan Cheng Bock, and Hazel Phua has done so well as well. So I think that those are the ones that I'd be watching for. But as Sari said, after 2015, 2011, we saw Aljunied fall. 2015, we were also excited, and then we were very disappointed. And then 2020, we had Sengkang, which was really out of, I had no idea it was going to happen. So, yeah, I think Terry's right. But as I said, I think it could go anyway.
I mean, I'm quite optimistic. No. I'm just going to say, I'm quite optimistic. I think that the WP has put on a very strong, the opposition in general, right, has just put on a very, very strong show this year. But I think more than that also, I think that the ruling party don't quite have maybe a major comms tactic that they can use this time, right? So you kind of look at, 2015, you look at the, death of LKY, right? That became like sort of front and center, right? When it was COVID, then of course, it had to be like, oh, we need a strong mandate to put a COVID task force in place, right? But this time, I think there's there's no kind of gimmick, or there's no messaging strategy that they can use, and the opposition, I think, has sort of capitalized on that, right? And they've made this election really about bread and butter issues, cost of living, structural reforms. So I think I'm very, very optimistic, because I think, in the previous election, a lot of the messaging from the opposition really got drowned out. It was COVID, fear mongering, times of uncertainty, right? But now really, like, we're starting to hear a lot more about the party manifestos, party platforms, the cost testing and the research that went into the manifestos. There have been so many podcasts also popping up. It's hard to keep track. These the candidates have been getting so much more airtime right now. Mainstream media is no longer the only place to get your news from, right? And then you have all of these different podcasts looking at all the different angles of these candidates. So I'm actually very, very optimistic about this time around. I think that really we could see some pretty tight races, some pretty close wins by the opposition. So that's what I'm hopeful for. Anyway, I mean, I do have my wine with me, so if it goes in the opposite direction, then there will be, I will have my wine there ready to drink my sorrows. Yeah.
I agree, Sean. What has really stood out to me is how defensive the PAP has been this election. I cannot remember in any, I'm 45 years old, and I remember the 1988 election. And since then, although I didn't get to vote until 2011, but the PAP has never been this defensive, right? It's always been offensive. They attack, right? Remember what they did to James Gomez back in 2006, all the way to Raisha Khan, the last election. This time, they're just, trying to play it safe. And they have muzzled anyone, their usual really gaffe-prone politicians. Vivian Balakrishnan has not said a word in public, right, this election. Normally, he's good for a gaffe every election. Remember how he outed Vincent Vijay Singha, his whole elitism, backstabbing comment, right, in 2015. So he is always good for a gaffe, and they have really muzzled him. And likewise, Shanmugam, I think the only thing he's gone on about is this whole, GST is paid disproportionately by the top 20%, which completely misses the point. Likewise, when the opposition have made a gaffe, for example, SDP with Jijin Wong, the PAP have not really gone after her the way they did Raisha 5 years ago. So I think the PAP are playing it really safe, really defensive, and of course the whole last-minute switch that shows a governing party that is running scared of the Workers' Party. Remember, the Workers' Party outpolled the PAP across all the constituencies they ran in the last election. So this last-minute switch, moving Gan Kim Yong to Punggol, Tan Si Ling to Chua Chu Kang, leaving Marine Parade with no ministers, it's really, really surprising to me to see a PAP that scared. And then, of course, Sean, you made a good point about the media. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it was just us, right? It was just TOC. And now there's so many podcasts, and there's so much more difference. Lawrence Wong himself has gone on podcast. This is great. Finally, the media scene is opening up, and I really hope everyone will keep doing this after the election. And, don't just do it now, for when people are paying attention, but keep trying to push the boundaries and create more space for alternative views in Singapore. So I think there's been a lot of change. And I think in one of my interviews, I said I think Singaporeans are also politically more sophisticated and educated, and that is really important too. So I think there's been a lot of change, but well, at the same time,
want to fully agree. I want to fully agree with that point, right? I think the most desperate move that we've seen from the ruling party is moving Gan Kim Yong over into Punggol, because what is that other than, in my reading, a threat, right? You go and take this man who's supposed to be part of the economic task force, supposed to be responding to the Trump tariffs and the global economic uncertainty, and then you put him in this really, really hot seat, right? You put him in this hotly contested area. Effectively, you're telling the people there, if you don't get this guy in, you're going to lose the economic task force guy, right? I mean, why? To me, that's a very, very kind of desperate.
It's a hostage situation, isn't it? I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
That's a it's a
Right.
brilliant metaphor right there. Yeah.
Right. I just want to touch on PJ's point. You see, it's election every time will just be 9 days. 9 days, 1 day cooling off day, and then polling day. So it's impossible to cover the entire spectrum of different issues on cost of living, employment, unemployment, underemployment, education, etc. Just within the 9 days. And you can just see from the 9 days, it's just simply attacking the opponents, questioning their manifesto. And frankly, how many of you all really read the manifesto? The 120 pages from work, was it from Works Party, if I'm not wrong, and then to really scrutinize them. I think most people don't really look at them. They simply are going to vote based on their feeling as to whether or not this party can better represent my interests or not. I always like to give this analogy to my friends when it comes to election. It's like most people, when they go and buy computers, they won't spend like for 2-3 years looking at all the specs of or what's the latest development. It's only when they want to go and buy a computer that they go to IT fair, pick up all these pamphlets, brochures, and try to actually look through and try to figure out which is the best computer to buy. But eventually, the decision is not made based on the specs. It's based on which better salesman will pitch you to say, "Oh, this is the best computer for you, best buck for your best device for your money." And this is the way Singaporeans have been voting for all these years. It's based on branding. It's based on perception, but not really based on real comparison or whether or not this brand is really catering for your needs. And
Absolutely,
ultimately,
yeah.
it's because it's too little time for people to consider to really look through the issues. And during these 9 days, most of the people are still working. Where would they find the time to really sit down and listen through what the parties have to say? So the PAP always like to take this type of bliss strategy to go through the motion, because 9 days, if I'm not wrong, is the minimum time they can allow for the campaigning. So everything is just trying to rush through whole the motion before people can realize anything, and then have them mandatory vote for status quo. And okay, so this is my point in terms of like people being forced to make a decision within a short time span, and also why PJ's point about the continued talk needs to be carried on following the general election, because after this general election, I think a lot of people still have questions, especially questions that are being raised by the opposition candidates. Because for the PAP, they're just saying, "Oh, everything is still fine, rose and pretty, and so just trust us. We'll make sure that we would have ensure that the country would go on smoothly." And on this, right, I also like to point out that it's really weird that Lawrence Wong, right, is taking the approach of saying a strong mandate. He's asking for a strong mandate, meaning he would want to have more votes. Whereas in the previous election, you'll notice, right, Lee Hsien Loong takes a different approach. He's saying that opposition might take over government. There is there'll be a freak election, and then opposition might be able to everyone will start voting for the opposition, and then think government. I find it quite weird why Lawrence Wong is not pushing this narrative that the opposition Workers' Party might win, or the opposition might come together and become a coalition government. I think that's quite weird kind of stand. Yeah.
Perhaps Lawrence Wong has also come to understand. I mean, he's grown up, after independence. He understands the PAP cannot lose, and maybe that subconsciously has affected how he campaigns, because he buys into all the narratives of the PAP, right? He doesn't have an awareness of what happened before 65, before 68, but also maybe he understands and has an assumption of PAP invincibility. Whereas of course Lee Hsien Loong comes from an older generation. So and that maybe the other thing, Lee Hsien Loong then being trained by his father, and in this election too, still engages very much in the politics of fear. So I'm guessing it's a generational thing. Probably also they're campaigning how they want to campaign, how they want to be seen. Lee Hsien Loong is campaigning based on what he's used to, the narratives, right? And who in the party is going to tell him not to do it. But I think also the 4G just don't have that same stomach for, fear mongering and being, playing the bad guy, right? That's why they keep Shanmugam around. He's almost the same age as, Ng Eng Hian, Teo Chi Hian. They're retiring. They're exhausted. Shanmugam's staying, right? Because they need him. So I think there's a bit of that as well. But of course, let's not forget, Goh Chok Tong started out in 91 trying to be nice guy too. And then he lost 4 seats in 97. He lost 4 seats in 92. So in 97, all the knuckle dusters came out. All the dirty tricks came out. Tang Liang Hong, defamation against JBJ, right? Holding the election on, what was it, 3rd of January, so that there was campaigning on Christmas Day, Boxing Day, when everyone was out of the country. All the dirty tricks. So if Lawrence Wong doesn't do well here, he may get desperate in 5 years, and then we'll see whether he has that same spine, that steel spine that Goh Chok Tong, was found after 5 years.
Wait, okay, so there has been continuous question about, right, one thing. Can we just answer that once and for all so people don't post?
Yeah.
Yep. Can you see?
Yeah. You guys keep asking that.
Can you maybe put it to rest also? Because
I put it to rest 5 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put it to rest again. Come on.
No, I'm not running.
But why not?
I am an educator. I'm an intellectual. I'm an academic. I love to teach. I love my work, and that is how I contribute to Singapore. I'm not a politician. I will go out there on that campaign trail and I will say the most unpolitical, I will not be neutral and steady and calm. I will just go out there and I will be totally radical and scare the hell out of a lot of older people. But more than that, it's just not my skill set. My skill set is education. My skill set is writing and researching. And I think that I'm not suited to be a politician. And I'll be honest, a lot of political parties have asked me to run this election, the previous one. I've always said no, because that's not how I contribute best to Singapore. And we have to be honest, when we look at our own skill sets, when we look at what we're good at, right? I am not, it's like saying, like what's that old joke? If you have a tree climbing contest, the monkey is going to win, the duck is going to lose. It doesn't mean the monkey is superior to the duck. Or perhaps I should say my favorite animal is a Malayan sun bear. I was trying to think of some metaphor, but yeah, it's not my skill set.
So I think this is one point that Singaporeans have to understand. Winning an election is not just about the candidate. Winning an election is about the whole ecosphere. People don't understand. It's just the candidate. You also have the back end, meaning people who are doing the PR, people who are doing the logistics, people who are managing the finance and whatnot. You look at Workers' Party, yes, their candidates are really impressive, but that is not what makes Workers' Party that formidable. It is really their grassroots movement. They have volunteers knocking on the door. They have, even if the candidates are not there, you have people canvassing for votes on behalf of the candidates. And whereas if you were to compare with the other parties, right, you will notice that the party is nothing but just the candidates. And that's the problem here. A political movement is about a group, organization. And this is where political parties individuals who aspire to start out with a new party or where to join a party need to really look at this party or the party that they wish to create. Do you have a grounds up movement? Because if it's just centered around one person, right, that movement cannot last, because there's no succession plan. There's no kind of end game. It's not just about being elected as a candidate. It's also what do you intend to do in terms of your political movement, and which is why people now have settled for SDP, PSP, Workers' Party as a three main party, because for them, right, all of them, they take a particularly clear line of policies in terms of like center, or is it on left, or like SDP is clear liberal, but then of course not crazy liberal. So I think this is where people have to understand for people to contribute to Singapore's success. It's not just standing as a candidate in a political election. It's also taking part in the movement, whether in civil society, whether is it in the political party in terms of the ground movement, because this is where they need the most. They don't need candidates. They need people to volunteer their time, not on top of money. People who contribute money, people who have time, no money, contribute your labor, so that they could have time for the candidates to formulate policies or to debate in parliament, whereas at the same time the grassroots work is taken. In the case of PAP, they don't have to worry because they have PA. but for the for the opposition political parties, they don't have the kind of resources, and that's why they need people to step up and then join them as volunteers or as members to help push that movement. Yeah.
All right.
Do we have any questions?
Well, I mean, we've got a whole bunch of comments. I feel like we should get to some of them, right? People are going to think that we're not responding to it. But so I'm just looking at the latest two that have come in. Ashvin Kaur and Johari Mohammed say that it's probably, they're predicting that the vote share is going to be probably less than 55%, and then Johari says 55% is the max, right? I mean, do y'all think that that's a possibility? I mean,
I see no reason how Lawrence Wong would get higher than what Heng Swee Keat had in the last one, or Lee Hsien Loong had in the last one. I don't see any reason, because over the past 5 years they did nothing to address the problems that were highlighted in GE2020. In fact, during this 5 years, you have a huge amount of scandals, controversies are happening, whether is it the week-long SMRT breakdown, the NRIC disclosed numbers, the write-out role, the Tan Chuan Chin's affair that was hidden for 2 years, and all the attacks on Workers' Party through the Committee of Privileges, and also the suit that was brought against him. The charges brought against him. I think all this thing you put together, right? PSP has done nothing to so-called refresh. In fact, don't you notice that they did not even use once this hashtag refresh in this whole campaign. And I believe no one from the influencer also used the hashtag friends of PAP, because it's so I think to all people it's so alienating. That means to have this thing attached to them. I think a lot of influencers are scared to even use this hashtag friends of PAP to their posts. So a lot of them do covert sponsorship. And of course, with people still calling out for them, I believe like Miss Tanja and etc. who are I think being said to be guilty of it.
I would agree with you, Terry. If I can just add, though, we need to be careful about just looking at this one big overall percentage. I know it's what everyone obsesses about, but the fact is that Singaporeans have shown themselves to be very sophisticated about who they vote for. And I think that what we'll see again, as we did in the last election, is two tiers of opposition parties. We'll have your Workers' Party, PSP, and SDP all getting 40% and above in their various constituencies in general. But then we'll also have your PAR and your PPP losing their deposits, especially at the three-cornered fights, right? That people will get, 15, 20%, right? There's a hardcore anti-PAP 20% vote. And that is going to skew this percentage. So I think we need to also distinguish between the people that the voters will see as serious parties or individuals, and those that they see as jokers, basically, who are just there to oppose And the hard part really for any fledgling party is breaking out from that lower group and becoming serious and moving up into the higher group. And I think that, that's why I asked in the interview SDA, how are they going to do that? What is their 5-year plan? What is their 10-year plan? And I think that's going to be a challenge in particular for Red Dot United, which is running 15 candidates, a huge investment, right? That's 15 candidates is nearly $200,000, or just is over $200,000 in election deposits. What is their 5 and 10-year plan? I'd be very interested to see how they grow, where they go from here, and whether any of these other parties can break out. But I think, yeah, overall, coming back to the percentage, I think there's going to be a difference between the two tiers of opposition.
I see. One thing about what PJ pointed out is I've shared with a lot of opposition parties, not the big three, right, that they really have to achieve something in this GE, because if Workers' Party, PSP, SDP do gain headway in this election, most of their parties would possibly face contestation for their wards. It's just like SDA. If Workers' Party were to, like, say, get Punggol, very likelihood they will move into Pasir Ris Changi in the next GE, and it's very likely if they were to go in the three-corner fight, they would just be kicked out, lose their deposit, just like how they did in the Punggol by-election 2013. So although I understand you had a bet with a promise with Desmond Lim on seeing the plan in the next one, if they do win, if Workers' Party do win Punggol, right, very likelihood your promise, right, would not come true, because Workers' Party will just move into Pasir Ris Changi and a GRC and then kick them out. I'm sad to say, Desmond is really a nice guy, but then I don't see any future for the alliance, because I believe most of the volunteers are paid volunteers. But that's my belief. It's only the core group of people who we see as candidates, etc., who are part of the party. So I don't see a future, especially with the big three opposition parties in the present. I do believe there will be like a concentration of efforts and power among the parties. And if the same goes to NSP, National Society Party, both of their GRCs that they're going for are three-corner, four-corner fights. What if they were to lose their deposit in this general election? Right? They I would say go shop. No, there's no point contesting anymore, because all the contestation that you go for in the future, right, you're going to lose your deposit. And let's not forget, for the past 5 years, right, frankly, other than doing like coffee shop visits, right, they have not made any statements on crucial, important developments in Singapore, such as the GST hike. You can just go and look. I believe they have said nothing on the GST hike back then. Of course, they will say here now that they're interest and concern about cost of living. But 2 years ago, where were you? So I think people would realize that this is like a fly-by-night kind of party, and not to take them seriously. So you would see that from the 2011, right, you have 11, 12 parties contesting. People will say, oh, you need opposition unity. I say that bullshit. Just concentrate on the parties that are really keen on forcing to standing up for against the incumbent and taking real action to win confidence from the public, and not just look at all these other parties who are contesting for the sake of contesting.
Yeah. So we have a comment here, right, from Iskandar Sarudin. He asks, what are your comments on the standard of the candidates after seeing them talking? Now, I mean, we can't get through all of the candidates. I mean, we'll get through them like over the course of this.
Let's talk about
night,
Benjamin.
Right?
Sorry, Jeremy. Sorry, let's talk about Jeremy Tan. You're the one who interviewed him, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I was going to actually bring it. I was going to ask the question like, oh, let's take some time and we'll talk about one or two people who we thought made some very interesting speeches or media appearances, and then I was going to bring up Jeremy, right, because I think so I interviewed Jeremy Tan. Jeremy Tan is the independent who's running for Mountbatten SMC. And I think I went into that interview very, very skeptical, very, very hesitant about a lot of the things that he was proposing, right? And in my interview notes, I even wrote out like this 12 bullet points about 12 bullet points of everything that I found wrong, like with his economic manifesto, his economic platform, and his whole Bitcoin thing. But I think when I spoke to him, I realized that he was definitely a lot more intelligent than I thought. He was much more measured, not like a reckless guy or a crazy kooky radical or anything. Like, he seriously thought this out. He'd really done the research. So that really changed my whole perception on him, right? Yeah, and at the very least also, I might not agree with all of his policy. I think economically also he probably stands on a different side of the aisle than I. I would be much further left, right? But I think at the end of the day, he's a man who stands for democratic reform, right? He's criticized the GRC system. He's criticized the unfairness in our electoral and political system. So, that was probably one of the sort of the biggest changes of impression that I had this election cycle. So to me, that was great. Yeah.
I think Jeremy, is an example of his campaign was not run, his messaging. He really should not have come out with the Bitcoin, inject Bitcoin, all of that stuff first. His strongest foot forward was that very last day, his rally, his speech. Everyone I talked to who saw that speech, and I saw that speech too, praised him, for his grasp of the issues, his nuance, his intelligence, his wit, his humor. He's clearly a very smart man. And I think if he had started in that vein, rather than going on about Bitcoin, right? He went on Rishi's podcast, other podcasts, I think, also talking about Bitcoin, came on us, and we asked him about Bitcoin. And I think that he really should have emphasized, look, I am far more talented than the PAP. I have actually built a company and sold it for a lot of money. I know how to run things. And I have a lot of experience as a business owner, and I have a grasp of all these issues, right? I think he would have done or would do so much better. I have no idea how people are going to vote, especially since he's also up against a PAP newbie. So I think that's a classic case of how 9 days really is just not enough. I think if we had an election campaign that was properly long, 3 months, 2 months at least, we would have had the ability to really form solid opinions and accurate opinions on a lot of the candidates. 9 days was just not enough to overcome. So to come back to the question, I have no impression of half the candidates or maybe more, right? Because 9 days is just nothing. In Japan,
200 over candidates.
Yeah. In Japan, they let you campaign outside of the formal campaigning period. So living in Japan, I see people giving speeches on the sidewalk outside of metro stations, right? I see campaign posters already on my neighbor's walls the day I arrived, even though the election is still not till the middle of summer, right? So that's another way of doing it. In the Philippines, in Indonesia, the election campaigns are 3 months long. But ultimately, the goal is the same: an educated, informed electorate who know about the candidates and issues. That's what we need. And so to come back to the question by the gentleman, I have to be honest, I can only talk about a few people who have stood out to me, but most candidates, I have no idea. And after this election is over, if they don't win, I have no idea about them. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I want to emphasize also the flip side of that, right? Which is that if you have an election for such a short amount of time, right, not only do you not allow the voters to become educated about the candidates and the policies, right, but it also, conversely, it engenders a kind of, or incentivizes mudslinging and gutter politics, right? So the incumbent party really can't, sit back and say, oh, we don't want gutter politics, we don't want mudslinging. It doesn't do very good for our political discourse, right, to have an election cycle that's so short, because what can you get? What can you reasonably do in 9 days, right? You are really incentivized to call names and turn it into a sort of personality contest and get these very cheap, short, superficial bits of information out there, because, to really lay out 120-page manifesto in 9 days is really, really impossible, right? So I think this is really one of the things that I will bang my fist on the door for, all day, because it's terrible. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I think before I forget, okay, so a lot of people are asking why is PPP, People's Power Party, campaigning on the basis of anti-vaccine, or they are concerned about the anti-mandatory vaccine regime. I think we need to understand that people have their right to believe in what they want to stand for and campaign for. I think this is everyone's right to do so. But the problem here is, right, because Singapore's first past of go system, right, you have like 5-10% of population who firmly stand behind this belief, but then this amount of people are not enough to 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 be able to support the party to win the seat. And this is where PPP, I think they are not in touch with reality in that sense. They don't understand that that majority of voters are not concerned with this. In fact, I think to a lot of voters, this turned them off. It's not to some policies, right? It's really either you attract and then you push away uh, the voters. And in the case of PPP, this is what they're doing. They will attract a small minority of their voters, but then they will ostracize a lot of the potential supporters in that constituency. And I think only in a system which is, for example, a proportionate representative democracy, where people you have the total segment of population voting for parties, right? That such a party could see it going to parliament based on the number of people, proportion of people as well. And this is what happened, I believe, like in countries like Germany, for example. You have really a fringe group of people being voting to parliament because there is a presence of people, segment of population who believes in certain things which the majority do not. However, it is important for such segment of people to be represented, because you don't want to say oppress the minority by means of majority. I think that's what all democracy should understand, because ultimately it's just like I think in the Malayan emergency, I think PJ can comment. If you were to deprive people from voicing out in a democratic manner, you are forcing them to take up. Of course, in this era, you don't really see people take out, but then they might take things drastically because you're just saying that they have no other means of voicing out their concerns other than doing something else than to stand in voice out in the public, stand for election, etc. Yeah, and that's my point on the PPP. And
Can I ask everyone one question? I'm not clear on this.
Hmm.
Is Goh Meng Sing straight?
It's getting harder and harder to tell as the days go on.
I don't know. Is he straight? Like, has he made any statements about this issue?
I believe he's married, right?
I'm just joking, Terry. Why is this guy going on the stump and going, "I am straight, I am straight"?
No, he was saying I'm not gay, right? and then but I think
Terry, you're right. Yeah. Definitely every voter needs to have their voice heard, and be represented. And likewise, minority views need to be protected in the system. And there are serious concerns for definitely a small group of people who are very worried about vaccines. But I think the solution, is also better education, right? And it's about reaching out to them and communication, rather than the rest of us, sneering at anti-vaxxers and saying, "Oh, they're stupid" or whatever. And that just makes embitters this tiny proportion of the population. So I agree your point, Terry. And there are other minority views which are not as controversial, right? It's easy to dismiss anti-vax, but there are plenty of other minority views which are really, really important, and which only and definitely, for example, racial views are not well represented in the system, because we're all trained to think, "Oh, race, dangerous. Oh, don't talk about race or there'll be riots," right? But there are serious issues facing the different races that aren't well represented because of the first past the post system, and this long history of distributing the population such that the Chinese basically are a majority in every constituency now. The Malays had way more influence in the 50s and 60s because they had MPs from genuinely, Malay majority constituencies Geylang, Yunus, and then who could then represent them in the Legislative Assembly and Parliament, right? But that's not possible now. So we do
with
need to
this
have these
mandated ethnic
views.
quota. With
Yes,
this,
the HDB ethnic quota.
So because in other countries, right, you have states or you have constituencies that are predominantly, say, Hispanians, or say the local population, or the immigrants and etc. So their MP, their senator or etc. would more likely be their slant will be more based towards the interests of that particular community. Whereas in Singapore, you have this mandated ethnicity quota where ultimately it's more of Chinese who are being seen as that means the focus when it comes to pushing MPs pushing. Yeah. I also like to on the candidates, right? I would also like to point out PSP's Stephanie Tan. I think this was she's kind of also like a dark horse. Right? People didn't don't know about her until the general election on the campaign, and then she started appearing on the live broadcasts and on various interviews, and you can see how she's being educated despite being a housewife for the past couple of years, right? You can see that she's no different. In fact, I think she's much better than a lot of the professional civil servants, the candidates from the People's Action Party. I think a lot of people are stunned by her performance online, and also in how she carried herself over the past couple of days. Yeah,
I think we've had a few people really jump out. Stephanie, Michael Teng, Arifin Shah. I think those are three young politicians to really watch out for, and I hope. Well, Arifin's almost certainly not going to win his seat, but the other two just might. So, but either way, we've got some very, very talented young people in the opposition parties. Gosh, I feel so old for saying that, young people.
On that point, right, I think Lawrence Wong, right, is facing a huge problem in his future premiership. In the case of Lee Hsien Loong, right, for all his past 20 years of premiership, he never have faced a real contest in his constituency. It's always the fringe parties going to his GRC, contesting for the sake of contesting, and he basically just to keep him in his GRC and not going all the way around the island campaigning. But now, right, in the case of Marsiling UT, you have a upstart, a young politician who, if he desire, can be there contesting for the 10, 20 years down the road, and slowly but surely shaving off the percentage of the votes, because there's only so much you can gerrymander, given now that SDP has concentrated their efforts all in the north side, and this is I think the masterstroke of the SDP plan, where okay, so you like to gerrymander, I give you gerrymander, so now we are contesting the whole block of the north. So it's the same as Workers' Party and the PSP to a certain extent. There's only so much you can gerrymander, shaving off the parts of the side. But if all in the region is contested by the same party, the gerrymandering doesn't work anymore. And going back to the Lawrence Wong issue, so he would find the next election equally, if not harder, to contest, given that he has someone who is not a stranger to the GRC. He's having someone who might be able to grow a youth movement, because you can see, based on the people who are queuing up to meet Arifin in the SDP after the SDP rallies, right, that there is a growing attention on him, and then possibly I think Arifin might be able to cause SDP to have an influx of young aspiring Singaporeans who want to make a change in Singapore's politics, and find that their worldview is different from what the other parties offer. Because ultimately, like for myself, I will find my views more aligned to SDP than the other parties as well. So I think SDP, through this general election, regardless how it does, right, it will go through a revitalization, because it never got the chance in the last general election because of the COVID, how the way the campaign was and the election was held. But this one, right, clearly showed the ability and capability of the party, and I think woke up a lot of young Singaporeans to the idea that this party has a future.
I think I have to slightly disagree, Terry, because one swallow doesn't make a summer. Arifin, I think you're right, will draw in new people, but ultimately the SDP is suffering from a lack of exposure and experience in parliament. And I think that even within that big three, SDP historically, before 2011, were the most successful, right? Because they actually had 3 seats in 92. But you can see with the exposure, experience, and of course the money from the MPs, the Workers' Party and PSP are pulling away from the SDP. The Workers' Party has really been able to leverage this exposure, the income, to build its grassroots, right? To build experience. So there was a big difference between the Workers' Party and PSP rallies, which were way more well executed and efficient, and very steady, very competent. And the SDPs, which were slightly more chaotic, had a lot more pleas for money, for donations, for sales. So I really think the SDP really, really need to win at least one this election. It's going to be really difficult for them, if they don't win at least one. But from that one, if you can really build, because let's be honest, apart from Arifin and Dr. Chi and Paul, did any of the other SDP candidates stick in your mind? Of course, Jijin Wong for all the wrong reasons, right? But even her, right, that was an own goal. And she departed from an approved script. So you need discipline, in politics, right? Stay on message. And she didn't have that. And, it's reflected badly on the SDP. So I think they really need to win one to keep the momentum going. Because if they don't, I think it's going to be really hard. Yeah.
It's the same with PSP in that sense, where they too have to win a seat in this general election. They have been surviving based on the NCMP exposure in Parliament. However, after I'm 95% sure that after this general election there will be no more NCMP seats. That's my gut sense telling me. So if they do not win by winning, that means if they do not win a seat, they would not have any presence in Parliament, and sadly that would mean that they will fade away from the memory of the voters. So they must win, because if not, you would have Workers' Party being the predominant party in Singapore, whereas for the rest would be just like fighting for scraps in that sense.
All right, shall we go and look through some of the constituencies? Right, shall we go and look through some of the constituencies? Maybe we can talk about some of the tighter races, and then maybe some of the less contentious ones. So maybe first up, let's start with Bishan Toa Payoh GRC. We are seeing the PAP Chee Hong Tat led team go up against the SPP. Right? Anything? Not a particularly, I think, interesting contest here.
Yeah, why did you start with that one?
Yeah.
Is it alphabetically?
We've got to, more or less.
Pick something interesting. Bishan Toa Payoh.
So where we are talking about
the big three.
Okay, come. Let's look at the interesting ones then. Maybe let's get to.
Well, Ramia Jane asked us to talk about East Coast. So why don't we talk about East Coast?
Yeah.
Okay. So East Coast, East Coast they nearly won. East Coast they nearly won, and I believe even though Heng Swee Keat did poorly in the last general election, we can also take a different angle. Is that even if it was not Heng Swee Keat, Workers' Party would have won East Coast GRC. If you were to take from a different angle, that means a positive side for Heng Swee Keat. So now, right, we are now I think the anchor is Edwin Tong. So Edwin Tong's means like in terms of public perception of him, right, it's not really that good as compared to Heng Swee Keat. You have the committee of privileges thing. People still cannot forget that he is a lawyer for Kong Hee. And his promises that to bring Singapore to like the World Cup, and this is a point that Pritam Singh actually said in his speech, and say you vote him out so that he can fulfill his promise or his dreams of bringing Singapore to the World Cup and join FAS for that matter. But
and also just a reminder that in 2020, right, they won by only 3.39%. So, I mean, it's definitely a competitive area. But then also, I mean, the WP team, I mean, JJ, I think has given some good speeches, but I think just in general, it's not the most visible or prominent of the WP teams.
It's more of
I don't know.
If they're going to win, it would be on party brand, rather than
it would be a party brand thing, or maybe on the converse side of things, it would be maybe a dislike of
and also the Joo Chiat side, because Jin Jong is contesting here is also because of his past so-called success in the Joo Chiat constituency. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So you
I don't know. I don't think that East Coast will be flipped. I don't see it. That's my
happy to see a surprise. Yeah, happy to see a surprise. Yep.
Happy to see it, but I don't think
gerrymandering for it was quite ridiculous. Look at it on the map, and what is that little chunk sticking out the side?
Terry, can we look at this can we get a closer look at the amazing shapes that the ELD has drawn for us?
Which shape we are talking about?
East Coast GRC.
East Coast, yeah.
Well, look, that line between East Coast and Marine Parade Braddock Heights, right, cuts across, I think, 4 different HDB planning areas. And that's the problem with the gerrymandering. It makes no sense. We already have natural constituencies in Singapore. They're called HDB estates. But we were drawing lines down the center of these estates and dividing them into, and causing chaos every 5 years when suddenly you get transferred from one town council to another town council. So it just makes no sense. But let's remember again, the gerrymandering before this election has been really incredible, and the calculations that they have made trying to ensure that the PAP wins all the constituencies and trying to create safe seats, and sucking in all the voters, the PAP voters. It's going to make it really, really hard to overturn the PAP anywhere.
Yeah. So at the same time, let us invite our guest, Dr. Ian Chong,
Professor Ian Chong.
Professor Ian Chong. Yeah. Sorry. Yep. So
hi everyone.
Yeah. Hi, nice to have you back.
Hi, how's everyone doing this evening?
Good. We've got our drinks ready.
Great. Yeah. I finished my first beer. Onto my second.
You guys are doing like shots for things. I guess the excitement hasn't really started yet.
We're just prepping, getting ready, going through some of the hot races, hot contests.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm curious about now that the polling is closed, we had that report right on Malaysian military exercises today. Actually, Malaysia announced it 3 days ago. So I wonder how that will play in the polling. Then there was also the photo of Ng Chee Meng being circulated with one of the people who was convicted for the for the $3 billion heist. So I also wonder how that would play. In the voting, and I don't know. I mean, that could potentially be doctored, but we've heard no response so far.
Actually, on that note, right, could you share with us your thoughts on Ng Chee Meng and the whole NTUC alliance saga? Because it's a very sort of complicated story. I mean, what do you make of it? And how do you think the voters are going to respond to that whole debacle?
Right. So it's very complicated, but I think the voters, I mean, for many people, cognitively, humans were what we call cognitive misers. We like to make things simple and understandable for ourselves. So I think what people might have heard from the from the Alliance thing is, okay, so is the NTUC living up to its social mission? Is it protecting the interests of Singaporeans? And then, of course, was MAS doing its job as the regulator? So I think that's essentially what people would be thinking about. A lot of the ins and outs. I mean, I don't know. As time went on, the story just got more and more complicated. So I think people just sort of would keep to the basics. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, we also it's really, there's no polling in Singapore, so it's really hard to tell. So I guess people would be upset at the Alliance thing, but the question is, are they upset enough, and do they care enough about other things? Sometimes the discussion in Singapore assumes that people are single issue voters, but that tends not to be the case. So people would have to weigh what they think about the Alliance issue, about NTUC, about MAS against. Some might be thinking about how they believe the constituency is being run. Some people may, they may be beneficiaries of the policies that the PAP has put out, and they may want that. That's totally fine, a totally legitimate choice. But these are how things are balanced out. It's almost never a single issue thing. Most people are not like that.
Okay, now Ian, you're a professor of international relations, right? Your expertise is the Asia Pacific. Given the current world situation, you could argue that will push voters towards the government, towards safety. But then at the same time, we talked about this earlier, there's a really strong anti-incumbency, bias going on in elections in the last year. Do you have any thoughts about, how the global situation is going to impact this election? Again, keeping in mind people are not single issue voters, but what do you think are some of the considerations in people's minds here?
Right. So this year, last year and this year, the voting has been very odd. There's a strong anti-incumbency sentiment. A lot of it had to do with inflation. People are upset with inflation, and they would blame whoever's in charge. And this is not a left-right thing, right? So you saw Labour win in the UK because the Conservatives were the incumbent. In the US, of course, you had the Republicans win and the Democrats were then incumbent. But even in a place like India, Modi did far less well than he had anticipated. He was an incumbent. I mean, it didn't unseat him, but it certainly cost him votes. So that was the trend that we saw going into this year. Then with the Trump presidency, that really upended a lot of things with the tariff and the trade war. So I think there's some recalculation and recalibration going on. And I think the most obvious is Canada, right? That just had their elections. Looking in January, it seemed like the incumbents, the Liberals, were going to lose. But when the Trump administration came up with the punishment of Canada, Trump himself wanting to absorb Canada as the 51st state, that flipped things around. Not enough to give the Liberals a majority, but they essentially won the election on a plurality. So this is my long-winded way of saying that right now, because of the uncertainty, people actually don't know what to make of it. There are two, I think, plausible lines of reasoning. One is, okay, so the world is really uncertain, and we want to keep things as they are. I'll go with the familiar. So that's certainly one line of argument, and you can totally understand the rationale behind that. The other sort of rationale is, okay, the world is different. The old rules don't apply. Is the same old still good enough? And if not, then maybe I want to try something else. And the thing is, because things are so uncertain, no one knows for sure. Essentially, what we're being asked to do, I mean, voting is always like that, but what we're being asked to do now is to place bets, right? Place bets on this very uncertain world. No one knows for sure. Are you going to place your bet on more of the same will still work? Or are you going to place your bet on maybe you need to try something new? No one knows.
It feels like, it's really all over the place because Labour may have won big, but just yesterday in the Runcorn by-election, they got unseated in a safe seat. Reform UK, rather than the Tories, has basically won the night, even though they are the party that is most closely associated Brexit, and Brexit
Right.
is recognized as a huge disaster, and yet
Right.
Reform UK has come back. And in the meantime, Australia's elections happening right now, it looks like voters are going to stick with Labour ahead of the
Right.
coalition, which and return Albanese to government. So it's a bit all over the place. I think I think you're right. People are placing bets because no one knows what on earth is going to happen.
Right. I think the Australia case is more similar to what we saw with Canada, in the sense that people figured, okay, well, who are the people who we believe can better handle Trump and protect our equities, and so it ended up to be someone who did not look like Trump. So yeah, I have no idea what we'll be doing here. The UK one is also interesting because this is another point that Singapore's very far from this, but there seems to be a recalibration of the political scene in the UK, meaning to say that the long dominant sort of centrist parties, the Labour on the left, centre left, and Conservative on the centre right, they seem to have lost a lot of credibility among voters. So voters seem to be searching for something, and right now it would appear that that Reform UK has the most coherent message. I mean, previously the SNP did as well for Scotland, but of course they had their scandals, and that sort of really messed them up. But yeah, so I mean, it's not just uncertainty. I suppose it's also about how people the sort of narrative that people think will tide them through.
Maybe we could just, I want to ask a question about the.
I need to cut in. Okay, so we got the information from the Choa Chu Kang side. The sample 100 count for polling stations for Choa Chu Kang, right, is PSP is how much? 39%, and PAP 61%. That's the information I got from the Choa Chu Kang side. The sample 100.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I got. Okay. So back to you.
So, all right.
I think that's a bit disappointing,
maybe we can.
Isn't it? I thought.
Yeah, that is quite disappointing.
PSP would do better.
Well,
Lawrence
I don't know.
Pick, Wendy Low, they're very good candidates.
So this is down from the 41% that they got the last round. Yeah.
So what I'll say is, so this is like, I would have been in Choa Chu Kang if not for the changes in the electoral boundaries. I'm now in Bukit Gombak. But what I'll say is, I think they're very good candidates, but for whatever reason, it's hard to feel their presence on the ground. So this is, as a resident, this is what I'll say. So PSP is also running in Gombak, and you see them around, but I don't know, compared to the last time around, everything was online. They seem less present. Yeah, that's so. I'm a little less surprised by the result.
It's only 9 days, and it's a lot of ground to cover. Here in Holland Bukit Timah, I haven't seen RDU at all. They don't even have posters, banners.
Right.
I suppose maybe they focused all their efforts online in an effort to try and reach voters, rather than in terms of physical presence. Is this the direction our elections are going? You think, in like other elections, is physical presence still really, really important compared to
our
digital
elections?
presence?
Yes. For our elections, yes. Just like for the UK elections, yes, because we're parliamentary, right? So you have the people who vote for you is a specific constituency. It's not national. So I think if it was a presidential election in Singapore, the national stuff online, that's fair enough. But because we're constituency based, people have to feel the presence on the ground and be able to interact with the parties. And I guess it's not just the election period. You have to show up all the time during the off cycles as well. When you convince voters that you're always going to be here, that you're always going to be working with them, I think that is a much stronger winning case. Perhaps even more so than the online. I think in our situation, the online stuff is a plus, but it doesn't change these fundamentals. If we were a presidential system or we had a party vote system, then the online stuff would matter a lot more, but we don't. I mean, this
if I
goes
could
back.
just return to Sorry, no. I've
I
just
just wanna
really
say
been
that-
dying to ask a. Yeah, you go first. You go first. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to just finish off with this point. I
Mm.
mean, when we vote, a lot of how we vote is very much determined by the structure in which the voting takes place. So we have the system that we have. Yep. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
Oh no. I've just been really dying to ask this question, but I guess in your opinion, right? Like how serious is the NTUC alliance issue, right? I'm just really wondering, in your point of view, right? Is it like a genuine oversight, or is there something a bit more sinister, some kind of structural oversight that happened? I mean, what should we make of it? Because the messaging that is coming out from Ng Chee Meng, from Lee Hsien Loong, has been, in a sense, it's been sort of all over the place. He hasn't really Ng Chee Meng hasn't really responded to it. He just kind of went on an interview and said, let's figure out how we can put ourselves in a better state, which effectively means nothing. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, how serious is this? Because it looks like a massive stock buyback was about to hit us. So I'm wondering what you make of that.
So, I mean, I think ultimately we don't really have enough details about the regulatory process. I mean, that is a function of the system that we have. We're not transparent in that way. But I think what ultimately it will come down to is how people understand the situation and the seriousness. So if you believe that the alliance thing was massive oversight, was very significant problems, regardless of whether there's evidence of it or not, or whether you saw the evidence, then you would clearly sort of decide that, okay, this is a serious problem, I'm going to vote against the PAP because of it. If you are of the mind that, okay, the alliance NTUC deal might have been a problem, but guess what? The regulator stepped in and the laws were passed, and we then are able to rectify it before things got bad. Then you might think, okay, maybe it's not so bad. So, I mean, this is one of those things about politics that we, especially voting, that we forget. Sometimes forget. It's, as I said, people are cognitive misers. They have, like all of us, we have lots of things going on in our lives. And most people, most of the time, don't pay that much attention. So they're going to respond to what they think. Right. So it comes down to ultimately, so my long-winded answer is ultimately it comes down to what you think the Alliance NTUC deal means.
I'm here to interrupt again. So we got info from the SDP side. The Mustang UT appears to have be like around 20% against 80%. That's what I'm hearing now. So let's wait for the thing. But that's where my volunteers are actually saying. Okay. So
okay. All right. 20 to 80% is really quite bad, right? Because the SDP was doing 36.8 the last time around. And this is the Arifin Shah team that we have over there. So it
but
seems like they might have been rocked by the Jijin scandal. But yeah, sorry, Ian, you go on.
No. I was just saying that I think the Jijin issue really did the SDP team in Marsiling UT no favors. And I think it's not just the Jijin thing. I mean, I think also when we had on video the audience members of the SDP heckling Arifin, I thought it was a very bad look for people undecideds, right? It was a very bad look for what SDP supporters are doing, unfortunately.
I was hoping, I suppose, that voters might take it as a show that the SDP can respond swiftly and strongly to scandal, to internal party mishaps. But I was also really worried that they'd get sort of punished for it at the ballot box. It seems like the latter is taking shape more than the former. Okay, wow. Okay, results already starting to kind of trickle in here. Mm.
Right. Anyways, I'm gonna escape for now. Maybe I'll join you
Yeah.
guys again
Thank
later on.
you. Thank you so much,
Yeah, yeah.
Ian. Thanks for your insights.
I'm gonna go
on
walk
everything.
around and see what the different gathering sites and all that look like. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was Ian
Thanks,
Chong,
yeah.
Professor of International Relations, Political Science at NUS.
Yeah, I might need to remove myself.
Whew. So these early sample counts do not look good. I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna need another drink. I've already used up my.
Maybe you want to go back to that again. Where was that? Where's that? Yeah. So you want to talk about the constituencies?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Also, right. Just now when you were zoomed in, just reminded me of this joke that Jeremy Tan made on the interview that we had with it. That Marine Parade Battle Heights looks like Lapras, the Pokemon. Yeah. And I'm still that's something I'm gonna remember forever. Because it does look at that aberration. What on earth is going on there? All right. But anyway, yeah. Let's go continue on with the hot seats. We've got Punggol GRC, right? Gan Kim Yong going up against Harpreet Singh right next. So we've already kind of discussed that a little bit.
Jalan Kayu.
Polar Bear. Oh, okay. Before we get Jalan Kayu, Polar Bear is saying, please discuss West Coast Jurong West.
Oh.
Hmm.
Well, I think West Coast, right? One of the key consideration would be Taman Jurong being transferred over due to the gerrymandering, which is coming from Taman, as in President Taman himself previously. However, even though you have this like very strong ward transferring, right? We have to consider that now who is sitting on that ward? Now the person representing in that ward, represent PAP in that ward is Sean Huang. Yeah, so let me just go back to that one. Yes, correct. So the thing here is, right, in the last general election, it was so close. I think less than 2%.
Yeah, 1.
And that was based on
and
that was based on just simply riding on a coattail of Tan Cheng Bock in that sense, because the rest of the other 4 candidates wasn't that well known then. So now, right, what you have is 3 well known individuals representing TSP in that ward. And if had it not been for gerrymander, I think it would be a clear cut win for PSP. Given the high exposure that Leong Man Wai had over the past 5 years. But with this gerrymandering, really, it's still, people are might give the benefit of doubt to the People's Action Party, because they surely would have done their surveys. In fact, they had been doing surveys, through the different ministries, right, on what they think about the government, what they think about the ministers and whatnot. These are information not shared publicly or nor to the opposition parties. So they would have a rough sensing of how the different blocks, clusters, their leaning are. So they would then use that to redraw the boundaries. Yeah.
Are you optimistic about West Coast Jurong West? Because I am. I mean, it was literally the closest. It was the closest contest last round, right? Like I said, lost by only 1.68% of the vote. And then on top of that, also Leong Man Wai and Hazel Poor have done like excellently as well in Parliament. So, I mean, I think this one is really going to be a toss-up, Yeah. The worry I have also is just that Tan Cheng Bock has come out and said, this is going to be his last election. I think that might signal to voters that, okay, this is the last chance that you have to get him in parliament. But I think also it might make voters worried that, this is a party that doesn't have the longevity or the staying party. I think staying power, right? I think a lot of people might think of it as like the Tan Cheng Bock party, and with him gone, as we've seen so many times in the past, opposition parties, they kind of fall apart when a charismatic leader, starts to walk away or starts to retire, right? So I think that one will be definitely one of the interesting constituencies to watch. But I'm optimistic for it. I think it's close. It's definitely going to be a close fight. Okay. Terry, you wanted to talk about Jalan Kayu?
Yes, Jalan Kayu. Well, the thing about I really see no reason why Ng Chee Meng can win. I
see no reason he should win, right? but yeah, go on.
Yeah, I have this sensing that they lost Sengkang, of course, other than Jamus being so prominent featured in the last general election, right? It's also this you have Ng Chee Meng in Sengkang GRC, a person who went into parliament in through Pasir Ris Punggol GRC and then being helicoptered into Sengkang and thinking that this guy is a minister, he can lead the team, and then lost spectacularly. And then now he's being thrown to this Jalan Kayu and now become the like Jalan Kayu guy. And people do remember the nonsense that he has been involved in, the NTUC alliance, debacle, and just before the cooling off day, you have this person coming out to talk about this his experiences, and that's not all. It's not just one person. It's a slew of as in former colleagues or the people, some moderates working with him, saying that how ridiculous bad-mannered he is, and how he shouldn't be voted into parliament. I think that really would play a huge part in how I think people, the millennium, the Gen Z, Gen X, of course, the seniors, they would just hardcore PAP. I wouldn't say all, but majority of them would be hardcore PAP. As the I think was a YouGov survey actually get 40%, means 40% from the boomers would just vote for PAP. You put anyone there, they would just vote for PAP because it's a branding issue. Yeah, so I think it's a high chance. Even though, right, you have this messaging coming out from this leak, WhatsApp messaging coming out for Audrey Law, I don't think that would dent his so-called his chances, especially given that a lot of people resonate with what he said in the WhatsApp messages. Really, because who don't swear in their like private chats. And it shows him to be more authentic, and also contrary that to how the PAP volunteers had been, the leaked messages that's coming from TOC, through some PAP volunteers who had sight of that WhatsApp discussion where they conspired to disrupt the West Coast team from the PSP in their walkabouts. So till now, Sean Huang has not issued any clarification on whether or not he operated that community chat, and he has essentially blocked all Instagram comments, has been deleting Facebook comments. TikTok, on his TikTok, he also have restricted comments. So he's just playing like ostrich, hiding up and hoping that people will just forget about the whole thing after the thing. Yeah. So with that contrast in terms of what Andre Lo could be behind closed doors and what PAP could be, I think the impact of the leaked messages isn't there anymore. So I think with the branding and how Andre Lo have presented herself, I think, and against such an unlike PAP candidate, I think the chances are quite high.
I mean, if I can just pour some cold water, right?
Oh.
Why carve out Jalan Kayu? Surely the PAP, the EBRC, which reports to the Prime Minister, wouldn't carve it out unless they were reasonably confident there was sufficient pro-PAP voters in there to win. Now, of course, Ng Chee Meng has, ran a terrible campaign. He's embarrassed himself. The revelations are terrible. I see no reason why he should get into parliament. But the fact is, Jalan Kayu was carved out of Ang Mo Kio, out of former PM, Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong's constituency for a reason. So they have to be confident. And, these early vote counts, I'm trying to talk myself into like, I don't know.
Anticipated. I mean, really, GE2015 was such a traumatizer. Nearly opposition will wipe out entirely, if not for Hougang or GE.
Right. Junit was like by the skin of their teeth.
Recount. There was a recount. There was a recount of votes.
It was so
and Victor,
close. I still remember Low Kia Kiang's face as he saw the final count.
Count. Yeah. And Victor now is like parading into Parliament through Ang Mo Kio.
Okay, right. Another interesting place to look at that we haven't discussed yet: Sembawang West SMC. Chi Soon Juan's contest area. He's going up against Po Lee San. Do you think this could be the year that he finally makes it in? I mean, he's been doing very well on a whole bunch of podcasts. I saw the one that he did with Pretty Please. I thought that was, quite cute.
He's done
fun.
So many.
Yeah.
Wow.
But again, right? Why would they carve out Sembawang West? And what do the EBRC know that we don't? And to go along what y'all saying, it's not just EBRC, right? It's the whole MDDI, MCCY. They have all this data about sentiment on the ground. So. Sorry, I think I'm kind of pessimistic. But
yeah, so this is the count that we have at the Sela, which is for mustering duty, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, that's the 20-80% that they just talk about.
Sorry, Terry, what's that? That's the sample count?
Yeah, that's the sample count. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the sample count. So, but sample count probably like 5% difference. You can still look at, but this one is so far away from the whole thing.
The sample counts, the biggest error, sort of like margin of difference between the first count and the final result was about 4%, but only for SMCs. For GRCs, the margin has been about 3%. So that's where we need to look at. If you see 51%, 52%, sure, there's a chance it might swing the other way.
Right.
But this is way off. And this is a GRC, so that's there's a far bigger sample.
Right. So there was people asking where we getting the numbers from. So we have people, some of our people in the counting stations as volunteers. So they are feeding us the information. Yeah.
Okay, so Sembawang West, right? One of the things I will say is it has a young population. It is 47.8% Gen Z and millennial, right? So younger voters. So there's that. It's also, interestingly enough, one of the few constituencies with no landed property. It's 100% HDB flats. So completely heartlands. There may be condos rather. There's no landed property. Yeah, so like just apartments. So that, make of those numbers what you will. I think younger voters, as we've seen, skew towards other parties, non-PAP parties. But on the other hand, HDB, landed property, maybe, again, it's hard to say, right? I live in Holland Bukit Timah, and I think some of the numbers that came out after the last two elections show that landed property tends to vote more opposition. But again, it's hard to say.
I don't know. I'm always very wary about the youth vote, right? So this is something that Ian Chong and I sort of talked about on the interview, right? Which is that there is a bit of a skewing or a movement to the right. that you see with younger voters throughout the world, right? So I'm maybe not as optimistic about the youth vote, I think, as I used to be. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Sembawang West also has the highest proportion of first-time voters, i.e., people who were too young to vote at the last election. 9.1% of voters there are voting for the first, or are eligible to vote for the first time. So, but young voters, it's very hard to say, right? We can't really think of young voters or any voters as a block because, of course, there are so many other considerations. Class, language, race, occupation, education level, family size. Right? There's so many other considerations.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you expecting for Aljunied GRC? So I'm a little bit worried about the whole Raisa situation. I know Raisa didn't run
that's
there.
not
But
Sengkang, right?
no,
Yeah.
that's Sengkang, yeah. But I think that the person who really got damaged by that was Pritam Singh, if anybody, right? I think it reflected, or at least the way that the mainstream media tried to present it was that it was really Pritam Singh's fault, right? It was a failure of leadership. He didn't catch it early enough. He wasn't honest, right? I'm a little bit worried about Aljunied GRC, right? Although, you got to see that they won by historical margins, right? 59.95% in 2020. So I don't know. What's your sense of it? How do you think that the Raisa scandal is going to impact?
I mean, dude, you live, right next door.
Am I next? Oh,
I live
sort
in
of.
Manila.
Yeah.
You're closer to the ground than I am.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to kind of see how voters respond to that, because it's not like there haven't been scandals or issues on the part of the PAP as well, right?
A lot of scandals on the part of the PAP.
Yeah, you've got an infidelity scandal on the incumbent, infidelity scandal on the part of the opposition.
It's not just
right?
the infidelity, right? It's the fact that Tan Chuan Jin was allowed to continue for 2 years and appointed what's her name? Well, his partner, 2 committees that he chaired as Speaker of Parliament, and also chaired the COP, the Committee of Inquiry into Pritam, all while the PAP knew that these conflicts of interest were going on. That's the scandal, right? So that's the big difference between what he did and then Leon Pereira and what's his name?
Nicosia.
Nicosia. Yeah, because Tan Chuan Jin as Speaker of Parliament has immense responsibility and power, and he abused that.
So I'm back, which means I got something to add. Okay, so
Okay, please, no more bad news.
Panjang. Bukit Panjang. The sample count shows that the Paul Tambaya got worse result than what he had in 2020.
Okay, how bad? What is worse?
How bad? I don't have the exact figure, but that's what I understand at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, that is surprising, man. That is surprising.
Yeah. So I understand Paul Thomas is going over to the STP gathering point at this point, which means the only hope probably would be only Dr. Chee Soon Juan's Sembawang West. Yes.
Yeah, I said to you guys at the end that PAP whitewash, I wouldn't be surprised. I have no idea how people vote. I have no idea why people would vote PAP right now.
Well, the thing here is, right, what Dr. Paul has pointed out many times in his speeches, which is the $1 meal really plays a huge part in canvassing for support.
Yeah.
So in one of his speech, Paul Tambaya mentioned that a voter came up to me. Sorry, he was speaking to a voter, and voter saying, "Oh, Paul, I like you, but the thing is, the $1 meal is really good. I'll be. I mean, his view is that if Liang Wenhua is voted out, this $1 meal cannot sustain. So he would be deprived of all these benefits, and so this is what you get. I mean, the pork barrel politics works. Cheers.
Yeah, really. I think we all need a stiff drink.
Oh
I
my
was
God,
so
we're
optimistic
only-
about Paul's chances, right? Because
We're only 1.5 hours in.
Yeah. He lost by 3.7% the last time around. I mean,
Yep.
and in that time, he's definitely become a lot more prominent. He's, I think people have really gotten to know him, to know his policies. I'm very, very, very surprised.
I just want to. So someone like you pointed out on this thing where where's it? Ray said no money. Actually, that's the key point here, where PAP's policy creates problems such as high cost of living, underemployment, unemployment, and then people turn to them for the solutions for the problems that they create. You get where I'm coming from? So it becomes a crisis kind of a situation where people turn to PAP for safety, for possible solutions to the problems that they are facing in life, but without understanding that the problems are created by the same party that they are voting for. And this is I think the saddest part of everything, where people don't realize the cause and effect of things. They will just simply react to what they see in life, and what to the immediate solution, the perceived solution that they see, and not consider, right, what is the root cause to everything.
We are becoming just like the Philippines, In the Philippines, right, here's the problem that the progressive politicians face every election. It's that, in the Philippines, 19 families control 2/3 of the economy, right? And they dispense money directly to voters. And the voter will tell, progressive politicians that, hey, yeah, sure, I want better governance. I want to end corruption. I want to end this culture of impunity. But that's 5 years, 10 years down the road. I need money to feed my family tomorrow. And that politician, right, from that big family, I know he's corrupt, but he's giving me money to feed my family tomorrow. And if I don't get that money to feed my family tomorrow, I'm not going to be here in 5 or 10 years to worry about no corruption, a better, cleaner, efficient government. And it feels like that's where Singapore is going. So it's not that voters are stupid. It's that voters are desperate, right?
Yeah.
Voters are reliant on these handouts. They're reliant on these cash giveaways from the government. And they don't like it, but they need to eat.
Yeah. Well, I guess one other area that we haven't discussed yet is Hougang SMC. Yeah. I mean, Marshall Lim has been doing, I think, quite well from the PAP. You got anything to say about Hougang SMC?
Again, you're next door, I live on the other side of the central catchment area.
I think whatever optimism that I had at the start of the live stream is pretty much gone by now. Yeah.
Alfian Saad said years ago, Singapore doesn't just first it breaks your heart, then it breaks your spirit. Right. That's Singapore.
Yeah.
Let's talk about another. Let's talk about Pongo.
Yes, yeah.
I don't think the Workers' Party are going to win.
Oh,
But
okay.
Harpreet has really made an impression that, and I think that people are very impressed by the Workers' Party getting someone of his caliber.
Mhm.
I have to wonder.
Yeah.
The Workers' Party, remember Chen Xiaomao, served 2 terms and then retired. I have to wonder why they let someone of his caliber go. And did he feel that he wasn't able to contribute anymore? Even though, Loh Tia Kiang is still there in the CEC and
Wow.
other MPs were spun out. Faisal has been spun out to lead Tampines. But this is a political party, so we'd be silly to, of course, think that there's no politics. But after the excitement of Chen Xiaomao, 2 terms and then he was gone. I hope they give Harpreet a chance. There's a lot of excitement over him, but I don't know. I don't think. I think that the PAP have invested way too much in the Pongo to lose it. Is my sense.
Terry is
So
back. I think it's bad news.
Yeah. Yeah, back news again. The Jurong Central. So Jurong Central, we are looking at a very mixed result, but all bad. So you have like Jurong Central for RDU, 11%, 28%. I'm talking about different sample counts from different tables. So 11%, 28%, 18%, 15%, 15%, 23%. So on average, you're talking about like around 20 ish. No, actually no, 17, around 17 ish. For real. Well, we are seeing GE2015 again, isn't it? Or in fact worse.
I told you guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Wow.
I mean, wow.
Wow.
That is wild. Okay, I mean, anyway, Jurong Central SMC is, Xie Yao Chen from the PAPs up against Kala Manikam from Red Dot United. So I mean, granted, RDU is not exactly one of the big tier 1 opposition parties, but 20% is just, oof, that is terrible. Yeah.
I feel bad for Carla. I interviewed her.
You
and
interviewed
she's
Carla,
clearly
yeah.
someone
How
who's
is
very
she? Yeah.
passionate, who cares, who is really desperate to help, right? And she's a good person. But she's with RDU, she's up against it. If there's anything, I'd say she's very long-winded. I think anyone who watched the interview 5 years ago, as well as the one this past week, will know she likes to talk. But she's a good person with her heart in the right place, right? And I don't see why you wouldn't give her a chance, But ultimately, again, 9 days and there's very little traction. And, but I hope she and the rest of RDU stick with it. Just to respond to the question in the Facebook chat, I didn't set the selling price for our book. The publisher sets the selling price, and I specifically asked him to set it as low as possible so that people can buy it. And I and all our new narrative colleagues gave up all our royalties. We don't make a single cent from the book because we want it to be as affordable as possible to the Singaporean public. I'm not sure who Anonymous. Well, Anonymous is Anonymous, but I think he's very up to. I mean, if Ng Chi Ming wins, what message are we sending? We don't care about the I mean, let's be honest. I have heard these conversations, right? People who would have benefited from that sale, who benefit from the sale of our national assets because they're heavily invested, because they get, directly benefit. They don't care about, if the sale had gone through, I would have made a lot of money, right? I've heard that. Why should I care about other Singaporeans? This is Singapore. We're
Every
here to
man
make
for
money.
himself.
Every man for himself. If that's the country they want, sure, they're all very wealthy, right? If that's the country they want, and I can understand why they would want that.
Mhm.
But what about the rest of us? The other 90%?
Mm.
In this day and age,
So could you tell us a bit more about like why you're not optimistic about Punggol?
well, I made this point talking to Jeanette, right? It's did you see the comment on YouTube? I'm from the future and I'm here to tell you that it will all be fine.
Okay, wait. Let me
This
just put
election.
that up. La Verdad. Yeah.
The world gives me is pessimistic in general, because the world faces existential problems, right? The climate crisis being the main one that cannot be solved on a country by country basis. But the only way we have to organize the world is on a country by country basis. So can we overcome our narrow interests? And the fact is, here in Singapore, it doesn't look like we're even able to overcome our own narrow interests on a country basis, let alone look at the world and say,
Oh,
let's all sacrifice for the greater good, because we believe everyone is out to get us. Oh my God, sample counts are out. So we're seeing official sample count: Pioneer SMC, PAP 66%, PSP 34%. Bukit Panjang SMC, PAP 62%, STP 38%.
Wow.
Potong Pasir SMC, PAP 71%, SPP 21%, PAR 8%. That's Lim
this
Tien,
is
so good
Straits Times, is
riddance. Channel News Asia.
it? Oh, I see. I only see Pioneer though. Wait now. Let's add
Maybe
this
refresh the page. So, to come back to your question, right? I looking at these results already. As it was already, I thought it was an uphill battle, right? So the point I made, Jeanette, is look, you've got Harpreet, but three unknowns with him, right? Harpreet himself is, just credentials. I don't think he has time to really get that much of an impact. But again, I don't live in Pongo. But on the other side, you've got, Gan Kim Yong, Janu Putucherry, Sun Sherling,
Sun Sherling,
and
yeah.
Lo
Wan Ling.
Wen Ling.
Yeah,
So
Ling,
people
yeah.
whose names are known, people who are already pretty well established.
Yep.
So,
Oh, sorry. Wait now. Yep. So we have Pioneer, Marine Parade. Oh, sorry, let's walk over. No, I don't see the sample council. Do we? Sorry, let me go out again.
Yeah, Jing Hong Chan, I see your comment, and yeah.
Sorry.
More regressive text. Let's go.
well, hopefully we'll be able to get Paul on the show later, who can tell us what he's thinking and how he's feeling. He did say he'd try to come on, but no guarantees, of course. But yeah, guys, it doesn't look good. It really does not look good. These results, it tends to go in a wave, right? because Singapore is so small, either everyone increases or everyone decreases. It's I don't think we've seen an election where one or two constituencies bucks the trend in a big way. So I'm gonna say it looks pretty bad for.
We also have the I'm just going back to what PJ said at the very start, right? It's also hard for Singaporeans to expect that Singaporeans at large understand the issue at hand. If you just simply wait just after the re-election is announced to start educating Singaporeans, the education has to start beforehand. The kind of ground movement, the ground effort has to start way beforehand. But then again, of course, the issue here is who's holding all the cards to their chest. Is the PAP when to call the election, or what kind of policies or schemes to push before, like example, in the case of a $1 meal, it started 1 year before today, the polling day. So they have 1 year to walk the ground, show how PAP care for the seniors. Put aside the GST hike, we are helping you to address the cost of living issue, notwithstanding the fact that we actually increase your cost of living without you actually understanding it. Yeah, correct. Do we have any comments? Someone said that the foreign interference, foreign interference accusation is very scary, to be honest. But to what extent do you think that this actually played a part? I don't think this for the case of SDP influence or PSP, because the foreign interference applied to the Workers' Party only.
Maybe I'm the wrong person to comment on this, because to me, so much of this foreign interference is scaremongering that it doesn't resonate with me at all. I've been accused of being an agent of foreign influence for years now, and I know that I'm not. So when they accuse other people of being agents of foreign interference, I tend to shrug it off. When FICA was announced, right, it was clearly, to me, as I said, a time aimed at China. Excuse me. At Beijing. And then, of course, Shan couldn't say that. So he stood out in Parliament and he said, this is a law aimed at thumping Jin and New Narrative. And that had a big impact on New Narrative because it scared away a lot of people from working with us. And it really, people backed out of agreements, people broke contracts, our volunteers got scared off, people didn't want to work with us anymore, and it worked, right? But if you look at how FICA has been used since, it's been used entirely as agents of Chinese influence, of Beijing, people who are members of Beijing, China committees, PRC committees, and things like that.
Yeah.
And that's where the PAP genuinely are worried about. And we can chat with Ian about this because he knows a lot about this. But there's a big problem in that Chinese media in Singapore follows the Beijing line because they want to sell ads in China. It's a simple arithmetic. They want to make money. The biggest source of revenue for Chinese ads is China, right? 1.5 billion Chinese speakers, but 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion of them are in China itself. So you got to follow the China line if you want to sell ads in Chinese online. And as a result, our Chinese media, it's not true like any sort of malicious, deliberate intent. It's just to make money. They follow the Beijing line so that they're not blocked in China, so that they can sell ads. That's it. And the PAB don't know how to deal with that. So FICA is one of the things that they use, and that's what they're most afraid of, right? It's not New Narrative, and these accusations of foreign interference against the Workers' Party. Again, it was even really weak. The guy showed up at a meeting and had a chat. I mean, you're a politician, it's an open meeting, right? There was no evidence of any sort of genuine consequence of anything from that meeting. And the PAP controlled mainstream media publishes commentaries about Malaysia and Indonesia all the time. And some of them are quite sickeningly smug about how, hey, we deal with race so much better than Malaysia, which is not true, right? But the fact is, we do to Malaysia what they are being accused of doing to us. So to come back to my first point, because of all this, I tend to shrug and go, foreign interference, prove it. I'm very skeptical. I think people, and also there's the bigger point I said earlier, right? Ultimately, what is foreign? The climate crisis is affecting the whole world, right? Genocide in Palestine is affecting the whole world. The PAP is okay with us getting concerned about that, right? It's trying to suppress protests, but online, it's even acknowledged. Hey, it's okay to talk about the genocide. Well, isn't that foreign interference to talk about the Palestine? Isn't it foreign interference to, to condemn Israel and what it's doing there? Sure. So why is that okay? And other things, right? So, but there's a climate crisis, and the only way to solve it is globally. If we're going to keep thinking knee-jerk reaction, foreign interference, we're never going to be able to solve this climate crisis.
Terry, what do you have there for us?
Yeah, so Sembawang West is very close, 53 versus 7. But then again, this is a sample count. But then it's still hard until we see the final count. But still, there's a chance. But then very slim chance.
I doubt it.
Sorry, Sembawang, can you read out the numbers there, because that's Chi Sun Juan's
Yeah.
word.
Sorry. Yeah, Chi Sun Juan, Sembawang West. So Straits Times is saying that the sample count is 53% to 47%. It means 53% PAP, STP 47%.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
I suppose there's a chance if we have NCMPs that Dr. Chi would qualify. Because looking at it, we're probably still going to have NCMPs, I think.
Yeah. I'd like to see him as NCMP. I mean, he's been waiting his whole, 30 years now.
He should be given a chance.
He should, yeah.
Okay, Mountbatten is out. PAP 62%, Jeremy Tan 38%, which is decent.
Which is actually actually that's a really strong showing. Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets 38, RDU gets 20. Interesting. But I mean, I don't know. Does that say something about the voters in Mountbatten? Does that say something about the way Jeremy ran his campaign? Man, I don't know. I mean, this will, I think, be an election
It's hard to say.
Yeah, it will be an election where, when all the dust is settled, there'll be a lot to think about and a lot to analyze. The Jeremy Tan result is really quite interesting and surprising, Yeah. It's relatively unknown. I mean, he's a completely unknown guy stepping into the fray. Very sort of unorthodox platform, which would seem to fly in the face of Singaporeans being so risk averse. And then now Terry's back. Do you have news?
Oh no! I'm not having bad news. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Yeah,
Every time you come, I just get scared.
Yeah.
You get scared. You gotta say something.
I'm just showing the site at 322. What's that? Hougang, the coffee shop. Yeah, so this is the scene over at Hougang 322. I think they're waiting for the results. Finger crossed for them. Yeah. Yep. You're saying. Yep. Please continue. Yep.
That's Hougang?
Yeah.
Hougang, yeah.
Correct. 322 coffee shop. Yeah.
War drums, says the comment on YouTube.
Yeah, like, on your note of foreign interference, I've always just wondered, like, what would anybody get out of interfering in Singapore's election? You know, it's such a poor, seems like such a poor return on investment. I of course, I think I understand that there are definitely going to be some fringe cases, some oddball cases, but like, you know, is this a very real?
Come back to the point, right? If you want to influence policy in Singapore, just ask yourself, who on earth would you go influence? Would you approach this random historian that the government hates that has no influence in Singapore beyond, you know, a niche group of opposition? Would you approach the Workers' Party, who are also an opposition party? Or would you approach the governing party, which has all the power, all the influence? So if you want to have foreign influence, your only reasonable, rational target is the PAP, right? Why on earth would anyone who wants to do foreign interference go to opposition, go to the media, independent media, right? Because PAP control everything. And that the PAP know that. And that's why FICA is aimed at, you know, these, look at who's been designated, right? When the law came out, people are like, oh, you're going to be designated, right? No, I was like, no, don't be ridiculous. Look who's been designated. Rich tycoons, rich businessmen with links to China, because they're the ones who can influence the PAP. What did Hong Beng Sing do, you know, when he wanted to make it, you know, get to influence policy? He went to the minister. That's where we need to be worried about foreign interference. The people with power. It's no point, you know, like if I don't know, some China, the PRC government gave me hundreds of thousands, millions. What? I still can't do anything, right? I could literally have $1 million and what can I do? Because the government hates me so much. You know?
Yeah.
And even if I had $1 million, the government has $1 billion. It's got, you know, it spends 123 billion every year.
Yeah,
That's
very
a
odd.
billion is 1,000 million.
A very odd
Anyway.
red herring, you know. I mean, I still remember seeing like that big Straits Times headline, you know, Lawrence Wong warns against foreign interference, and I'm like, I mean, who doesn't know that foreign interference is bad? It's just, is it really relevant for us? Like, is there a serious threat that our democracy might be undermined by foreign interference? I mean, no, like our democracy is being undermined by, you know, I won't say what,
Actually,
but you know,
foreign interference is not just this sort of, you know, sneaky covert thing.
yeah, it's
Let's not
money
forget,
coming in, it's investments
yes,
coming.
50% of Singapore's GDP comes from foreign-owned companies. That's
Exactly,
why
yeah.
they have all this outsized influence on policies, including the suppression of Singaporeans' wages, right? Our wages are low because foreign companies demand that it be low so that they will invest. If that is not the worst kind of foreign interference, then what is? But the government says, oh, you know, we must keep our economy competitive. What, at the you know, by sacrificing Singaporean wages? By allowing our people to be exploited by foreigners so that foreigners can make big profits? So what was the PAP strategy? To turn the government itself into a capitalist so they too make big profits from exploiting our workers and keeping wages low. You know, so that is the worst for foreign interference. The fact that Singaporeans for decades have had our wages, our income suppressed, both by the two biggest groups of capitalists, MNCs and GLCs. That's the foreign interference we need to vote out. And we can vote it out, but we're not.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Tampines GRC, right? I mean, Masagos going up against Faisal Manap. I think this was, I was thinking that this was going to be a very, very hotly contested area, right? I mean, given just how sort of strong the WP team here is, and then how kind of disliked Masagos is, right? You're also looking at Tampines as a GRC that has, I think, 25% of the population that is Malay. a lot of young voters. So it kind of looked like it was really on the table. But I mean, given these early results, things don't look so good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so do you see the update from Alginate?
Yeah, very cool.
So
You've got
59. So it's Alginate sample count
Okay.
59%. Yeah, against 41. So Alginate is safe.
Sure. So that's the
Save.
no
Yeah.
improvement there. It's the same result.
Tampines Changkat SMC 55% PAP,
Oh.
Workers' Party 45%. So not within the margin of error, unfortunately.
Yep. That's bad.
Chua Chu Kang
Oh.
GRC, that was pretty quick for GRC, 63% to 37%. Yeah. So what are the odds that nothing changes? We end the evening with Workers' Party still holding Aljunied, Sengkang, and Hougang, and nothing else.
I think just look at the comments, right? I think people are just, probably given hope on all the other constituents. They are just really eyeing on Jalan Kayu. Jalan Kayu. if Ng Chee Meng gets in, right, then it's really hope, no hope.
That's
Yeah.
Can't believe someone like that. Why did they even run him in Jalan Kayu? Right? Unless they're sure he would win. Why not run him in Marine Parade? Why not keep Jalan Kayu part of Ang Mo Kio and run him with Lee Hsien Loong? That way sure win. Right? Why did they carve out Jalan Kayu and then run Ng Chee Meng there? What do they know? They must know something.
Correct.
You know? The EBRC is chaired by the Prime Minister's secretary. They have the data.
There was a question asked by Pritam Singh, isn't it? Where can the EBRC show the voter results? Based on the voter results, how they are being crafted out. The people. How the wards that are being.
Wait, time out, Terry. Pongal's out. PAP 54%, Workers' Party 46%.
Oh my God. This is on Straits Times, CNA.
CNA, yeah.
CNA.
It's not within the margin of error either way.
Yeah, it's not within.
Sorry, guys. After 2015, I can't. My hopes just. I can't get my hopes up anymore. I've got hope dysfunction. I've got electile dysfunction. I can't get my hopes up.
Slow clap for PJ.
Wow.
I don't know why the chat is not blowing up. Did you all hear that? Did you all not hear that? Can you all react to that?
Okay, so we have Elijah with us coming up. So yeah.
Okay.
So
awesome.
Just Elijah, when you're.
Yes, hi everyone.
Hey Elijah,
Hi.
so good to see you.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
you again, yeah.
I'm good. I mean, it's very exciting. It's my first time voting for GE.
Oh yeah, that's right. When we interviewed you, you were still too young to even vote, even though you
were part of the RDU youth wing, right? That was.
Oh yeah, I was.
Good memories, yeah.
yes. Yeah, those are good.
What are you making of the sample count so far?
Right. So I'm in Jurong Central SMC. So I'm seeing that like the sample count for that it's 19% RDU, right? And like a very strong 81% for the PAP. I feel like I can kind of get why that is the case, because I mean the RDU member who is walking the ground or like is like contesting, like is someone who a lot of people haven't seen before, which I think is fair because like opposition parties have a lot less resources to go on the ground on the regular, right? But I think also like RDU as a party has been going on the ground like quite consistently, even if it's not that exact candidate who has been in that area. Whereas like Say Yao Chen is a very familiar face with a lot of residents. My family included actually, because like when it comes to like bursary, like education awards and that kind of stuff, he's the one like handing them out, right? So my family is quite familiar with his face and like his name. So I think like he's quite personable with residents. So I think that like the odds are really stacked against like I would say like any opposition that enters Jurong Central SMC given his track record over the past 5 years lah. Yeah, but I think
So,
that's just for my area. Yeah.
So like Elijah, you're really, really young. Can you tell us how young you are?
I'm 23 years old. So
Yeah, oh,
I was
wow,
18 the
okay.
last GE. Yeah.
So, I mean, you're probably the youngest person that we're going to get on the show. Can you give us a sense of like what the youth vote might be? How are young voters thinking going into this GE? Like, what's your sense of it?
Right. So I think my sense might not be representative of like the entire youth population actually, because like I am quite embedded in a lot of movement spaces, right? So I think like generally the people around me are quite progressive. I mean, I also study sociology, so people in general in my circle are quite progressive as well. And but the thing is like even amongst friends who aren't as engaged politically, they're also sharing with me that their own friend circles are more leaning towards opposition. So I think that there is like an inclination towards opposition. I think it's because we feel it viscerally on our own also, right? Like a lot of us are graduating or have graduated and we can't find a job. We have to spend like $7 on chicken rice when previously it was like $2-3 like just a couple of years ago. So I think that there's a cost of living crisis that like we are experiencing as young people as well, and also like the hope for a stronger democracy or like more progressive policies that are affecting us, like things like lowering the voting age, access to housing. I think are things that a lot of young people are concerned about. So I think that at least within my circles, I do see a shift towards more opposition voters. But I think also like there is a level of like class disparity also. Like I see the people who are more privileged or like who come from wealthier backgrounds. I see them parroting the PAP narrative of like, oh, we need a strong government, so like therefore vote for the PAP. So that is something that like I think yeah, I think there is a strong group of like youths who are also very bought into the PAP narrative that I personally am not like very much in touch with. So I think it's a bit hard for me to say what exactly the youth sentiment is. Yeah.
So, where are you joining us from now? I mean, can you tell us about that?
Where am I joining you from? From Singapore? I'm just at a friend's place. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, because you've been sort of very active in. Yeah.
But I'm just curious, Elijah. You know, living in Jurong, what was it like there on the ground? RDU was also running here in Holland Bukit Timah, but I didn't see them. I barely felt them. You had to either go online or to their rally, right? No posters anywhere. Was that also the case? What was the mood like over there? Because that is more of RDU's heartland, isn't it? That's where near where you ran 5 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit as a former member, why that area? What RDU's strategy was? Did you have any insight into that? I know you left a year or two ago, but can you give us any insight into their thinking, their strategy, and like 15 candidates? Like where did all of them come from?
Right. Actually, that is a question I have also. I really have like no idea about like what exactly the strategy is or like why suddenly so many candidates. I mean, I guess they do want to like perform that strength, right? That like RDU is a party that like has like some level of like legitimacy or credibility.
Okay, hold on, time out.
Therefore,
Workers' Party has helped Sengkang 56% to 44% according to the GRC, the sample count. So it looks like Sengkang and Aljunied will continue to stay with.
So that's an improvement actually for Sengkang.
And up next, we have Holland Bukit Timah GRC, a PP stronghold led by Vipin Balakrishnan, getting 80% of the sample count against the Red Dot United's 20%. Another sample count here pointing to a very good night for the PAP. Do we have more results coming in? Yes, we do. Jurong East Bukit Batok GRC, the PAP team getting 76% of sample count against the Red Dot United's 24%. And we have a final result coming in. Oh, fortunately, that's all I have for you right now. Back to you, Desk.
Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. So, sorry, Elijah, I interrupted you. You were telling
no
us,
worries.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
RDU
on the ground,
strategy.
like, yeah, I mean, strategy-wise, I think what I have to like give credit to RDU for is that like it does walk the talk in terms of being on the ground like every other week since the previous general election. So I think that's something that they deserve some credit for lah. And that's something that I was a part of also, right? Like being on the ground for myself, like at least every month, like in different areas within Jurong GRC, and outside of that also when I was still a member. So I think that like there is that presence leading up to election season, but I guess also like by nature of it being a very small team, like it might not have covered as much ground as they had hoped to, leading up to the present like general elections, which could explain why like even though it has been on the ground for like the past 4 to 5 years, a lot of people still don't know who they are or like who their candidates are. I mean, a few of the candidates like are quite new to me also. Like I imagine they probably joined like during the period of time that I had already resigned. So quite a few new faces that I guess it would take time for residents to be acquainted with who they are lah. Yeah, to be familiar and confident in their ability to push out sound policies and represent the people. Yeah, so I think that like in terms of groundwork, like it's there, but I think also like in the present day, right, like documentation is very important. And I think that what was needed was more documentation about the walkabout so that like there is a track record that you can see online as well that like the party has been on the ground. I think that's something that's missing from the party. I think that at least like during this campaign season the past 2 weeks, right, the posters that I've seen of RDU around my area, I didn't see any like around my blocks. I had to like walk at least like 10 minutes before I saw the first RDU poster. So I think that like there weren't a lot of physical campaign materials as well, other than the flyers that were left at the door. Yeah.
So what you're saying is there's someone in the comments really disagreeing with you because I think they live in your area and they don't see RDU at all for 5 years. When you say on the ground, what is that? So you're walking around, you're shaking hands, you're talking to residents? What do you mean by on the ground?
Right. So for the first few years, it was house visits. So I guess like the visibility is a lot lower, right? Because you're going door to door. So the only person who would see you is if they open the door to the candidate who or like member who's like knocking on the door. I think for the past year leading up to the general elections, it was more like coffee shop visits. So where there's like wider visibility. Yeah. So I think like yeah, that was the like ground operations, like the more like retail like engagement yeah, with residents.
But you're very limited in what you can do, right? I'm not actually familiar with the exact rules of what you can and cannot do in terms of this engagement outside of the electoral period. What are some of the restrictions that you face walking the ground in the 5 years between elections?
What are the restrictions? Actually, I think there weren't much restrictions because I think to my knowledge, like flyering as a political party is completely legal. If it's like door to door or like in like coffee shops and all that stuff. I think the main thing was like if it's at MRT stations, then they have their own like policies around what like flyering can look like. So there can't be any flyering at MRT stations. But other than that, like it didn't really affect much, I think. Yeah, I think the main thing was just people's unfamiliarity towards the party, which like is the intention of like these walkabouts and door knockings in the first place, right? To get the name out there.
I see. And I suppose it's also a question of money and volunteers. Was your groups like I'm in my head I'm thinking there's maybe 3, 4, 5 people? Is that what it was like?
Right. Yeah, I think each team usually it's encouraged that there's at least like 3 to 4 people at the minimum before like going on like any door knocking or like walkabout. Cause there needs to be some documentation, there needs to be some like in terms of photos and then also like note taking about what the resident's going through and that kind of stuff also. So I think usually it's at least 3 to 4 people. Sometimes there are bigger walkabouts like say on Labor Day or National Day, then that usually has about 20 or 30 people. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but West Coast
No
Jurong,
worries.
where's this come in? PAP have held it with 61%.
Final outing. Do we have more results coming in? Okay. Well, this is the sample.
What is happening?
Kebun Baru. So the interesting thing is, even though it's a SMC, I don't think we have had Jalan Kayu yet. Right? I haven't seen it.
And I believe that's all I have for you right now. Back to the desk.
All right, so Kebun Baru
That's really
SMC,
weird.
Again,
It's an SMC. It should be, the count should be pretty fast, but we're already seeing GRCs come out. Yeah. As it stands, I think that the 2 NCMP slots, assuming Aljunied, Sengkang, and Hougang are held by the Workers' Party, one of the 2 NCMP slots should be offered to Dr. Chi, because he has the big. He's I think if assuming these counts stay accurate, he is the current highest loser at 47%. Followed by Pongal GRC and one of so maybe Harpreet might be offered the other, assuming these counts are still hold up in the final reckoning. Yeah.
I mean, West Coast Jurong West GRC is really quite a shocker. They lost by 1.68% the last round. That has dropped to 10%. I mean, what has that is massive, right? That's an upset.
No, but don't you think that this basically just tells you, right? It's not about your manifesto. It's not about your party messaging. It's about pork barrel politics. It's it's really just about giving handouts, putting out hurdles for the opposition to engage with the residents and then appear to be so-called benevolent to the residents, giving all these things that actually using taxpayers' money and then giving up to residents, thinking that if it's not for PAP, you would not be having all these benefits, right? Because I believe ultimately all these 9 days based on the results we are seeing, right? All these 9 days of campaigning, right, didn't really cause a dent in how people decide to vote. In fact, I think another thing that should be brought to mind is that the speed in which how people voted. Because by midday, I think by 2-3 p.m., 80% people actually voted. So meaning they already, I think they are eager to vote, make the decision, and then cross over to Johor to go for their shopping.
Yeah, I mean, is that
some
information coming in from your volunteers, or where is that coming in from?
Oh no, it's coming from the ELD. So we know
okay.
that by I think 3 or 4, 80% or more has already voted. So I think people are raring to just go and vote, get it over and done with, and just go out of the country and then spend cheaply elsewhere. I mean, get money for them.
We also know, I don't know if you saw, there was this screenshot circulating by noon. The wait on both Causeway and Second Link was
5 hours.
Was
jam.
it 300 minutes? Yeah, 5 hours jam. Right.
Right.
So yeah, it supports your point. People voted and then just left for the long weekend. Yeah.
Correct. Since we're on this, right? We need to also talk about the issue about mandatory voting, right? Because in a lot of democratic country, voting is not mandatory. So people can have the right to vote, but it's not. So in the case of say US, for example, the parties try means and ways, right, to convince their supporters to step out of their house and then go to the ballot booth to vote, because not every one of their voters are willing to go out and vote. Whereas in Singapore, because it's mandatory, right, you have people who don't really care who runs the country, right, being compelled to go and vote. If not, their voter rights will be suppressed. No, not say suppressed, will be revoked. So to them, they just go and get it done with, and then rather than voting for a party that they don't know, they will just vote for status quo, because for them it doesn't really matter who runs the country. So long.
Well,
so
this
yeah.
is one of those issues which goes both ways, Terry, because
Right.
what you also see without mandatory voting is only the most passionate supporters vote, which drives
Correct.
parties to the extremes to really appeal to their base. So arguments for mandatory voting argue that if everyone has to vote, parties will then have to appeal to everyone and represent the whole country rather than be, try to just whip up that small segment of the base. In the UK, they just had an election, and the mayor of one city won because of first past the vote, first past the post, and no mandatory voting. The turnout was 30%, right? And the winner only had 25%. 25% of 30% is 7.5% of voters. That means that the person who was elected mayor by only 7.5% of voters. So that itself is also very undemocratic and problematic when voters, you might say, of course, then choosing to abstain is a legitimate form of expression as well, right? But ultimately, the problem with our system is that it's just decided by the PAP. There's no open debate. First past the post itself is problematic, all the ways in which it's run, GRCs, we need a genuine debate about what kind of system works best for an extremely small, diverse country like Singapore, right? That to me is the bigger problem.
So there are people complaining or voicing out, say you have all this like lively opposition rallies. Okay, let me just show you. So you have so much for lively opposition rallies. So disappointed with our countrymen. Now it's back to the GE2015. Sorry, GE2015 again. Isn't it? You have record showing. Sure, it means if you just vibrant. In the case of, I was documenting how the PAP live rally was like. There's no little crowd watching it. You are talking about 300, 400 people watching a crowd, and most of the people who turn up at the PAP rallies are simply PAP supporters. I think more than 50% are actually PAP supporters, and that's why I based on all this and the results, I find that the 9 days campaigning does nothing to influence how people vote. Of course, you educate a lot of the people, especially as Gen Z, about who are the parties, who are the candidates. But then, does it actually affect the votes, or do they have the voters already made up their mind the moment the writ of election has been called?
Yeah, I feel like this 9-day campaigning also, it's a very cramped period, right? And especially like for myself, for example, now is our finals.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Now it's our final season, like in university. So like we are all cramming for exams in these like 4 weeks, and right smack in the middle of it is the general elections. So it's like in the country where we're taught to like do damn well for school, and like our grades, like our lives depend on our grades, and then we also have to study like the party manifestos in like 9 days. It's just crazy, and I think that a lot of people just simply don't care enough about, oh yeah, I'll just vote for whatever, instead of like really paying attention to like what the politicians are saying and like what the manifestos are going out, and also like just a deeper like analysis of like what it means to like vote against the PAP, for example, instead of just like to vote for a certain party. So I think that like that is too much to study and to understand in 9 days. So I think like, although like I felt really, really energized through the rallies, right? It's crazy to be amongst a crowd of tens of thousands of people in Singapore. Like it's unbelievable that like this is what the level of like physical democratic participation that the people who usually don't really care to like talk about politics can be involved in. But also like I think it's not representative of like how that would translate into votes, and it's also like not enough time for everyone, and especially people who have already been so deeply depoliticized, to suddenly care about politics and democracy and the various issues that are being talked about at the rallies and in the manifesto. So I think that like politics and democracy must exist like outside of general elections, outside of the parliament, right? We can't bank on parliament to be representative of what democracy looks like in Singapore. It has to happen in our day to day. It has to happen through like rallies organized by the people. It has to happen through like the people, the workers like organize Labor Day rally, for example, instead of just like seeing NTUC's Labor Day rally as the like representation of what workers' rights is. So I think that like democratic participation must happen on the day to day. I hope that like the energy that we see at the rallies translates into day to day democracy in order for there to be real hope for things to actually shift in GE 2030, right? Instead of like in a random 9 days in 2030, suddenly we have to relearn everything again. I think it takes practice and it takes like constant exposure and discussions and participation for that. Yeah, for that to feel more intuitive and alive in our lives.
So on that note, Elijah, tell us a bit about your own plans as an activist. You're going to graduate from university, and then what? How do you want to create this change in Singapore?
Right. I think that continuing to be on the ground. So for now, I'm in a few organizations, right? The one that I'm like the few that I'm most actively involved in are like NTU Financial Aid Friends on campus, and I'm gonna graduate soon. So hopefully, being able to train the capacity of my juniors, of the younger students in NTU to, take over the baton, and also for like other campus groups like Students for Palestine as well, where students have been more like activated in a more confrontational manner, right? That we've seen in a more militant manner that we've seen less of over the past few decades. So I think being able to continue like engaging on campus in these capacities, at least until I graduate, or maybe even for a while after I graduate, to make sure that like things are okay and that like people are able to like keep things running, and at the same time also I think like in Transformative Justice Collective, organizing with cases surrounding death row prisoners and and like I think like the intersections I see in like my previous political involvement in like TJC is also the aspect of door knocking, right? Like that sort of like retail engagement. Because in TJC, we go door knocking as well, and we engage with residents in a way that seeks to understand their perspectives towards the death penalty. What are the principles and values and information that informs their their opinions on the death penalty, and how aligned are they with like our call for a moratorium for the death penalty. So I think continuing to engage with residents in this way, in a way that connects with what the concerns they experience are, and being able to extend support in those capacities lah. So I think a lot of like political education, a lot of like grassroots work is what I see myself continuing on, for life for as long as I get to stay in Singapore. Oh, you're muted, PJ.
Thank you so much, Elijah. Thanks for joining us. I think we've kept you long enough to let you get back to your family.
Yeah.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks for
Thanks
joining
having
us.
Yes. Thanks for coming on. Yeah.
So for everyone on the live stream, that was Elijah, young activist, former RDU member of the Transformative Justice Collective, and very much someone who gives me a lot of hope for the future, because if our young people are as passionate as them, we'd be in a great place. Okay, Jalan Kayu is PAP 52%.
How?
48.
Oh my god.
How?
It is within the margin of error. It is very close.
Oh god.
How the heck?
26%. That's a big jump from the last election with 62% for the PAP then. Let's take a look at another sample count if we can. And this is for Jalan Kayu SMC, very closely watched, a very small margin here. The PAP's Ng Chee Ming with 52% of the sample count against Andre Loh from Workers' Party with 48%. This is a very small margin. Again, falling between the margin of error possible between the sample count and the final result, which is up to 5%. So do take note of that as we go into the next sample count. Let's take a look at this one. This is Sembawang GRC, a three-cornered fight. The PAP with 67% against the NSP 2% and the SDP with 31%. Again, a strong lead for the PAP here, 67%. And I think that's all the sample counts we have for you at this point.
Thanks a lot for that.
Wow, I have no words.
Oh yeah, so NSP can close shop. Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah.
2% is really quite ridiculous. Yeah.
So in the case of Ang Mo Kio, GRC, at least you see like the PPP and SUP like having half, both of them lose their deposit at the same time. But in the case of SDP, is very clearly who actually stands the what's that? It's being seen as more credible in the eyes of the voters, because you're 2%. You're talking about this. These are like fringe voters, like just anyhow voting, or you might even be wrongly voted.
Yeah. Oh.
The problem is, right, PPP and everyone else, all these fringe small parties close shop. The main parties still don't have enough to run.
Yeah, right.
You know. It's really
so
how
you
many
will see
three-cornered fights do we have? Yeah, two. We had Sembawang GRC, Ang Mo Kio, and Tampines, right? I think, and then the independent SMC, Radin Mas. That was it, right? So it's not like they're causing a lot of chaos by running in a lot of different places. You know, there's a few places.
It's really
I think the only constituents. Yeah, sorry. The only consolation we have, right, is what is that? That Dr. Chi is likely to go into Parliament as an NCMP, right?
Along with Andre Loh at this point.
Yeah. Based on
although we haven't had Hougang yet. Yeah, but based on the figures, it'll be Dr. Chi.
Even if we say Hougang were to go in, Hougang, Aljunied, Sengkang, right? If we go back to the original configuration, you have two NCMP seats.
Yeah.
So you have two NCP seats, which is Andre and Xu Junjuan. Yeah.
So we haven't heard anything about Tampines GRC yet, also, right? That's kind of still out there. Yeah.
Yep.
No, I don't know. My sense is that might be a hot contest then, right? It looked to be tight. Yeah. I think it looked to be tight, given
how tight it is. Every single vote for PPP and whatever is going to affect the Workers' Party. And
that's why, yeah.
If it's really close, I am really going to curse Goh Ming Seng if they take votes, if the margin of error between the Workers' Party and TAP is actually smaller than what the other two parties got.
Yeah, because my sense of it is that I think Massago's he's really not one of the stronger PAP ministers. You kind of look at his comments on the Tudong issue. I don't think that he's a guy that we can say is really popular with, let's say, Malay voters, but it looked to be a very close fight. And then, of course, Goh Ming Seng had to come in and mess everything up. But I don't know. I'm trying to keep my hopes up. Tampines would be the only window of possibility for anything good to happen at this point. For anything surprisingly good to happen at this point. Yeah.
There was a comment earlier, arguing that Palestine was not an issue. And I suppose the results do suggest that it was not a concern for a lot of voters. of course, it's hard to generalize, right? But one indication might be Tampines, because Masagos, as a PAP representative, had to toe the PAP line regardless of what he genuinely thought. And I think that the contrast for me is always Halima, as a backbencher. She could speak out, although she was limited. As president, completely silent for years, 6 years, totally silent. In retirement, suddenly again speaking out, right, condemning the genocide in Palestine, right, and very strong messages on Facebook, and it really shows you the PAP discipline forces their MPs to really toe the party line ahead of it's stronger than race, religion, language, class, whatever. PAP disciplines, all powerful. And Halima, I mean, such a disappointment to me as president. Really didn't say anything that.
So I thought that the Palestine vote might come in Punggol, right? Specifically because number one, Siti Aliyah is there, right? Made some very, very powerful comments about Palestine, about her kids being educated about the situation in Palestine in school, right? But then secondly, also just because there are a lot of younger voters there. I think younger voters generally are more interested in these kind of global, international, social causes, right? So I thought that if there was going to be an impact that Palestine was going to have, it would have been felt in Punggol GRC, right? Because it's not to say that the government is, it's not sort of like an IDF or Israeli shill. I think that the PAP has been sort of tried to toe a pretty middle ground line, Yeah.
It's a sort of like when, a sort of we will just obey the international, consensus and sort of we obey the any embargo, but there's no embargo.
Yeah.
Right. And then their votes in the UN initially were more pro-US and then shifted to more neutral. And then they, to more against the genocide. But still, the fact is, right, as I've stated publicly, PAP, Singapore still sells arms to Israel. We still engage in the arms trade with Israel. And Singaporean weapons are still being used by the Israelis, possibly or likely, against Palestinians, right? That's not, so rhetorically they can say everything, condemn whatever, but they're still making money, right? Who makes money from these arms sales? It's GLCs,
ST Engineering, yes.
ST Engineering, there you go, right? The capitalists are profiting off all the death in Palestine. They're profiting off the death in Myanmar. I mean, there's a civil war going on. Someone's got to sell weapons to both sides there.
Yeah.
So it's a case of what they do rather than what they say.
But I think all this doesn't really matter to most voters, though. Well, I think most voters, to them, is bread and butter issues.
Yeah.
And
Sure, but I thought it would have struck a chord with Punggol voters. I was very
but
affected
who's the
by
PAP,
Siti's
the
speech.
person on the PAP side that they would vote against, right? It's not just voting for Siti Aliyah. It's like, I got to be mad at someone on PAP side too, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
it comes back to this whole campaign. The PAP has been very quiet, very muted, just little jabs here and there, right? But the whole Palestine issue they've been totally silent on it. Someone told me Calvin Cheng isn't even in the country, right? I think they asked him to leave the country. That's what I heard. True or not, I don't know, but that's what I heard. He's been bundled off somewhere in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, that was really a mess.
That reminds me. Oh yeah, so Kevin Cheng just posted.
Speak of the devil.
So Kevin Cheng just posted I think just a couple of minutes ago. So I screenshot the thing. So out of nowhere, he has been quiet for the past I think close to a month. It's a month, around
Yeah.
3 weeks. I think he was told to
Yeah,
shut
a
up
few
and
weeks.
then just get out.
But now the PAP's won, he can come out again and gloat.
Correct. Yeah, and most likely we will see no end to his police report. Yeah. Correct.
So, still no Tampines, still no Hougang.
Yeah.
East Coast, no.
So Tampines and Hougang will be the ones to watch right now. Those really we have
East
no
Coast.
information yet.
Yeah. So is East Coast, Hougang, Tampines. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean East Coast is
This-
not really.
This will decide
don't
whether
think anybody's
Dr. Chi will
expecting-
become an NCMP. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so waiting on those 3. Oh, Ramya Jane says Hougang is out. Yes, can we go and check that?
Oh, is it? Is it? Wait. Where am I?
Yes, let's check.
Yeah. So Hougang is 63%. Dennis Tan, Marshall Lim, 37%.
Okay, so Hougang
Oh,
is
okay.
held.
63, 37. Jalan Besar is also
Wow.
out.
Mm-hmm. What's Jalan Besar? That's my area. I want to see how bad the PAR was.
PAP 75%, PAR 25%.
Workers' Party's town hall, the
I
Workers'
was.
Party
This is the
polling scoring
one.
63%
I mean, this is one of the
of the
few
votes
times,
against
right, that I just
PAP
wish that
newcomer
the number would have
Marshall
been
Lim with
lower.
37% of the
PAR's
votes.
number would have been
And it
lower.
looks like we have another sample count coming in. Let's get that up on the screen for you. Jalan Besar GRC, 75% of the votes going to the PAP with a PAR 25%, a very strong lead here by the PAP, almost a 10% jump from the last election. Back to you on the desk.
Yep. So that's that. Boy, it's a bloodbath.
Okay. This is absolutely a bloodbath.
It's
A bloodbath.
so Lawrence Wong is the first prime minister to come in and increase his vote share in his first election, because Goh Chok Tong and Lee Hsien Loong both saw their vote shares fall in their first elections. So I guess Lawrence Wong is justified in calling this election, and also pushing out Heng Swee Keat and possibly Teo Chee Hean and Ng Eng Hian as well. I don't know, but I guess
and
he's
shifting Kam Kim Yong to Punggol.
Yes, yeah, all his moves have paid off.
Okay.
Yeah. How much, there's there's a comment there. Thank Trump also. How much do we think voters got
the
scared
tariff,
of the tariffs and then fled back to the PAP?
I think it played a huge part. I think it does. It does. Because you see the thing here, I believe, right, in terms of media, a lot of the independent media, it's English based. We don't really reach the vernacular crowd. So that's why PAP government pays $900 million to SPH to keep their vernacular papers still running, because that's their medium to get to all these crucial voters, this assisting hardcore PAP supporters in the first place, and then to reach out to them in terms of messaging. Whereas for independent online media, you hardly have any that is dabbling with vernacular side, because really it doesn't really pay for it, and that's why papers like 联合早报, 新民, they themselves they are also trying to fend for themselves. And of course, with the $900 million, they have an uplift, they are able to sustain. But with that, then they would have to be in logical sense, they would have to be subservient to the people who are making it possible. Yeah. Yeah. So now East Coast and Tampines. Yeah.
Yep. Just the last two.
Yeah. It's so we don't really have much wards to say that there's a margin of error that we can look forward to. It's only probably Jalan Kayu and Sengkang West, I believe, right?
Even then,
at this moment,
it's
not looking good. It's at the limit end of the.
I don't think we've ever had a result overturned after the sample count.
No. The only one I think of is the 2011 presidential election, where the recount you lost. I think initially lost by a few thousand votes. Then suddenly after the recount, you have overturned like 0.71%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, Tampines is the only like aperture that we have right now for a surprise positive victory from the opposition.
Yeah. No, let's not hope, please.
I'm gonna keep that little ray of hope with me. I don't know, maybe it's possible.
Oh yeah. So someone saying that it's signing out now. Singaporeans deserve the thing. Okay, this is where I was right to put this in. Yep. Singapore get the government news. is not in this election. So that's the thing. For memory's sake, I got his screenshot.
Okay, wait, guys, time out. Tampines PAP has won Tampines GRC 53% to Workers' Party 46%. The PPP got 1%. NSP got 0% according to this. So I guess maybe it means like not literally zero, but less than 1%. But at least the difference is it wasn't decisive. At least.
These, of course, numbers that are rounded down. So let's take a look again at PAP, 53%. At this point, the margin of error is quite small, taking note that the sample count numbers might differ 5%, give or take,
can be
from
sure
the
that
actual result.
roughly
And finally,
sure
we have
that
a key
the
battleground
two
here, the East
NCMQ
Coast
will go to
GRC. PAP
Dr.
led
Chi
by
and
Edwin Tong,
Andrea Long.
59% of the votes against the Workers' Party's 41%. This is a 6% jump from the last election from the team by the PAP. So it's back to you.
Okay.
I mean, I'm disappointed about the Tampines result.
But that I think Workers' Party did well considering the overall average for the opposition parties.
Yeah. And I'm quite glad that Goh Meng Sing gets 1%. Genuinely, I was very, very worried it was going to be a lot larger than that because I saw his rallies. I mean, they're fairly well attended, it's not like he's speaking to nobody. There's clearly people who support him. I just didn't know like how large of how much of the electorate that was, right? So I'm actually very glad that it's 1%.
Okay, I think it's someone asked, right? So it's a buff. So why do we think that it is so? Why do we think that the voters actually voted the way they did? Why?
I mean, it's a lot of speculation, right, at this point. Yeah, I mean, I think PJ's speculation that he sort of made at the start of the live stream is probably has the most explanatory power, which is just that when push comes to shove, I think Singaporeans can see, they are discerning voters. I think they can see the gerrymandering, they can see the tricks and the gimmicks, but things are tough, right? Like when push comes to shove, you vote safe, it's one thing to be able to see that, there are tricks and gimmicks, there are, dishonest or straight up oppressive politics that are being played here, but push comes to shove, you vote safe because things are tough. You're towing a very thin line. you're thinking about your next meal, about your job, you're thinking about market uncertainty, market shocks, it's easier to vote safe. And I don't blame Singaporeans. I think there's a kind of double consciousness. You see, I think Singaporeans have been very vocal. They've been very communicative. They've been sort of I like the discourse that's going on right now. A lot of podcasts, a lot of content on the internet, right? I think people can see that, but I think at the same time also, it's an emotional thing, right? There, people are scared, people are worried, people are desperate. I think that explains the vote.
Would you say that the new citizen play a part? Not. I think this is a question that a lot of voters will be asking. Would the influx of new citizens play a part? Because you're talking about like probably 100,000 new citizens around there, new voters.
Not with the margins that we're seeing.
Yeah.
75%.
It's more.
80%.
It's way more. Right.
Yeah, whether they affect or not, looking at the margins right now, it's not even a relevant, discussion. Yeah.
Is it? Well,
Okay,
it still does
so-
play a factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's factor, but it's not going to change. I don't think it would change any of the outcomes tonight, except maybe the very close ones.
Yeah.
Here's a thought I had. Right? Is this the first election where the opposition's sort of, we're not going to change the government, we can't form the government strategy, actually backfired? Because what voters want is, like the GST, for example, is deeply unpopular. But the opposition cannot change that unless they form the government. And voters might have thought, well, there's nothing the opposition can do to stop GST. The opposition were all against GST. We still got GST, right? So I might as well just take what I can get from the PAP. They're the ones giving me the handouts, and I mean, so this is just a theory. I don't really, right now, I'm just still reacting. I don't have any evidence. There will be in the months to come surveys and studies, but I wonder if voters, basically, as we keep talking about, responded to bread and butter, saying, look, there's no way that the PAP are going to lose. You know that, I know that, we all know that. So I might as well vote PAP.
I'm quite worried about what the impact of these results might be, because, I mean, the opposition has really put a strong fight up, right? The ruling party, the electorate, have told the opposition, like, step up your game, get the manifesto, get the research down. We want to see policies. I mean, you're looking at an opposition that this time around has really fielded some very strong candidates, very thorough manifestos. I mean, sort of what more is needed? What is a strategic mistake that is being made here? If doing all the right things, sorry, 50 cents meal, you're right. I mean, but if you're doing all of the right things, they're really putting on.
Oh no, I'm saying that the opposition should have offered 50 cents meal.
I guess, right, at this point. But what more can the opposition do? That's the thing. I don't think it's a. I don't think this idea that.
But don't you think it's not a messaging? Yeah, okay. Don't you think it's not a messaging thing? It's not about how fanciful your manifesto is, etc. I think based on the results, right, that we see this time, and we look from the kind of direction, it's very good. I think the voters are not looking at all this stuff. They're looking for something else. Let me say in the party they are voting for. Yeah. So I just wanted to share this image to note, right? As years go by, right, you can see that the number of polling stations, right, they are actually increasing more. What does it mean? What does it mean represent for opposition, right? Is that the resources that they have to mobilize, right, to fill all the polling stations, right, is far more than in the past. So you're talking about like these, what was that? In 2011, there's only 732 polling stations, and then in this general election, you have 1,240 polling stations, meaning you have increase of 500 over stations that you have to fill. Which is, if you put in manpower, if you just have to put one person, right, it's what you have to find 1,000 people to fill both shifts. morning shift and afternoon shift to ensure that their polling stations are being filled. Whereas for PAP, they would not have any issue on this. The other issue would be, right, that with the increase, as you can see, I think you cannot see, but the average voters per polling station, right, is not from 3,000 or 3,221 in 2011 now to 2,224, I think around there. I can't see very well. In now, what does it mean is that the PAP now, given that they contest the whole island, right? They have more. What's that? They are more. They more granularity in terms of detail of how the cluster voted. Right, you understand where I'm coming from. So the in terms of gerrymandering, right, it will be much more easier for them to demarcate the wards based on how people voted. So in the next election, we would most likely see more cutting of wards and constituencies in that sense. Yeah.
That's the truth. Someone in the comments asked, why don't opposition try to win? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry, and I forgot to note. So there was around 100,000 more voters from the 2020. Yeah.
So my point was, why don't the opposition try to win? I think your chart illustrates part of the problem. A big part of the problem. The opposition don't have the resources to win. They don't have the resources. They don't have enough candidates to run in every constituency. And then remember, the constituencies increase because our population we keep getting more and more people stuffed in. Our population is increasing very rapidly, even as our birth rate plummets, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from 93, now we have 97. Where, if you're opposition, how are you going to get enough people to run in every constituency? So this comes back to what I was saying earlier about the small parties. And the small parties still exist because there are big gaps that even if you combine Workers' Party, SDP, PSP, you still have the whole center of the island where you only had your RDUs, your PPPs, your PARs, and your SUPs, right, all in the center. So there's a big hole, which I don't like because I live in that hole. But the opposition just don't have the resources. They don't have funding. They don't have anything, and the hill they have to climb gets steeper. They get better, the hill gets steeper. They get stronger, the barriers go higher. That's the sad truth. So the opposition, so
It's
Lisa,
like
the clairvoyant Malayan sundog, accurately predicted the election result again.
Oh,
we know it's not hard to predict the election result. Yeah.
Okay, so PSP has cancelled their media conference. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So they'll issue a retail statement later on. Yeah.
I mean, what's there to say?
Go back to what we said from the very beginning. That's why you can't just tell someone, say PJ, you're so well spoken, you're educated, you're so charismatic, why don't you join politics? It doesn't work like that. It doesn't mean a person is charismatic and that you can win an election. You need a lot of manpower, you need a lot of logistics, finances. You just look at PAP. How much of the resources they are mobilizing actually come from the party themselves? In terms of the influencers that they're mobilizing, these are I'm not sure whether are they using the party's money or the individual candidate's money to pay, or is it, say, a so-called a favor done, then subsequently replayed in some way or another. We don't know. But then again, you have other things such as the town council booklets talking about the town upgrading, because people think that if you don't vote the PAP in, all the plans for the town upgrading, whether is it the what's that MRT line, if you don't vote them in, they will not build the MRT there, or the walkways, if you don't vote them in, this plan will not be put in place because the government will the PAP government will withhold the funds. But then again, it might go into what PJ actually pointed out just now. if the opposition really go all out and say that, okay, we'll form a coalition government with the thing, so you vote all of us in, we'll immediately just we'll form the government and then make sure all this budget will be approved. So you don't have to worry that the PAP government will withhold, because they will no longer be the government. So they might consider doing a Hail Mary and then just go in, because like with the result that we see in this election, they might as well just go all out. Because Workers' Party has always been fearful. I think Workers' Party under Loh Tia Kiang has always been fearful of causing the voters to be apprehensive in voting for the Workers' Party team, for the fear of having a freak election, as the PAP always like to say. So maybe it might be time to really change tactics and say, okay, we are contesting with the intention of changing the government, rather than keep trying to play this co-driver kind of thing, where people think that you are neither here nor there. And I would rather stick with the one that wants to be government, rather than a party that just want to be there as co-driver.
But if they're gonna say, okay, we're gonna win, then they need at least 97 divided by 2, so 45, 49. Where are you gonna get 49? The
coalition government. You need to. So you need to form a coalition government.
But again,
I mean, the
right,
first hurdle that they'd have to cross is
I just want to make a point that a coalition between, if the Workers' Party, PSP, and SCP had won every single seat that they contested, right? That is still that is 60 seats. Okay, so they could have done it, right? But then you consider where some of them were running. Arifin was not going to win Marsiling UT, for example, right? So that's minus 1, 2, 3, 4 people there, right? And there were other marginal candidates that were clearly not going to win. It's just not possible. And also remember that ideologically, Workers' Party and SDP are very far from each other, right? PSP is a bit more centrist and could possibly get along with Workers' Party, but the SDP ideologically is quite far away from them. So that how would they even agree on policies? So that's just my point. We talk about the opposition winning. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the, and how are they even going to agree? Yeah, sorry, Sean, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no. I just wanted to jump in and say, like, we talk about that 45 seat mark, right? But I mean, we can't even cross the 33 mark. Like, if you sort of look at the numbers, 33 marks to the 33 mark, the 33 seat mark, to deny the PAP a super majority, so that they can just, deny them the ability to just change the constitution as in when they like. I mean, that's something that also you kind of look at where the opposition parties are contesting. They're clearly A and B teams. Let's not kid ourselves. There are A and B teams. There are teams that are there not with any serious chance of winning, but more to try and gain ground or create some kind of recognition of the candidates. I mean, you look at it, even the 33 seat mark is not something that can be crossed, let alone the 45 seat mark.
I think
so. That's why I don't know. Yeah.
Conceptually, also, it's hard for people to understand the 1/3 for the Constitution. It's not something that really impacts people in their daily lives, right? I think it's hard to. So you still got to fight on these bread and butter issues, constituency by constituency. I don't think the 1/3 argument really makes would resonate.
I mean,
yeah,
it wouldn't resonate. It's just kind of perhaps like a benchmark. I don't know how strongly voters maybe felt about the 377A issue, but that was a constitutional amendment.
That was really years of activists fighting, right? And that shows change can happen, but it only on the PAP's terms. As they felt the ground shifting, eventually they agreed to shift with it. Yeah. But here's something. I think the Workers' Party holding Sengkang, right, with an increased vote share,
Yeah.
holding Aljunied, holding Hougang with an increased vote share, shows that people who have opposition MPs are happy with them. So the courage that people need to find, they need to look at these places, and then once they take that step forward, they don't go back. So even in a year where you see a PAP, what is effectively a PAP landslide, the Workers' Party have improved their position in the 3 constituencies they hold overall. I think that's something we can take as a positive sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Sengkang has to be just the
Hold
mega
on.
outlier.
Returning officer is announcing a result.
1,682 votes. Daryl Loh Ka Kiong, independent candidate, 5,362 votes. Melvin Yong Ik Chai, People's Action Party, 15,801 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 22,845. Rejected votes, 444. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Radin Mas, are conclusive of the result. I declare Melvin Yong Ik Chai of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Radin Mas.
Yep.
Okay, props to him. I mean, but that's a very powerful showing. What is that, like 33% that he scored? Daryl Loh, the 26-year-old independent. I mean, that's a great showing.
Yeah, and I just like to update. So so PSP has cancelled. Wait, let me change my thing. So PSP has cancelled its media conference, but however, the media is camping like hyenas. I think hyenas is the right word. Outside of the PSP HQ. So we have the photos there. So
in Bukit Timah,
Bukit Timah
Plaza?
shopping
center
complex, I think. Yeah. So the media is camping outside, I think, waiting to have a statement or response from the political leaders from PSP. Yeah. So this is what we
that includes TOC's representative on the ground there.
Yes. So we are outside, but yeah.
Yeah. But it's amazing how good our media is when they're allowed to do their work, right? How committed they are, how they're willing to pursue the story to the bitter end.
No, since when we have reporters stuffing a mic to say, K. Shanmugam, who did you sell your GCB to? like do we have that kind of journalism in Singapore? The only time they will do that is that person is an opposition, like how they went to camp outside of Yao Xing Long's house, how they camp outside of Leon Pereira's house. So but when it comes to
don't forget, once Iswaran was released, they camped outside his house because he was no longer part of the government.
Right.
Yeah. Then there was reports that he was inside. They showed photos taken through his window, invasion of his privacy. Yeah. Or camping outside those anti-vaxxers, was it? The lady who kept suing everyone, those
Irish Core.
Yeah. Camping outside. So she was holding up her phone the media, they only do half their job. The half that is in favor of the ruling party. So here's something about gerrymandering, though, to respond to Dennis's comment. Gerrymandering cannot explain how the vote share rose everywhere. If we had seen marginal PAP wins in all the constituencies, then you could say, clearly gerrymandering works. But when you're seeing 75, 80% wins, right? When you're seeing the kind of wins that the PAP has had everywhere, gerrymandering sure has had an impact. And maybe gerrymandering has contributed to this idea of inevitability of the PAP. And sure, we can be angry about gerrymandering. But the fact is, the numbers are way beyond gerrymandering. There's no way gerrymandering could have produced
it's not marginal.
such a swing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a comment there that says gerrymandering didn't work. $1 meals work.
Jeffrey. Right.
Yeah, $1 meals paid by the government, not by the opposition, not even by the PAP. The $1 meals are,
because they have been carrying on for one over year. No? One
Yeah.
over year. Yeah. So it goes back to what I say. You create a situation, people are desperate, and then they just charm and okay, without considering who put them in the situation in the first place.
Maybe that was the brilliance of the PAP plan, right? To say nothing
I'm sorry.
concrete about, No, maybe that was the brilliance of the PAP plan, right? To say nothing concrete about structural changes to the cost of living crisis.
I declare Gan Xiao Huang of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Marymount.
Oh, sorry, I missed the counting part. Yep. So Marymount.
Just heard the results there.
Marymount. Yeah, I actually lived just across the road from Marymount. Back when I still lived in Singapore, I was just on the northern border of Bishan to Apayo.
Yeah.
But never saw her on the ground anyway.
But yeah, I mean, maybe the brilliance of the PAP strategy was to say nothing concrete about structural changes to address the cost of living crisis and to instead just promise more vouchers because maybe they knew that works.
Yeah.
Well, we saw what didn't work 5 years ago and avoided all of that, right? So, I guess the props to whoever planned their strategy. They understood, when you're the incumbent and you have all the advantages that you do, just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
There's only downhill, right?
Coming back to Sengkang, I'm really, really surprised by that. I genuinely thought that it would be more affected by like the Raisa situation. Losing an MP, going through that whole scandal. I thought it would have done something.
Yeah. What does it mean that the incumbent seems to have done better in pretty much every GRC, regardless of whether the incumbent is Workers' Party or PAP? What? I don't know.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
The incumbent has done better in every GRC, regardless of whether the incumbent is the PAP or the Workers' Party.
That's why I think it's the tariffs the tariffs from the Trump side in terms of having a strong mandate. You need to there's this impending crisis that Singapore is going to face. I think this really resonated with a lot of the Singaporeans who are fearful for their jobs without considering the kind of risk that they face under the current PAP government's policy, manpower's policy. So, like example, you still have this low bar.
Wait, Terry, I think you're missing my point. I'm saying the incumbent, so that includes Sengkang, Aljunied, and Hougang, also did better, right, than they did 5 years ago. So the PAP did better in their constituencies, but the Workers' Party in their 3 constituencies also did better than they did 5 years ago.
I mean, Aljunied, we're getting the same, right? But Hougang, there's an improvement. Sengkang, there's an improvement. But yeah.
Yeah. So everything has an improvement. So like someone in the comments said, stability. People are just desiring stability. And maybe that's a point that we need to consider.
Oh, I think we really have to do a post-election survey to understand what really spurred them to vote. Like our confidence in the contestant, or were they I wouldn't even say convinced by the PAP, because PAP didn't say anything in this election. It's more attacking the opposition than anything else.
Yeah, that's what I'm really confused by also. There was no clear messaging from the ruling party. Yeah, sorry.
So who's this? Gemma's actually okay. Let me just. So the independent Jeremy Tan like did better than a lot of the other parties. Right. So this is the part that I think it's more baffling than the rest.
So I think this
Parallel got
shows really,
23%, PAR got 7%. Sorry.
No, I think it really shows, and I think what it might signal for us going forward, right, is that running as an independent is not a suicide mission, right? You can really run as an independent without party backing, without party resources,
Okay,
and do well.
sorry.
Parliamentary
Yeah.
General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of Queenstown. Eric Chua Sui Leong, People's Action Party, 29,900 votes. Mahabub Bacha, son of Abdul Rashid, People's Alliance for Reform, 4,864 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 25,764. Rejected votes, 704. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Queenstown, are conclusive of the result. I declare Eric Chua Sui Leong of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Queenstown. Result for Electoral Division of Bukit Gombak. Harish Pillay, Progress Singapore Party, 5,682 votes. Low Yen Ling, People's Action Party, 17,826 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 23,508. Rejected votes, 298. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Bukit Gombak, are conclusive of the result. I declare Low Yen Ling of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Bukit Gombak.
Okay, so we've just had the.
Yeah. Correct. So for Queenstown, right, it's really sad that Pa wanted to contest in that ward, and J was that Ishak Raju J had to step back. But then again, looking at the result as a whole, I think it's okay for them not to contest, because I think he would have lost in the first as well.
I'm wondering, will we see more independent candidates run in the next election, given the strong performance of our two independents?
Well, the thing here about, but the thing here is about independent candidates, right, is that you still have to run your grassroots. You still have to have an organization. You can't just simply go on this platform and say, I'm going to contest an independent candidate. You have to explain, okay, who's going to help me to run the town council? Who's going to help me mobilize all this stuff? Because voters are not stupid. People know that you have to have a workforce that you can rely on, and therefore it is. This really the results from Jeremy Tan is really amazing that people would vote us at such a high score. Well, if he have done better, maybe like PJ's pointed out at the very beginning, right, that he did not go into Bitcoin at the very beginning and start talking about his town, his plans for the town, right? He might even be an NCMP. Right. So now I think based on the results, we are looking at Dr. Chi and Andrea becoming NCMP, I suppose.
Yeah. I think that seems to be the outcome. I think Terry need to leave here, so Sean's probably gone to the toilet or something.
Yeah.
I suppose this is an opportunity, for Dr. Chi to really show, after all these years, assuming he gets into Parliament, as an NCMP to show what he's got, whether he has the opportunity. Now, that being said, we just saw Leong Man Wai do really well in Parliament for 5 years, right? I think he was had the highest or one of the highest average number of questions asked. He got whacked left, right, center by the PAP. Dr. Chi is going to get worse than that, right? And yet, despite Man Wai winning plaudits for his dogged, and really excellent performance in Parliament, he's not been elected. So what does that tell us? Of course, he ran in a GRC, but Dr. Chi, will not just run in an SMC, but let's face it, Sembawang West will probably be gerrymandered out of existence in 5 years, and Dr. Chi will have to start all over again.
Oh well,
So-
even if Sembawang West will be gerrymandered, say, into a GRC, right? At least, right, he would not face the same situation that he had with Bukit Batok, because with Bukit Batok, the intention is for Chi Chun Chuan to or SDP, right, to compete PSP with the other parties, so it become like 3/4 fights or whatever. Now, right, that SDP is in mass contesting in the north. So even if you were to gerrymander, it will still be the SDP cohort that will be contesting. So in a way, they would not be doing any wasted effort. It's just maybe some places that they have to increase their efforts. So in a way, it's still working forward. It's much better than like what they had in Bukit Batok by-election, where they tried to work the ground for 9 years. No, Dr. Chi worked the ground for 9 years and then have it totally resolved. And you can see that PAP was based on the statements, the messages that PAP was giving in this election, right? Their anticipation was for Dr. Chi to bring in people and contest in the new Jurong East GRC and then compete with RDU and make it a 3/4 fight. The same thing with Marine Parade, where they anticipate the Workers' Party to contest there, and then they were just flabbergasted that they just let it have a walkover. So I think a lot of the gerrymandering is cut in such a way, other than ensuring that you have a higher vote, is also to make sure that parties will go into conflict with each other, because they have like overlapping boundaries, that they have places that they have contested in the last general election. Oh, Sean's back. Hi, Sean.
Yeah, I need a mental health break.
Yeah.
I'm out of
election
water.
routes.
You guys talk for a while. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right
go
back.
for it. Mm.
As the PSP, for putting in a very strong contest, for raising good ideas, and for engaging with us for a better Singapore. And I want to once again make the commitment that if the results show that residents have chosen us, we have 5 years to put in all the plans that we've committed to do. So even as we work at the national level in Parliament, and working with the elected government of the day to make sure that the national plans better support residents, we will also have 9 important pillars of work, ranging from seniors to youth, cost of living, jobs, mental health, sustainability, disability, helping the low income and vulnerable. All these are things we've committed to do. We've already started some of the work already over the last year, 2 years, and we're committed, if ultimately elected by the people of West Coast Jurong West, to continue this important work on the ground for them.
Right, so considering you're going up against the PAP, what has been called as the PSP A team, and given the close fight in the last year, is this margin something that you had expected?
Well, if you ask me honestly, not really, because it's a very intense contest, but it was a very dignified one. It was robust. Everyone had very robust debates in public as part of the campaign. But I think ultimately we conducted it in a dignified way, and it's a maturing of our system. And I think this bodes well for Singapore.
部长，那么现在是抽样计票结果，可是你们成绩已经比上一届大选好很多，有没有话想要对居民们说？
Just from National Development Minister Desmond Lee there, speaking about West Coast GLC. Just let you know.
Yeah, I mean, good message from Desmond Lee, but oh my goodness, I can't believe the margin of loss. What is that? 11% over at West Coast Jurong West GRC.
Correct.
Right.
So some people have actually pointed out in the comments that the Desmond Lee actually never really much spoken in the general election, and yet still won with this kind of margins.
I mean, just to really drill home that point, right? We went from a loss of 1.68% to a loss of 11%. I mean, that has to be the greatest crash I've ever seen. I don't know. Maybe when PJ comes back, we can ask him, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Yeah, I mean.
So, yeah. So, let me just double check. Yep. So PAP would likely secure 87 seats, while Workers' Party 10 seats, going back to the status quo, back to GE2020. So you have 2 seats for the NCMPs. Based on the best winners, we would likely see Andre Loh and Chi Chun Juan taking the 2 NCMP seats.
Well, on the bright side, I think it'll be very interesting to see Chi Soon Juan get into Parliament. I mean, this guy he doesn't know what the word give up means. Like, this guy is resilient beyond resilient. I think that he's probably got like 101 things to say, to fight about in Parliament. So I think, at least the ray of hope that I have, or at least the positive silver lining that we have here, is that Chi Soon Juan, I think he's finally going to be in Parliament. Yeah.
But even if you say in Parliament, right, Leong Man Wai's experience would tell us, right, he might be wasting his 5 years in Parliament and then not get elected, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the strange thing, right? Because if you want to talk about opposition politicians acting as a check and balance, right? Leong Man Wai and Hazel Phua, I mean, they did that role A++, man. I mean, what more could you have asked from them?
Which is why I say, at the end of the day, it's pork barrel politics that works in Singapore, not manifesto, not parliament performance, right? I just want to note I'm not sure whether can you read this. Actually, I think.
Yeah, can you read it out for us then? Yeah.
No. Then let me just do another. You can continue, please. Yep.
Yeah, no. So I'm just. Yeah, I think this is an election where really we've just got to rethink all of the theories and the frameworks that we use to analyze Singapore politics, right?
Yeah. Okay. This is better.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a statement from the People's Alliance for Reform saying that the results tonight are disappointing, not for not for PAR, but for the entire opposition. Blah blah blah. You all can read yourself, but bear in mind, PAR lost, I think, their deposit at the Potong Pasir, and if I'm not wrong, also at where else? Tampines. No, Tampines PPP.
No. PPP.
Yeah.
That's
right. That's PPP, right? Yeah. So PPP lost their deposit in both places, isn't it? PPP lost the deposit in both places.
Yes.
Both Ang Mo Kio and Tampines. Yeah. That's
something to celebrate. 1%.
That's how much? That's 130,000, right? Yeah, 130,000 donation to the coffers.
Well, I mean, I guess we have to thank them for their contribution. To Singapore's tax, and which will eventually become the vouchers that the PAP gives you. So, when they say, oh, PAP mole, right? Maybe there's something to that.
Correct. We are waiting for the statements from the parties. Right.
Yeah, but this will definitely be an election wherein we have to rethink
So other than PPP, you also have National Solidarity Party, who also lost in both GRCs that they contested, along with their deposits.
0%. I just have to say 0% in Tampines. I mean, that's really like a clear sign.
So that's for them is lesser. Right? They contested 9 seats. So 4 seats at Sembawang, 4 seats at Sembawang, and then Tampines 5 seats. Yeah. Okay. So
he needs a minute to get on his laptop.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So welcome back, PJ.
Okay, so earlier you were asking about big swings, right? So I looked it up, and there have been big swings in the past. One, of course, was 91 to 97. So because of the drop in the vote share in 91, I mentioned Goh Chok Tong, really went all out, dirty tricks in 97. So, for example, the SDP in Bukit Gombak, right? Ling Hao Dong won. He beat Sid Aimi 51.4 to 48.6% in 1991. But then he only got 28.4% of the vote in 1997. The PAP got 65.1%, and SPP again, still there, 6.4%. Right, so you saw a massive cratering of his vote across those, in the 5 years between the elections from 51 to 28. In Nee-Soon Central, Chiu Chai Chen, right, went from 50.3%, a very narrow win in 91, to 38.7% in 97. So, these swings do happen, and they have happened very decisively against the opposition in elections in the past. Yeah, I'll keep looking.
Well, we're still not as in the election result is still not as bad as what we see in GE2015. Right.
Well, that was 69% though. Based on some of these numbers, we might exceed 70%. Right? 80%. Yeah. So that one, I think was a big surprise, but then the swing was
it doesn't make sense,
also,
right? I find it really doesn't make sense. Given that you have the NRC, the BECO, you have the cost of
Tui Leong, People's Action Party, 20,900 votes. Mahabub Bacha, son of Abdul Rashid, People's Alliance for Reform, 4,864 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 25,764. Rejected votes, 704. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Queenstown, are conclusive of the result. I declare Eric Chua Swee Leong of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Queenstown.
Did they just repeat this again?
Okay, so if you're trying to...
Yeah, didn't we? I'm confused. Yeah. Was that a repeat?
No. So they recounted the amount. So they re-announced the figures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's not much a surprise. Queenstown, a lot older folks, landed properties, but still 81% is massive.
So there are like people in the comments saying that Singapore is an aristocracy. Yeah, really. We always say this in the podcast, where Singapore is a natural aristocracy society at this point.
God, I hate that. I hate that so much. Natural aristocracy.
I also just point out that
because
Singapore is
people have
number
this mindset.
4 on the global crony capitalism index, right? So you want to talk about natural aristocracy, you want to talk about crony capitalism. I mean, this is really the place that has mastered it. Yeah.
But also, natural aristocracy is a term from philosophy, right, that Plato talked about, because he argued that if you don't separate politicians from these very selfish interests, then they're going to govern in their own interests. So he argued natural aristocracy, yes, educated, smart people, yes, but they should be paid by the state. They should have no property of their own. They should have no family if possible. They should live in housing entirely provided by the state so that they identify the state's interests as their own interests. That's what he meant. That is not what we have in Singapore at all.
Yep.
Right. So what we have is rich people exploiting poor people. And on that note, I think we have Kumar, a representative of workers. Workers Make Possible, waiting to be brought on, and maybe he can give us some perspective.
So
also a Pongo resident. Yeah.
So let me.
Oops. Hey, Kumar. Good
Hey,
evening.
hi guys.
there.
Thanks
Yeah.
for having me.
Hi.
Yeah.
Can you introduce yourself briefly and tell us what Workers Make Possible?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Kumar. I'm from Workers Make Possible. We are a workers' rights group, and we organize Labor Day every year. It's not your usual NTUC May Day kind of thing. It's an independent workers' day rally, and it's organized by workers for workers. This year, because of polling day and election restrictions, we moved it to 25th May. So if you're pissed off about election results like I am right now, you should come to Hong Lim Park on 25th May because, regardless of the result anyway, workers will always need to fight back against the rising cost of living, and there's no power better than people power at the end of the day.
Yeah, so your response to some of these numbers, especially as a Pongo resident, what do you think of this evening's results?
Okay, yes, Sean, I have a TV playing in my bedroom. Let me go into my room, and then I'll call it. Just give me a sec.
Yeah. might be a little bit better for the audio. All right.
Anyway, that's a reminder. 25th May at Hong Lim Park. So for those
May
of
Day
you
rally will
who
be held there.
may be unaware, Labor Day, May 1st, is a day for workers, and it was established under a socialist party which was elected into power in 1959. It made the 1st of May International Labor Day a holiday. That party, of course, was the PAP, which was a trade unionist, radical left-wing socialist party which pledged to improve living standards for all Singaporean workers. How much things have changed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think Kumar's ready to come back on.
Yep. Yeah, sorry about that. So like we have a little watch party there with some of the workers in the movement. So yeah, I think people are quite disappointed. I think because also we saw the I mean, if we look at the results, it's largely status quo from 2020. I mean, we're not talking about the vote margins and all that, but the Workers' Party has done quite well actually. Reasonably, like there have been, they kept all their seats. You see some improvements even, right? I think Aljunied retained the same percentage. Sengkang saw a swing, 2 or 3% swing actually. And Jalan Kayu is a close fight. I don't know what the margin of error is. Is it like 5%, the sample count, or is it lesser than that?
Margin should be 5%. Currently, we are down by 2%.
Okay.
So historically, the largest change between the sample count and the final count is 3% for a GRC and 4% for an SMC.
Wow. Okay, that's the largest, right? But average is about. Do we know the average?
The sample count is usually quite accurate. Yeah.
Quite accurate. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I think I think what some of us are quite pleased by is that maybe Dr. Chi might enter Parliament. He might enter Parliament is an NCMP, so finally, Dr. Chi is in Parliament, and yeah. But other than that, I think like looking at the vote margins is quite grim. But yeah, I there were some of us. I think for me personally, like because I'm at Punggol, right, and I was at the voting. I live right next to one of the voting stations, and just trying to soak up the mood, and people are usually very quiet and all that. But then there was this family that I saw at the voting station, and then it was like a middle-aged father, and he had 2 or 3 very, very young kids that they go to kindergarten, and the kids were just like, "Daddy, you vote PAP, right? You vote PAP, right?" And he was like, "Yeah, of course, right." So then I was like, "Oh dear," right? So like it almost felt like yeah, like you don't usually hear much like in the voting stations there, and then the kids were saying that. And my block is actually the MP is Sun Xueling. She's really popular, and so I think I wouldn't expect much swing away from Sun Xueling in the Punggol area. So it'll be interesting to actually see like based on the different areas, right, how Punggol fared actually. 46%. I'm not optimistic that Workers' Party will win, but yeah, it's a good showing nonetheless. Yeah, given what they're up against, Gan Kim Yong moving there, I think PAP played their cards right. They played on the tariffs, they played on the very hostile environment, and I think I think regarding housing, right? Housing prices are high, but also at the same time, a lot of people are homeowners, and they want their properties their prices to go up, and the other thing I think about housing supply, because I think 2015. I think Chua Beng Huat wrote this argument, right? In 2015, the PAP government was responsive to the 2011 issues on housing, which was the lack. I think the lack of housing that was available for a lot of people, and I think they did ramp up housing supply, and I think like it might vindicate Chua Beng Huat's thesis on housing. But I think it's not just that; it might be the tariffs as well, and Singaporeans, general populace that are not too materially shackled. I think they might say that okay, things are bad, but they might get worse, and we need Gan Kim Yong, and we need like the familiar and steady hands. And I think the PAP did that. Right? I think like the PAP, yes, they did sling quite a lot of mud, but a lot lesser than they usually do, right? Like I mean, compared to 2020, 20 can't remember about 2015, but like at least I was looking at some people who are writing about this, right? Just thinking about the history of mudslinging from the PAP. You got a pretty you got a campaign from them that was not the dirtiest, right? And Shan was quiet. Shanmugam stayed quiet, right?
And Vivian as well.
Maybe Vivian as well, yeah. I don't know whether they took a leaf from Biden's book in 2020, in that election, that presidential election, when Biden, I met someone from the US who called it basementing, right? It's like you just keep this guy in the basement, like let other people talk about you, you don't talk at all. And I think Shanmugam only came out to defend the party's GST hike largely, and largely that only. And he got quite a bit of flack for that, but I think not more than normal. And yeah, unfortunately, the man got 75%. I don't know. Wow, like what he did with 60+%. What's he gonna do with 75%?
And what's the your experience really in the last 5 years in Pongo? Do you feel that the PAP, you mentioned Sun Xueling is popular, the other MPs? I have to be honest, I did not think the Workers' Party in Pongo. I'm actually surprised that the Workers' Party did as well as they did. So what do you think that Harpreet and his team have actually resonated with the residents of Pongo? Do you think that they will have a chance there long term, or is this really a one-off?
Right. I think the I think overall there is something to the Workers' Party branding. There is that I think that there is a argument going around that it's we're moving towards a maybe two-party kind of system, and it's really between the PAP and the Workers' Party. And I think there is some truth to that, right? In the sense that Workers' Party, especially like from 2020 as well, they did better than the PAP in the seats that they contested in terms of the margins. And so I think like in where I am at now, I'm from what in 2020 it was Punggol West SMC, right? And Sun Xueling went up against Tan Chen Chen from Workers' Party. Not many people know who Tan Chen Chen is, and you know what she said, because she didn't say much, right? And she got 38%, even though she didn't say much, right? That's as much as Paul Tambaya got right now. And I mean, yeah, it was a different time, right? 2020. And so I think that like the Workers' Party's branding plus the personalities, right? I think there was a lot of charisma coming from the team, and I think that really came through. And I think that really got quite a lot of people's attention, and I think won a lot of hearts and minds. I can't really say if if they because I didn't hear much about the local issues in their campaign. But in terms of the policies, yeah, I'm sure like maybe people resonated with that as well, right? Alia Mata talking about not just yeah, there was actually, and I don't know whether this had something to do with taking away some votes. There was I think a campaign to actually spread some fake news about what she actually said about Palestine, right? She's actually what she said was that yes, bread and butter is important when you these kind of issues are important when you come to MPSs and all that. But I want but we want to be MPs that or rather like but residents also want to talk about global issues like Palestine, and that was on Reddit. People were saying that she said that Palestine was more important than bread and butter issues, right? And I heard this like from quite a lot of people actually, like people's parents and all that. They were like, wow, this person said this, can't believe she said that, but she didn't actually say that, right? And the Workers' Party didn't come out to clarify any of that as well. Maybe they felt they didn't need to, but yeah, like I think things like that might have hurt their chances. And yeah, even Harpreet talking about the kind of politics that he wants to see, like not sort of like he even discouraged people from booing the PAP in his audience, and he was trying to practice the kind of like fair-minded politics and all that. I think there is something unique about that lah, and I think that charisma might have captured a lot of people's imaginations.
Okay, shifting gears a bit, you work with a lot of workers who are struggling. That's what Workers Made Possible does. Have you in your conversations with them, have you what's the kind of sentiment that you've gotten from people who are really struggling, and any indication that they may, because one narrative we've had is oh, people are really struggling, so they're voting PAP to get the handouts and keep the handouts coming. But what's your perspective?
Yeah, so if we talk about it's a very heterogeneous group, a very diverse group. If we're talking about like low income people living in rental housing, Singaporeans who are living in rental housing, I think there is what is really happening is depoliticization, right? When the material conditions are there, people are not getting enough welfare assistance from the social service office. They're not getting enough Comcare. They're not getting enough Medifund. They have to navigate a huge maze, to get to pay their bills in the hospitals and whatnot. But the thing is that their main the thing that they're up against, the thing that is perceived, is that they're up against the social service office, the SSO. They're up against these administrative departments. And then they go to the MP at the MPS, and the MPS says, I'll write a letter for you. And then later the MP says, I tried, but it didn't work out. And they think their MP is on their side. What is not understood, I think, at a major level is actually that these MPs vote for policies, and some of them are even public office holders who come up with policies and implement policies that actually hurt some of these people and actually make it hard for these people to get the assistance that they want. And this depoliticization is what keeps a lot of people from actually understanding what's actually happening to them and who their oppressors are actually. And I think this is a big and this narrative, this ideology is very, very hard to challenge. And the PAP is very, very territorial about this, about politicizing poverty, right? And the thing is, poverty is political, right? And they've depoliticized it. So the accurate thing to say is actually that they are territorial about depoliticizing poverty. And they get very, very, and as you can see with like, the encounters between Choa Chu Kang and PSP when they're knocking on doors and doing their outreach, at some of the MPS sessions, right? We've encountered some of that also when we tried to deliver an anti-poverty petition, and we do see a lot of hostility. And so it is. I know a lot of people are looking at the Nisun MPS and saying that you talk about Palestine and that's why they're like that. You try to talk about bread and butter issues also, they are like that to you, unless you come in droves like the food delivery riders did, right? And they have no choice but to when you outnumber them, yeah. But when it's the other way around, yeah, you're always going to be. They are very, very territorial about it, and I think this is really what keeps them in power. There's low income rental housing. When you talk about like workers, right? When you talk about like people who have labor grievances, it's really seen, I think, very much between them and their boss, and it's they don't necessarily see like how by and large, like a lot of them, they don't really necessarily see how the political system is causing some of these issues. I think F&B workers, for example, what we're seeing is massive layoffs, right? Because of a lot of record, I wouldn't say record closures, but there are a lot of F&B companies closing down and people are getting laid off. And I think people are disgruntled, but I think overall, there isn't a sentiment that this is actually caused by the government because of their inaction in terms of rent control, the inaction in terms of keeping, like, one big issue after COVID is that a lot of F&B companies that sell alcohol can't sell alcohol after 12 o'clock, and because of this, nightlife has sort of died, and this has resulted in a loss in revenue, and as a result, a lot of companies can't hire staff, and then staff have to be let go. But these dots aren't necessarily being connected and
And the
articulated.
GST rise, I mean, that's very clearly an action.
Yes.
That's not something that workers have responded to with, GST has gone up and my life is worse. My expenses are up because of it.
GST, yeah, I think the GST is definitely on a lot of people's minds, and it's, I think, felt by everyone. But I think, it's easier to say in hindsight, right? But I think what this result shows is that I think people might be more afraid about things getting worse, right, with the tariffs. I think, which is why the timing of the election was really clever from the PAP's part, on the PAP's part. And I think there's a really good analysis written by Bertrand Xia. I mean, he's a friend. PJ, I don't know whether you remember Bertrand, but he wrote something before the election results, and I think everything he predicted came true. Right, I can send it over to you guys, but yeah, he did predict that he talked about a twin, that the opposition is campaigning on 2024 and PAP is campaigning on 2025, a post-Trumpian kind of political environment. And he said if this election was in 2024, the opposition might have done very well. But in 2025, he actually thought that this would be between WP and PAP. And it's about whether WP outshines PAP in the way that it can come across as competent and credible. Whereas the other parties were talking about a lot of the rising cost of living, which is, of course, a major concern. And I think a lot of the surveys, right, that like, so for example, like we did the People's Manifesto, and yeah, that was also, done since 2022, 2023. I think Citizens Agenda also, right, was largely, if I'm not wrong, right, data was all collected like way before 2025.
2024.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was late 2024.
Yeah. So the tariffs, I think, like maybe yeah, it might have had a huge psychological impact. And I mean the PAP also like really milked this, right, and really created this climate of fear, and there is truth to it as well, that you know these things could get worse, and yeah, I think in 2020 the flight to safety from COVID didn't work, but in 2025 the flight to safety because of Trump's tariffs might have worked, and I think the PAP might have evaluated his 2020 campaign and realized that to really win the people's hearts and to really score more of a swing, they can't play too dirty as well, right? And I think they might have succeeded in that, and yeah, maybe that's why Sean took a backseat. Yeah, that's my sense. Yeah.
So Kumar, I just want to ask you, right? Yeah. Yeah, because I don't know how long we have you for, but I just want to ask you, because you're a workers' rights guy, you know, you're very much in favor of like unionization, worker solidarity. I mean, can I get your thoughts on like the NTUC Allianz scandal? How is it that Ng Chee Meng managed to pull through? You know, that was really looking as like a hotbed. You know, I thought that Andre Lo really you know, hit the nail on the hammer. He was really incisive with his criticism. I mean, what is first of all, can I get your thoughts on the NTUC Alliance situation, as well as then how is it that Ng Chee Meng managed to slide through?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of the analysis, like I resonate with it, right? That further corporatization and privatization and of our national insurance national insurance plan shouldn't have happened. And it's a shock that NTUC, I mean, not really a shock, but still, you know, that it would have just slipped past their radar, and they would have okayed the deal. Yeah, I think if not for the NTUC, Allianz deal, right, the Ng Chee Meng's margin might have been higher. I'm surprised too. Like, not too surprised. I mean, I felt like it would have been a close fight, but I think what the opposition is up against is really the whole PAP team, right, being voted in, and sort of saying that we need this team and to weather this crisis, right, with the tariffs and this very turbulent world and all that. So I think Ng Chee Meng has that going for him. And Andre is a new face. He had a lot to also prove, right? I think he did well in the rallies. I was there in Punggol, right, when he spoke also, and I think he was one of the best speakers that night. But yeah, as I think with a lot of what we see in opposition campaigning in the elections, it's sometimes not enough. And I don't know, man, like if his Telegram chats might have cost him some votes, but I hope not, because I mean, that's all of us, right? I've been, you know, spouting expletives everywhere because of this election. Right? It's a very natural human response. So yeah, I mean, let's just hope the sample count save. I mean, the actual count saves us here. Yeah, but I think him getting a very it's still a very low margin. It is, I think, because of the Allianz deal, and just generally that nobody really knows what the NTUC does for workers. Like, look at one of their recent posts, right, trying to explain what NTUC has done for work. It's a bunch of motherhood statements. It's really a bunch of motherhood statements. Like, nobody knows. Nobody freaking knows what the NTUC has done for workers, right?
Okay, I mean, yeah. So we've got time for like one more question from Kumar before we bring in our next guest. I guess maybe Kumar, given the real whitewash that has happened tonight, the bloodbath that has happened tonight, right? Do you have any, I suppose, projections for how things might be going forward? What is the PAP going to do with this mandate? Are we going to see GST go up? You know, like maybe if you just have some thoughts on what the PAP is going to do with this mandate. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very difficult 5 years for the working class. They are going to be very, I wouldn't say complacent. I think that it will just be the same old tune, right? I think they would brush off they would brush off advocacy a lot more. I feel. I think it will be an uphill battle for, and even more, I mean, even steeper hill, I think, for civil society, for workers' rights groups to climb. But I think it challenges us. I mean, what I'm seeing, and at least what the conversations are going, is that to remember that elections are really not the ends. You know, elections, it's really about electing who you want to lobby with. When you're trying to organize for better conditions, ultimately power still rests in the people who withhold labor, people who refuse to pay their bills, people who withhold their votes. It's ultimately people who still give them the power, right? And I think that's really important to convey to people today, that even with a far right Indian Hindu nationalist government in India, we had the largest farmers' strike happen in the world. 250 million farmers, sorry, not 250 million, I think 10 million farmers, if I'm not wrong, went on strike, and they actually got minimum prices on their crops, and they had never gotten that under Congress. They had never gotten that under any other government. So let's not let the government that we elect define who we are, right? And define what we do as a people and as a working class, right? Regardless, we keep fighting. Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah, and just like the same in Singapore, every strike that has happened illegal, but it has led to improved conditions for workers, right?
100%,
In the last 10 years. Of course, the government then goes down hard on the leader of the strike, but the workers have gotten better deals. And strikes happen all the time in China.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's really important. China, of course, as Lawrence Pick kept saying, has a minimum wage. But workers also strike all the time in China. Protests happen all the time there, and they are taken seriously. So thank you very much, Kumar. Please, one more time, tell us about the 25th May event.
Yes. So our Labor Day rally, Workers Make Possible's Labor Day rally, the only independent Labor Day rally that anybody in the public can attend, has been shifted from the 1st of May to 25th of May because of election peculiarities. And it's happening from 4 to 7 p.m. at Hong Lim Park. We have an exciting list of speakers and performers. You'll see those details come up. Just follow us at Workers Make Possible on Instagram to stay updated. Yeah, that's all.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, stay tuned, everyone, because we have something really exciting for you next. We have an exclusive with Paul Tambaya of the Singapore Democratic Party, who will be calling in from Evans Stadium, I understand, coming up soon in a couple of minutes. We're just trying to get him connected and set up.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure that everybody has a lot of questions for him. So maybe if if you're really interested to hear from Paul Tambia, because this is going to be the first candidate that we actually hear from, right?
So let us first run through the results that we missed just now. So
okay, yes,
we have Bishan Topayo as a Krosuka GRC PAP having a score of 63.59%. The PSP team having 36.41%. And next we have Holland Bukit Timah, PAP team led by Dr. Vivian Palawichan, 79.29%, and then the Red Dot United 20.71%. And then we have and we have the Bukit Panjang SMC, where Liang Yin-hua, the incumbent sitting MP, 61.41%, and STP, Dr. Paul Tambaya at 38.59%. Yeah.
Okay. We had Paul a second ago, but it looks like the connection's dropped.
Yeah.
Well, if you have questions for Paul, please do put them in the comments. We're working on that connection with him. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, but he will be coming on soon, and yeah, he'll be here to answer whatever questions you guys had. Yeah. Okay, I guess while we are waiting for Paul to come on, one thing that just struck me also is that this is an election in which the POFMA hammer has not been swung around, right? I thought that was a little bit strange because I remember the last election, you got hit for this perfume thing that you did.
Not the perfume thing. But one of the things we got hit for was actually our interviewer, Paul. I mean, the craziness of the PAP government offering Paul on medical issues, offering Yo Lam Kyong on economic issues. You know?
Yeah, I mean, just
it's like they're going after people on their expertise to try and tear them down. Although they never pofmed me on history, so there's that.
They just decided to drag you into a 6-hour back and forth.
Well, yeah, Sean had to drag me into that. Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay,
I think that's
I'm
quite.
Sorry,
yeah.
No, I was just
we're just working on
to
the
people on the live stream.
Yeah,
we
I know
had
everybody.
Paul, and then we've lost Paul, so I'm not really.
We did
sure
have
what's
him. I
happening.
saw his face down there. I
he's
saw
right
his
there
face
in
on
the-
his iPhone, and then now it says connection issue. So I mean, I know everybody loves Paul. They want to see him, but he will definitely be coming online once he fixes the connection issues. I also just saw that he was like Reddit voted him like the person that they wanted to see most in Parliament as an MP. So I'm very, very, very surprised by the result. 38.9%.
Yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
I mean, seriously, this is a man who's so internationally respected, president of the Infectious Disease Organization, globally well respected everywhere in Singapore, in the establishment, right? You look at how the government treated him with utmost respect. So, it's really surprising that we can't elect him, and I'm very sad about it.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like the connection's back.
Oh,
How are we doing?
looks like he is back. Yeah, can we get him on?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's gone again. Oh my God, what is happening?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, everyone. It looks like there's something happening. Every time he connects, he goes off again. It could be that he's at Evans Stadium. There's a lot of people there, and the network is overwhelmed. Maybe not sure. What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean,
Fu Che Xiang, Joan Pereira, Rachel Ong, Alvin Tan of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Tanjong Pagar.
Results for Tanjong Pagar GRC there. Of course, going to the
sorry. There's Headless Chicken in the comments is joked that he thought I'd blame the PAP for Paul's connection. Oh, here we go. Yes, there we go. Hi, Paul.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, it's got. I'm not a techie.
It's okay. It's okay. It's probably the connection. How are you feeling, Paul? Are you okay?
Okay, you're still a bit soft.
How are you feeling, Paul?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I there's this police drone that's above us, which is just incredibly loud. Yeah, they had police drones above all our rallies. Coming. It's coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Paul, I mean, we all. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Let me try and see if we can get
We really need a earpiece.
Okay, I can see them, but I can't. Yeah.
You want?
Fine. Okay, sorry everyone. Yeah, I think police drones are pretty standard, for big gatherings in Singapore. They monitor everything very closely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Don't worry, everyone. We'll work on trying to get Paul back. In the meantime, to pop in questions.
And if you pop in questions for Paul now, right, we can still star them and get to them when Paul finally resolves his technical issues. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested to hear from him because
if he can see us, maybe what we can do is just immediately put in the questions from the comments, because then he can read them even if he can't hear us.
Yeah, also that. Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah. But going from a very, very narrow loss of 3.73% last election to losing by what? I mean, 10% now that I'm looking at it. I mean,
more than that.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Hi.
All right. Great.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So, Paul, how are you feeling? You share with us your thoughts.
Obviously disappointed, but with the kind of light of day, it's the realization that 2020 was probably a bit anomalous in that it was a COVID election, and I'm an infectious disease specialist. So right up to the writ of election, I was getting plenty of airtime. I was in the Chinese papers every day, and I was even on TV and stuff like that. So I think that gave me an edge, which I wouldn't ordinarily have had. So there's been a nationwide swing, and PSP, even Workers' Party, apart from their strongholds, are not doing that well. And I think this just reflects the fact that the PAP strategy of what we would call the politics of fear, seems to have worked. And as the comment I gave to the media just now at an interview was, basically the PAP has said they can't do two things at one time, fix the economy or fix their opponents. So, and the people of Singapore are extremely pragmatic, and they would rather the PAP fix the economy than have more opponents to have to fix. So, I mean, this is a very cynical way of looking at it. But I think the reality is that the fear factor is quite significant, and it's not helped by the fact that Trump is so unpredictable. So in a setting where Trump is so unpredictable, there is this flight to safety similar to 2001 that we had actually feared would happen in 2020 but didn't happen. Instead of which, ironically, it's happened now. So that's quite interesting how it's played out.
So what is next for you? Like, what are you looking at in the horizon now?
Well, the one silver lining for the SDP has been how well Sun Juan has done.
Yeah.
And, he's on the verge of getting back into parliament as an NCMP, even if he doesn't win the seat. And, NCMP is kind of a second-class MP, but it's better than nothing. And frankly, I think having Sun Juan in parliament to ask questions is going to, really keep the PAP on its toes. And I think it's something they're going to be really worried about.
So, Paul, we have a comment that says it's the $1 meal deal that really.
Oh, yeah.
You agree with that?
No, I do. There's about 10,000 people in Bukit Panjang who are eligible for these $1 meals. And initially, I said I didn't think it was a good idea. Then I realized that how important it was to some people. So I talked to people, and we thought about how we were going to try and fund it. But people know the kind of resources that we have versus the kind of resources the PA and the PAP have, or at least have access to. And so I think that really certainly was a deal breaker for a lot of people. In fact, the last couple of days of house visits, I get this constant refrain: "We like you. We think that Singapore needs to change, but frankly, I need that $1 deal." And we've seen like the incident that happened at the Chi Community Club, where people were literally fighting each other to try and get access to the vouchers for the $1 deal. So there is a real need, and to the PAP and Mr. Liang's credit, they have access to the resources to meet that need.
So Faisal asks whether what you think explains this big swing against the opposition.
Yeah, I think it's the flight to safety idea, because this has happened before in 2001, and essentially that's what the PAP was campaigning on. They didn't really offer any practical proposals. They just said, the world is uncertain. You need somebody who has been there before and done that. And these ministries are familiar with these ministers. Let's just stick with them. So in a nutshell, that's what the strategy appeared to be. And to be fair, for somebody who is in a precarious situation with no safety net, you don't want things to get worse.
Are there going to be any strategic changes from the SDP, I guess, going forward? I mean, what do you think?
I think there are going to be huge changes, because if Sun Juan is in Parliament, then he's going to need a team to help him with the policies, with the questions that he's going to ask, the research. So we have a really good team with the policy unit. So we will be getting to work to try and make things happen.
But as Manwai has shown, you can do really well for 5 years and still get voted out at the end of it, or inevitably they're going to gerrymander Sembawang West.
Right.
So what is the SDP going to do to build on this outside of Parliament and try and build up your grassroots, build up your support on the ground? Do you have a plan as chairman for the next 5 years?
Well, one of the exciting things that has happened is the crop of young people who have come up. Arifin has built up quite a following, as you've seen. And we have quite a few other young people who are waiting in the wings, who we had even considered as potential candidates. But the resources required are tremendous. I mean, when the SDP runs a campaign, we don't run put up 2 posters kind of campaign. We run a serious campaign. We ran rallies every night, which even the PAP did not do. So we do need to invest, and with a very limited donor pool. So that's why we didn't give more young people a chance. But I think this, and especially if Sun Juan's in Parliament, and we're calling for researchers and bright young people to come forward with ideas and things to bring up in Parliament. That'll be a huge magnet.
So we've got a question here from Faisal Marika. It says, Dr. Paul, the world was even more unpredictable during COVID, yet the opposition made inroads. What makes the tariff issue any different?
Yeah, I think part of the thing is very hard to say. Like I said, I was one of those who thought that there may be an opposition wipeout in 2020, and it was surprising that there wasn't. So I think, frankly, I have no idea. But what I would be doing is speculating, and I think, with COVID, there were 4 budgets that year in 2020. And it kind of cushioned so people didn't really feel the pain. And in fact, the really bad medical impact of COVID in Singapore was in 2021. So in 2020, apart from the dormitory workers who unfortunately are so marginalized that they don't figure in the imagination or the vision of most Singaporeans, the world had this idea that Singapore was doing really well in COVID. So in a way, it's different. It's guys, I guess it's apples and oranges, but people do realize that Singapore is very trade dependent as an economy. For 200 more years, 700 years for that matter, we've been trade dependent. So anything that is going to reverse the global trade flows is going to have an impact on Singapore, far more than an infectious disease that we seem to be able to handle. So I think that the two situations are different. And like I said, I was wrong in 2020 when I thought there would be this flight to safety, and I was wrong this time when I thought they wouldn't.
Maybe can you give us a sort of sneak peek as to what Ji Sun Juan's term as an NCMP might look like? Like, what are sort of the issues that he's going to be
Well, for one thing,
raising?
he's going to be a lightning.
I'm very excited personally.
Right.
Yeah.
He's going to be a lightning rod.
Mhm.
And this is something he said to the activists, which hopefully you all will hold him accountable to, which is, you've known that the SDP has stood for civil liberties, for freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of information. So, if he's in parliament, you've got to make sure that he does ask questions like that, so that we can actually take Singapore forward rather than backwards, which is the way we've been going in terms of civil liberties in the last few years.
Well, there's a question here also by Yasin Khan. It's a more of a comment, right? But I suppose I just want to take the gist out of this comment and ask, like, how much do you think Jijin's comments or that whole kerfuffle, how much do you think that affected the SDP?
Well, I think it did. I mean, there's no question about it. It definitely did, and we acted very promptly. We disciplined her, and we apologized collectively rather than just throwing her under the bus. And I think, frankly, against a sitting prime minister with a relatively young team, the Marsiling UT team did relatively well in assessing of a nationwide swing.
All right. Maybe one more question before. Yeah, one more question. I know that you're going to be very busy tonight. So, yeah. PJ, do you wanna throw any last questions Paul's way while we have him here?
I had a question, but what was it now? I just want to tell you, Paul, there's a lot of support for you in the comments, a huge amount of support. People are, saying, don't give up. Please keep fighting for us. They really appreciate you, and I think that we understand that it's not really you, right? There's you're up against a whole machinery.
Right.
So I guess the last question would be, are you going to run again in 2030? Will it be still in Bukit Panjang? What's your plans?
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends. 5 years is a really long time in politics, and anything can happen along the way. It depends on what happens with Sun Juan in Sembawang West or as an NCMP, and how things evolve. Obviously, the priority right now is, if he does get to be an NCMP, is to try and strengthen the SDP's presence in Parliament. And we've learned some lessons from Anwar's experience, and hopefully we can do better.
Okay, thank you so much, Paul. Thank you for taking time out of your evening and commiserations again on the result. But I think there's a huge amount of support for you here in the comments, and do let people know if they want to volunteer. What should they do if they want to volunteer with with
go on
SDP?
our website or our socials, and please sign up.
Okay, will do.
All right.
We'll do. I'm
Thanks
sure
so
you're
much
going to
for
get
joining
lots
us.
of
You must
volunteers.
be
Thank you so much for
exhausted.
taking the time to talk to us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sleep well, rest well.
All right, better get some
well,
rest,
Paul.
man. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So I have some bad news. Ng Chee Meng has officially won Jalan Kayu. 51.47% to 48.53%.
49%
Right.
of the votes.
Yeah.
51.4.
And we were wondering if there would be a recount, but this is crossed the margin, so it's clear PAP has taken this. But again, I mean,
How do you get away with something like NTUC Allianz?
I mean, given the landslide, is it really
$1
getting
bill.
away? Given the land, he should have won 60%. He's against a complete unknown, right? Former General Chief of, Air
CDR.
Force, and then Chief of the whole military.
Defense
What do you
Force.
call it? Defense Force. Sorry, I'm late. I was late. I'm tired. And then a former minister already, right? He should have won in a landslide, but 51.47% is an embarrassment.
I mean, call me idealistic or what, right? But like Andre really, he showed up to the podium. He did his homework, right? He listed the arguments. He listed
Thank you for your dedication, your passion, and your belief in a better Singapore. Your passion inspires me daily, and this result does not diminish the importance of the work we've done together. To the residents of Jalan Kayu who supported me, your trust means more than I can express. And to those who made a different choice, I hear you too. Your decision is valid and important. Now, this campaign was never just about winning a seat in Parliament. It was about offering a different, fresh perspective, asking important questions, and starting necessary conversations about accountability, affordability, and the Singapore we want to build together. These conversations do not end tonight.
All right, fresh-faced Andre.
PJ, you're muted.
There's an interesting. Sorry, we go. Okay. Yeah. There's an interesting theory in the comments by Aloysius Fu, who argues that the worse the economy, the higher the vote for the PAP. And then if you look at his earlier comment, he argues that here we go. Hold on, let me change this. Record GDP growth in 14.7% in 2010, and improved Singapore, and the voters will vote against the PAP because they feel more secure. It's an interesting theory. What do you all think of that?
I mean, I think that he's on to something, though. Is what I'd say. My suspicion is that the Singaporean electorate is remarkably risk averse, right? So just now I talked a little bit about a double consciousness, in the sense that I think that Singaporeans can see that there is gerrymandering. They can see that there are dirty tactics, there are carrots and sticks being used, there is definitely oppression, crony capitalism. I think a lot of Singaporeans can see that. They're not blind, they're not stupid, right? Singaporeans are definitely discerning voters. They're very, very intelligent, right? But there is also at the same time an aversion to risk. There is an aversion to rocking the boat too hard, right? Because things are difficult. This is still a country with extremely high income inequality. It's a country with regressive tax that hits the lowest and most vulnerable of us hard. So I think two things can be true at the same time. I think Singaporeans can really see and be fed up with and be upset with the ruling party and criticize it, while also simultaneously voting for it. It's a bit easy to say out of fear, but I think really just out of a generalized risk aversion that we've been conditioned to be a part of. Yeah. So that's my sense. I think there is something to it. I would agree with Aloysius Fulia.
I'm trying to remember the history of it, right? But I think that a GDP growth of 14.7% is not the important indicator. What happened between 1990 or so and 2010 was growth at all costs. That was the government's position. And that led to the suppression of wages to an extent that we had never seen before, and a huge spike in inequality. So GDP growth grew, but that was also the same time where wages really stagnated, first. And second, why did GDP growth skyrocket? Because of a massive import of foreign workers, especially foreign low-wage workers, right? And that by 2010, it was actually recognized that that was really damaging the livelihoods of Singaporeans. So let's not forget, that was around that time we had the protests at Hong Lim, which drew a record number of people for, and it was, about immigration. But it wasn't really about immigration, it was about low wages, right? Because that's the economic model. Bring in low-wage foreign workers, pay them less than what Singaporeans should be paid, suppress Singaporean wages. And that was why 2010 was the first was the Economic Strategies report, the Economic Strategies Committee report. When was that? 2010, right? I think so. Was it 2010 or 2013? I'm struggling to remember. Sorry, it's past midnight. So I think that is actually a better explanation for the result, the election result that year. Between the huge overcrowding of Singapore. Remember, there was also the housing, the healthcare, hospital beds issue, overcrowding, wage suppression. So the PAP actually departed from that at that point, 2010, and have actually worked to bring Singaporean wages up again. Our wages still really lag comparable economies, right? It's still a huge problem, but that was a bit of a turning point. They recognized it was a mistake and went away from that. Yeah, what year was that 2010? There you go. Yeah. And it's Taman himself said in Parliament at the time, right? We have too many low-wage workers, low-wage foreign workers. It's encouraging a lack of productivity. It's encouraging, inefficient, industries, keeping it is suppressing the wages of Singaporean workers. He said that. Lee Hsien Loong said that. So here's the interesting thing, right? The number of low-wage foreign workers actually declined between, I think, 2018 and 2020, but they have skyrocketed since 2020, and that, why is that? So it's kind of a different situation now. Even though our wages are suppressed, I think the handouts are the big difference. Because what they learned, they handed the reins over to Taman, and Taman started, remember, a pioneer generation. And the PAP started realizing, hey, we can just hand out huge amounts, redistribute to people, and that actually works, right? And so we had, a recovery in the PAP's vote in 2015, right? So I think that what we're seeing is that actually maybe learning that the PAP learning that handouts work is one thing, but I don't think it's as simple as what Aloysius Fu in the comments said, because the GDP growth in 2010 was massive, but how was that growth achieved, and what were Singaporean wages like? I think those were huge issues as well.
All right, Terry, what do you have for us here?
No shock. We have Ang Mo Kio GRC with Lee Hsien Loong, Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong, hitting with 78.95%. People's Power Party, 10.21%. Singapore United Party with 10.84%. Both parties lose their deposits. Yep.
Wonderful. Isn't that the look left, look right guy?
Yeah. This guy. Wait.
Yeah.
Where's the guy? No, right. Right. I look left. He's the Charles Chongs of this general election.
Yes.
I'm
Charles
quite surprised
Chong.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite surprised.
What?
10%. 10% is pretty.
I guess on a light-hearted note, like what's the defining moment of this election, you think? Like you remember 2020 for Charles Chong, right? And I still remember the screen changing and you see the 5 Reform Party like
Charles Yeo, is it?
moves. Charles Yeo, sorry.
Charles Yeo.
Sorry. Charles
Yeah.
Yeo and the
Charles
other
Yeo.
lady. And Charles
Yeah,
Yeo
yeah.
struggling through his Chinese. Right.
Yeah.
We will always remember that. So this election, is it look left, look right? Is it when I wake up in the morning and I see the sun, I don't assume that I caused it to rise.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think is going to be the defining moment of this?
Me, as to be Going Singh's blossoming love affair with Pritam Singh, I think that to me that.
Yeah, that comment was from David Neo.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's also a general, right? Former general.
Correct. Chief of Army, yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
I don't know,
He
man.
looks like such a kid. When did I get so old that our generals look so young to me?
Terry, what was the standout moment for you? What was the meme of the GE?
Wait, huh?
The official results for 2 SMCs, Tampines Changkat SMC and Hougang SMC. Let's take a look at the numbers up on the screen right now. We have PAP's Desmond Chu taking about 56% of the votes against WP's Kenneth Fu, who takes home about 44% of the votes. Pretty close margin as well.
Yeah, and all things considered, looking at the numbers we've been getting, 56% doesn't sound so great, right? I mean,
still better than Jalan Kayu.
Still better than yeah, that's true.
But I also want to highlight that both parties here have fielded their CEC members, right? So what is it?
There was also an announcement on Dennis Tan's vote. So that one's we don't have so much. So your question about the moment, right, in this general election?
Yeah.
Well, you asked me. I just find it really weird to see the results that's coming out, given that the People's Action Party has been ongoing all this while, and like criticizing Dr. Shi Chunran for being a stranger. Sorry, not stranger. It's for deserting his residence at Bukit Batok and moving all the way to Sembawang West, and then later on having people to hit back at Ong Ye Kong and having Ong Ye Kong hitting back at Ong Ye Kong for his past, which is moving away from Aljunied to Sembawang. And then subsequently, we have Sun Xueling making a comment about strangers coming to Punggol. And again, people refer to Kam Kin Yong, Tan Si Leng, or even say Edwin Tong, moving into GRCs where they never actually really walk at. So all these are the moments where I say PAP keep ongoing. They make remarks that keep back at them. The old saying goes, if you live in glass house, do not throw stones, and that really applies to them. However, despite all these gaffes, all this public retort, you look at the comments, you can see a lot of people are issuing negative comments. But again, just like the crowd at the rallies, right? This does not translate to votes. This does not translate to votes against the People's Action Party or for the opposition parties. It just seems like it feels like the online sphere is like an echo chamber per se. Mm. Wait, I'm trying. We are trying to get someone else on. So in the meantime, Sean, any other thoughts on this? Because I think the People's Action Party is actually celebrating already. It's case closed for them. And it's very likelihood that we are seeing two NCMPs, Andrea Low and Chi Juan, going to Parliament.
Yeah,
I think that's the best consolence that we can have. That is to see Dr. Shi in Parliament, but not as an elected MP.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I suppose the silver lining here is that no ground was really lost per se. I'm very disappointed that I guess the thing that's most disappointing for me is that Paul Tambia didn't get in. I was really looking forward to that. But I guess we got to be grateful for what we have, I suppose. At least we're not backsliding too far, I suppose. Yeah.
In a way, it's status quo, but like what we said in the beginning, the problem here is what PSP is going to face, because now PSP has no presence in the Parliament.
Yeah.
Had it been equally, you have two NCMPs, one from PSP, one from SDP. At least you have equal representation for the parties. But now, right, you are in a situation where it's Workers' Party and SDP in Parliament, and PSP would find it very hard to have their presence known. Given that they don't have an MP, whether it's an elected MP or NCMP in Parliament, so they have to really work on how they are going to do, how to continue their exposure to the constituents. Okay.
Abu bin Mohammed, Chia Yun Kai, Haminder Pao Singh, son of Gujaran Singh, Lim Bak Chuan Desmond, Singapore Democratic Alliance, 29,109 votes. Indrani Raja, Valerie Lee, Sharil Taha, Desmond Tan, People's Action Party, 60,887 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 89,996. Rejected votes, 2,483. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Pasir Ris Changi, are conclusive of the result. I declare Indrani Raja, Valerie Lee, Sharil Taha, Desmond Tan of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Pasir Ris Changi. Result for Electoral Division of Mountbatten, Goh Si Ki, People's Action Party, 12,507 votes. Tan Wei Yang Jeremy, Independent Candidate, 7,083 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 19,590. Rejected votes, 473. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Mountbatten, are conclusive of the result. I declare Goh Si Ki of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Mountbatten.
So I would say SDA actually did relatively well, wasn't it? 33% as compared to the others, or either that or the Indrani is really not like as a anchor minister.
Yeah.
Well,
Country
well
is-
again, Indrani also transferred over from Tanjung Pagar.
I mean, the PJ, you interviewed them.
Someone pointed out that there was 2K rejected votes in Pasir Ris.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up some historical records here to try and see what comparable numbers were at the last election. I'm not sure whether that's a lot or not. So just give me a second.
Yeah.
But do we have the rejected votes for this year? The problem is Channel News Asia is not listing the rejected votes.
Was it?
Or is it in the full results? Yeah, it's not. It's not. They're not listing the rejected votes. Why aren't people listing the rejected votes?
Okay, so let me just patch this in. Sorry. Wait.
Straits Times has the rejected votes.
Yes,
Where-
Straits Times has the rejected votes. Straits Times. So.
Here we go. Okay. Okay. So let's try and compare. Okay, Pasir Ris Punggol. Pasir Ris Punggol GRC 2020 rejected votes 3,395, 2.1% out of 157,000 votes. So that's
the ratio.
It's about the same. This is 2,400 rejected votes out of 100,000. That one is 3,300 out of 157,000. So it's about
the same.
1%. Yeah, like it's 1,000 votes per 50,000. Yeah, so it's about there 1,000 votes per 50,000. Pick another GRC. Let's see. We can compare.
With?
Any suggestions? Which one? Let's try, I don't know, Tanjong Pagar. Okay, Tanjong Pagar this year rejected votes 3,651. Last time, Tanjong Pagar rejected votes 1,933 out of 124,000. So that's about 1.5%. So this time the rejected votes 3,600 out of 140,000. Okay, so that's a bit more. Right, 3,006.
We are trying to get Dr. Chi. However, I believe they are going for a recount for Sembawang West SMC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. What was the number that we heard just now? 47, right? Dr. Chi is trailing by like 3%.
What's the law? It has to be within what, 1% for a recount? What triggers a recount?
I think 2.5%, is it? You have to be lower than
We might be here a while more. I mean, but let's face it, everyone. It's going to be really, really hard to overturn.
Oh, see.
If it was less than 1%.
Yeah, so less than 2% is automatic recount. However, I think you can appeal for recount if the candidate is asking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
So
I've
you
seen
don't
a
have
few
to apply.
comments about the Cham Si Tong thing with Dr. Chi, and you know, I think as someone who's been in various activist groups, these groups split all the time. You know, people disagree all the time in activism because and especially in politics, people have different visions for the future. So I can't remember exactly what happened, but my understanding is that she challenged Chiam for the leadership on the basis of a different vision, and the CEC went with Chi. And that's okay. People disagree all the time, and it doesn't mean that one person's better or worse or right or wrong. So I don't know if it was, I wouldn't characterize it as a coup. I mean, given that it was a vote within a political party.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess the question now that I want to ask you as we look at the numbers here, 59.7%.
So that's for Aljunied
the Workers'
GRC.
Party team. Given what we've seen so far tonight, Dr. Mustafa, is it time,
That's,
for some
quite-
of the
quite same as the
heavyweights,
last selection,
on
if
the
I'm
Workers' Party?
Does it speak
Slightly worse than the last election. Last election was 59.95. This is 59.6.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Residents of Aljunied GRC, thank you very much for your mandate. Thank you very much for your strong show of support to this Workers' Party team.
So it's 10.
As I had shared, it was always going to be a difficult election. The slate is wiped clean. We start work again tomorrow, and we go again. Your support has been so important in the mission of achieving and working towards a more balanced parliament. That work also continues. To the dear residents of Aljunied who voted for the PAP team, as I committed to you, as this team commits to you, we serve everyone equally. The team and I look forward to working with you to make Aljunied our best home yet. A second group of people that I want to acknowledge are everyone on the Workers' Party, team members, volunteers, media team, logistics team, you name it. I can't name all of them, but every single person was an important part of the jigsaw. Without your contribution, we can't do much. But once we are together, we can achieve great things. So thank you very much for everyone who supported the Workers' Party effort. Finally, a word of thanks to our opponents on the PAP team. I wish them well. I wish their family well. I wish all their supporters well. They put up a very strong fight as we expected. And I hope they have some time to rest overnight as well. Small group, which I can't thank enough. I probably thank these people a lot, but I think I should verbalize it here on stage. The families and the people who brought us here. Our children, our parents, our in-laws, extended family, you name it. Thank you so much for your kind support. Some of us have not spent as much time as we ought to have with you, but without you, this would have been an impossible journey. So thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so you've been listening to the leader of the opposition and Workers' Party, Sec Gen, Pritam Singh, promising, to serve all, make Aljunied the best home yet. I'm not sure if that promise extended to all of Singapore, perhaps. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm really happy about Esfati is in Parliament. He is a really good man. So I'm very happy that he's getting his chance. You guys are going to see, he's a smart man, a very compassionate, caring man, and I'm glad I'm getting his chance. I'm glad he's getting a chance. Yeah.
But do you think that given this experience, would Workers' Party be more reserved in how they're going to contest in the next election, or they will just simply contest where they contested? Given let's say gerrymander doesn't go that, they get so ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what you say. I think Workers' Party are trying to become gerrymandering proof by simply covering all of the east side.
East side.
So no matter how you draw the lines, they will already be there. That's the strategy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
I don't think that
But
there's much else that the WP could have done. I think they played their strategy quite perfectly. I think fielding Harpreet in Punggol, I think that was a great move. Moving into Punggol, because Punggol is very similar, I think, to Sengkang, right? Strategically, that was really the best bet to put so many resources there. Really only to get countered by Gan Kim Yong.
51,663 votes. Gan Kim Yong, Janil Puthucheary, Soon Xueling Ling, Yo Wan Ling, People's Action Party, 63,589 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 115,252. Rejected votes, 822. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Punggol, are conclusive of the result. I declare Gan Kim Yong, Janil Puthucheary, Soon Xueling Ling, Yo Wan Ling of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Punggol.
All right, so very timely actually. We were just talking about the possibility of getting someone from the established Aljunied team, perhaps to go into a place like Punggol GRC. Dr. Mustafa, were you finished with your point?
So that's a bit of a difference from the sample count, right? The sample count was
what, 45, 46?
Residents of Punggol, I must thank you for your support and the mandate that you've given us for my team and I to serve you for the next 5 years. I want to thank you. Thank you for the trust and confidence that you have in us. We will do our best to serve you and to make Punggol a better place and a better home. But at the same time, we are also reminded that there are still people in Punggol that did not support us, but we will continue to reach out to you, to engage you, to find ways to work with you, because together we can make Punggol much better than what it is today. I want to also take this opportunity to thank many of our leaders who have guided us, supported us. First and foremost, Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean. SMTU has served Punggol for many decades, and his guidance and leadership has helped to establish a strong foundation for our team to be able to work in Punggol. I want to thank him also for his guidance for me. This is a newbie in Punggol. Of course, I'm no longer a stranger to Punggol. I want to thank Prime Minister Lawrence Wong for his decision to relocate me to Punggol and make me the task force man. I must also thank Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong who has helped to walk the ground and won many votes with his presence in Punggol. I'm very happy to be a part of this PAP team. As I said, I'm a newbie. I'm very happy that the three of them have accepted me and have worked with me very closely. And I indeed have a very, very capable and dedicated team. I want to thank all my three team members. Of course, most importantly, I want to thank each and every activist who have helped us work through the nights, work into every detail to reach out to everyone to gain their support. Thank you. But work is not done. There's a lot more to do, and we are facing an imminent crisis. It's a global crisis. We have talked about it many times, and it is approaching nearer and nearer. And we need to work together, work in unison. We must stay united so that we are able to face the challenges of tomorrow. So let's continue our work and work with our people in Punggol and with the rest of Singapore to secure a better future for Singapore. Thank you very much.
Oh, so the leader of the winning team in Pongo there.
Yeah, what do you
Task Force Man,
Task Force
DPM
Man.
Gun,
He's
and his
also
team. Thank you, speech.
He's also 66 years old. So in 5 years' time, he's going to be 70.
Oh, okay. I still don't understand. If Gan King Yom's so important, why isn't he in the CEC? It's not in the PAP CEC. Why suddenly it's like he just only became important because of this election.
Yeah. I think what Pritam said was correct, that he was someone holding the position of DPM, Minister of Trade Industry, been experienced in this, but yet at the same time disposable. So even if, say, he were to be gone, Lawrence Wong still have his people to actually run the government. So for him, it's just a disposable golden piece of chess, where he doesn't really mind if, say, really by fluke, the Workers' Party were to win, losing Gam Kin Yong wouldn't matter to him much.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, what a bet,
right.
and how did it? And it really just paid
What's
off.
going
man,
on,
for
Terry?
PP.
What?
Yeah.
What? I can't hear the sound.
978
No?
votes.
Yeah.
Total votes cast for the candidates, 22,519. Rejected votes, 269. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Sembawang West, are conclusive of the result. I declare Po Lee Sun of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Sembawang West. Result for Electoral Division of Kebun Baru. Kwek Hien Chuan, People's Action Party, 13,721 votes. Tony Tan Lay Tiam, Progress Singapore Party, 6,310 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 20,031. Rejected votes, 325. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Kebun Baru, are conclusive of the result. I declare Kwek Hien Chuan of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Kebun Baru.
So there we got some results there. Let's look at what we have on screen right now. Sembawang West SMC, Polisan retains Sembawang West with 53.2%, and Dr. Chi Soon Juan 46.81%. Not too bad a result for Dr. Chi. Is that what you
definitely.
agree?
I mean, it sends a message over there that Dr. Chi still get the kind of support despite him leaving Bukit Batok SMC. I mean, which doesn't exist
Would
right
that
now.
mean
So I think
is
that
he
speaks
still
volume.
qualifying for
Gave a
MCMT
good
seat?
run for the money for, I think, Polisan.
Okay, you were making the point earlier about
does 46.81% qualify him for the NCMT seat?
I think so, because the PAP numbers seem to have improved between the sample count and the final count. So like I observed earlier, Punggol GRC went from 54 to 55 for the PAP. So I'm looking through the current results, and 46.81 still looks pretty good. Pongo is 44% Workers' Party. So Andre definitely has 48% in Jalan Kayu.
Right.
So that's the only. Yeah, so it still looks like it's Andre and Dr. Chi. Andre at 48%, Dr. Chi at 46%. Yeah. Think the one we need to check is Tampines Changkat. Has that come through? That was Workers' Party 45%. What was that? What was the
43. Hey, sorry, 43. 43.83.
So it went down to 43. And then the other one we need to check Tampines, which the sample count had Workers' Party at 46%. All the other close ones are in, I think. So if Tampines is below Dr. Chi's, then Dr. Chi becomes an NCMP. Yeah. So I think Tampines. So there's no recount in Sembawang West.
Tampines have not finalized the count.
Okay.
Tampines was looking like 47%, right, just now for the WP.
The sample count was 46%.
46, that's right.
Yeah. So, some interesting numbers here. Things seem bad, but the Workers' Party vote share so far is roughly exactly the same as the last election. The last election, they won 50.46% of the votes across all their constituencies.
Parliamentary
This time it's
General
roughly the same.
Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of Jurong East Bukit Batok. Grace Fu Hai Yen, Ho Tek Chai David, Lee Hong Chuang, Murali Pillai, Rahayu Binte Mazam, People's Action Party, 99,345 votes. Harish Mohanades, Liana Damira, Marcus Neo Kai Jie, Osman Sulaiman, Ben Phua, Red Dot United, 30,248 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 129,593. Rejected votes, 3,193. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Jurong East Bukit Batok, are conclusive of the result. I declare Graceful Hai Yen, Ho Tek Chai David, Lee Hong Chuang, Murali Pillay, Rahayu Binte Mazam of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Jurong East Bukit Batok.
So Jurong East Bukit Batok, this is a new 5-member.
Yeah, PJ, you were saying just now.
The Workers' Party vote share has held up. Based on what we're seeing, it may even have improved from 50.46 to about 51%. So the Workers' Party actually seemed to have, slightly improved, but basically we don't know the full sample count yet. But what we do know is that the Workers' Party vote share seems to be, sorry, not the sample count, the final results. Sorry, it's 1:15 a.m. The final results, yeah. So it looks like the Workers' Party has held up. Now, again, trying to look at the overall picture, we're calling it a big swing and a landslide, but the PAP's overall vote share looks to be about 65%. So it's an increase of 4%, which is a significant
Increase from the last series. Yeah.
But it's not a
5%.
swing back to 2015, which was 69%. Right. Now, of course, the numbers are still not quite there yet, and the sizes of the GRC are a bit all over the place, so it could be wrong. But yeah, I don't think it's as big a swing as we think.
Yeah. So really looking at Tampines.
I think Tampines will be the last interesting result of the night.
Yeah, that's the last big one to come in.
Because I don't think, I don't think we've had a final East Coast number, but that was way too big as well. So Tampines really, and I think the only thing about Tampines is whether Dr. Chi beats them or not. Yeah.
What an anticlimactic election. I was really so hopeful. I mean, I was looking at, I felt like we were seeing a very new media landscape. There were like amazing interviews that were done by like Rishi, and IQ did an amazing podcast as well.
Yeah, someone was actually saying that for Jalan Kayu, right? If you note, the people who did not vote is 1,832. So if they actually voted, let's say for Workers' Party, right? Then yeah, he could have won. Yeah. Right. I think a lot of people didn't vote.
I mean, 1,000 out of what's the total?
Whoa. Okay. Is it possible that this long weekend also caused issue?
Yes, definitely.
Having polling day on long weekend, because
I
personally know a couple of people who have already made plans for their holidays, and they would not give up their holiday for the sake of this election. So and furthermore, right, you can reinstate back as a voter if you prove that you had been out of the country.
Yeah.
That means for business or recreation.
Yeah.
So that means for them, they would think that their vote is actually not important, and therefore they just simply left the country.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't swing it like one way or the other, right? It would go both ways, no?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's in some of the very close fights. The people I know are in places like here in Holland, Bukit Timah, Queenstown, SMC. So obviously, it wouldn't have changed anything. But maybe it might have affected things in Jalan Kayu or Sembawang West. I don't know. Yeah.
It's just all eyes on Tampines right now.
Tampines, yeah.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, Sean, I wanted to quote one of my favorite movies, Shawshank Redemption, and say, hope is a dangerous
Infantry
thing.
General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of West Coast Jurong West. Ang Wei Neng, Hamid Razak, Sean Huang Wei Zhong, Cassandra Lee Shi Wei, Desmond Lee T Singh, People's Action Party. 88,347 votes. Leong Man Wai, Hazel Phua, Sunny Ismail, Suma Leki Amja, Tan Cheng Bok, Progress Singapore Party, 58,863 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 147,210. Rejected votes, 1,437. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for West Coast Jurong West, are conclusive of the result. I declare Ang Wei Neng, Hamid Razak, Sean Huang Wei Zhong, Cassandra Lee Shi Wei, Desmond Lee T Singh of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for West Coast Jurong West.
And with this latest win, the ruling.
Yeah, according to the numbers, it's 39.99%, just a shade under 40%. Rejected votes 1,437, did not vote 10,189.
Any ideas on what happened in West Coast Jurong West? How did they go from the closest fight to losing by 10%?
Especially, that was Iswaran's constituency, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah,
So
I'm a bit
voters
confused
there-
because of the redrawing, the gerrymandering.
Sorry. Just to confirm, rejected vote is not 10 over 1,000. Those who did not vote is 1,437. Yeah, just.
Oh, really?
Someone
No,
said
that's
that rejected vote is
rejected
10,000.
vote is 1,437.
Yeah, right.
Did not vote is 10,189.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 people didn't vote. Yeah, sorry. So that person, Jeffrey Tay was correct. Yeah, 10,000 people didn't vote. Yeah. 10,000.
I mean, it's in line with the other.
But then again, it doesn't matter for that constituency because the difference is actually quite high, 58%.
Yeah.
Sorry, 58,000. Even if you add 10,000, it's still like 68,000. Yeah, doesn't really affect.
It's roughly in line with the other constituencies. Yeah, the GRC is roughly 8 to 10,000 people didn't vote. The SMCs to
So Victor Ng asked, right? We would be fine if we do not vote. No, it's just that your voter right will be revoked. So, in order for you to vote the next time, you would have to go to the CC or whatever to have your name reinstated. So, if you are unable to prove that you were out of Singapore or for any very reason that you didn't vote, you would have to pay a fine. I think $50 to have your name
$50.
reinstated as a voter. But if you have a reason, then they will automatically just reinstate you as a voter. That's all. So frankly, in terms of penalty, isn't that much.
You don't even have to go to CC. You just need to go to the website now.
Yeah.
It's very straightforward.
Last time was CC.
Yeah, last time.
Yeah. Now I think they through SingPass and a lot of stuff. I think they made a lot of stuff digitalized. Yeah.
Yeah. And last time you had to pay the 50 as an admin fee / fine. Now they waive it if you can say, "Oh, I was abroad," because they understand the the election is called so last minute. There's a lot of
Yeah.
people who just can't,
Right.
Yeah.
Rearrange their plan schedule, work appointment, etc. Yep.
Yeah, it happened to my mom last year in the presidential election. She was abroad on a
Oh,
holiday.
okay. So
Yeah.
Varus, is it? Said that he just simply wrote in and said that he wasn't feeling well, and then the ELD allowed him to have his name reinstated. Oh, last time was harder. Last time you really have to actually give proof to stay why you didn't vote. I think now they're quite lax.
Yeah.
K. Shanmugam, Jackson Lam Wei Liang, Lee Hui Ying, Syed Harun Al Habshi, People's Action Party, 102,744 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 139,203. Rejected votes, 3,083. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Nee Soon, are conclusive of the result. I declare Goh Han Yen, K. Shanmugam, Jackson Lam Wei Liang, Lee Hui Ying, Syed Harun Al Habshi of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Nee Soon.
So there we have it. Nee Soon, PAP, clearly the winner there. The results here again, versus an RDU. Do you think it's a wake-up call for basically these smaller opposition parties to seriously consider some kind of a merger or some strategic alliances? Or do you think you were going to see continued, fragmentation?
I think at this point,
Gosh, the mainstream media are really asking dumb questions.
Say again?
The Channel News Asia. Sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be insulting. It's 1:30 a.m. But that was a really dumb question. Emmy Carissa on the chat is Jewish, and it says, what happens if one couldn't start voting due to religious reasons? Because it's the Sabbath. And so Emmy almost couldn't vote because it didn't end till 7:30 something. 7:38. And I actually looked it up. According to like Orthodox and conservative rabbis, voting is work, so that you can't do it. Whereas, of course, a Reform rabbi said, well, is voting work or is it an exercise of your rights? If you look at it as that, it's not actually work, But even then, that Reform rabbi was kind of, it depends on how you look at it rather than, yeah, of course you can vote. So this is very interesting that, Jews can't vote on the Sabbath. I'm learning something new every day. But I suppose to answer your question, Annie, if you wrote in and said, I couldn't vote because of religious reasons, can I be added back? They'd probably let you, add you back. Yeah. Sorry, Terry.
No, there is. So, where is it? Why? Not this. Where is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, here. So, again, someone asked whether or not the leaked Telegram chat has any influence, but no. Of course, I think it does play a hard affection. But then let's not forget there was this crazy viral Instagram message about what Jiming was like when he was a minister in the education Ministry of Education. Well, if we were to compare the leaked Telegram versus the image of Ng Chee Meng from this viral Telegram, viral Instagram message, right? I think the effect of the Instagram message would be far tremendous than this leaked Telegram chat. So, but I think based on the results throughout the island, I think all these things aside, whether it's this leaked Telegram or whether is it the volunteers conspiring to disrupt the PSP walkabout, I think all this doesn't really matter to most of the voters per se. And then that's why that's why I would take away from the result so far. I think there are other more pressing issues that voters are more concerned with, which is I think largely stability of their life, their status quo, and etc. I think all the fear mongering. I don't think character assassination work other than probably the Pongo JRC candidate. You see a lot of messages saying that she is in here only for Palestine cause, supportive of the thing. There's a lot of such unfounded messages going around by fake accounts, by the IBs. So all this do play a part. But then going back to your question, I don't think the Telegram chat from Andrea Lo really played a part. I think there's a larger issue at play for the voters at large.
Haimin bin Abdul Malik, Chua Keng Wee Lewis, He Ting Ru, James Jerome Lim Chi Wee of the Workers' Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Sengkang.
Hey.
I've said this previously on other occasions. And
Why him? Oh my God.
we will do everything we can
Turn it up.
make sure that
Okay. Bye. Okay, so Sengkang is confirmed. So what is not being called yet? Sembawang GRC, Sembawang West SMC, Tampines GRC, East Coast GRC.
Wait, Sembawang West has been called already.
Oh, is it? Oh, just called. Okay.
Yeah. We were just discussing the whole vote share.
Oh, sorry. My bad. So
Tampines are really the only thing left is Tampines.
Yeah, it's the only interesting thing left.
It's the only interesting one left. Yeah. All the others are too broad, too wide.
Telegram.
So, has there been any word on the Progress Singapore Party? Have they put out any statements?
No, I think I can't imagine what's going through their mind now. Because I think a lot of people at least they would think that they have a better chance at the West Coast, Jurong West GRC. But
what the hell? You worked so hard for 5 years.
I think it's a lot of them would be having second thoughts about politics in Singapore, and this is where I think political supporters of the political parties need to really write in to voice their support. Don't give up, because I think put yourself in their shoes. You put 5 years of your life into voicing out for the people in Parliament, getting whacked by the PAP ministers in Parliament, and then this is the kind of result you get. So it feels that all the effort that you put in is being invalidated. So if I've done all this and yet this is the result I get, so what does it tell? What can I do furthermore to convince the voters to support me? Because if given anyone, they will be disillusioned as to how can I better improve my chances, given that I really done so much.
Of Sengkang, as we promised 5 years ago, when you first took a leap of faith in us, our commitment to all of you remains unchanged. We work for all of you. And thank you once more for keeping your trust in us.
Well, okay. So if this year is like 2015, then 5 years from now, maybe the pendulum will swing back again. Sorry, am I grasping at straws?
2030 is an interesting year because this is the year which the population white paper set its target of 6.9 million population. I think this is where the population has to really consider: are we there yet? Can we really manage such a high population? Being squeezed into such a small space. we are not living in on estates such as 26 Rider Road, see? The 3 football field, large. Most of us we live in like a how many 100 square meters of space.
Shoebox.
With and it's not yourself. It's with in some cases you're talking about 3 generations living in that space, or even more. So can Singaporeans bear with it? But of course, there are people who say, okay, I would bear with such inconvenience, and then go overseas, go over Malaysia, go over Batam, go Thailand, and then relieve myself of the stress. But then you have to ask, so is Singapore a home or just a place for you to work? Because a home should be a place where you feel comfortable, where you feel relaxed, and not a place where you simply just, okay, I work and earn enough, and then I have that money to spend elsewhere because it's too expensive to spend at home. Something is really wrong there, because there is what workers from Bangladesh, India, they do. So they would stay in Singapore. They would buy the cheapest food, do not spend much, and then send their money back home so that their family could pay. So are we coming to the stage where Singaporeans also have to behave in such a manner where you don't spend much at home, and then you save the amount and go over Malaysia to buy your groceries and bring it back because it's much more cost effective to do so? There's something really wrong here where Singaporeans have to resort to this stage where to save enough to live, you have to resort to all this means of saving.
I'm more worried, I guess, for the longevity or the survival of the PSP and the SDP here. I think the WP has shown its staying power this election. But I think PSP really, I don't know if they're going to survive. SDP at least has a kind of lifeline with Dr. Chi getting NCMP. Although that's still, somewhat in the air right now. We don't really know what the results from Tampines are going to be.
The National Solidarity Party, 2,872 votes. Damanhuri bin Abbas, James Gomez, Lim Boon Heng, Suraya Binte Akbar, Tan Wei Ru Alfred, Singapore Democratic Party.
This is
37,082 votes. Lam Yen Lee Gabriel, Mariam Jaffa, Ng Shi Xuan, Ong Yi Kang, Vikram Nair, People's Action Party, 83,946 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 123,900. Rejected votes, 1,846. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Sembawang, are conclusive of the result. I declare Lam Yen Lee Gabriel, Mariam Jaffa, Ng Shi Xuan, Ong Yi Kang, Vikram Nair of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Sembawang.
Okay, I should point out, first of all.
Yep.
Okay. No surprises there. NSP looks absolutely cooked this election.
Oh, I just wanted to... I believe this is the message. Yep. So this is the message from PSP SecGen. So PSP thanks the voters who have supported us. We are shocked by the results. We will study seriously and humbly into our failure and reconsider how can we gain further trust from Singaporeans. We may need to review our strategy and regroup ourselves to fight another day. So this is a message for from Leong Man Wai, Secretary General of the Progress Singapore Party. Yep.
That was very honest. It's a very honest reply.
Yep.
I think we need a bit more time to study the results. But, I have to wonder, did gerrymandering affect the PSP, as someone's suggesting in the comments, specifically because of the reconfiguration of the entire west end of Singapore? I'm not sure. It looks, given the numbers, the huge numbers, my instinct is to say probably not. Because it shouldn't be this big. The margin shouldn't be this big.
Yeah. Gerrymandering would only have such a pronounced effect if, Singapore were like really remarkably polarized, like you're drawing, I don't know, like in I'm sort of thinking like in the US, right, where you might have like auto engineering areas, and then you might have a suburban area, and then you cut into a factory area. Like that's where you might see gerrymandering start to have a very pronounced effect. But it's Singapore. We don't have that.
Yeah, like in the US, what you see is traditionally black areas being cut up and then added to white areas, or urban areas like Austin, Texas, being cut up and added to
General
the
Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of East Coast. Dinesh Vasu Dash, Haslina Binte Abdul Halim, Tan Kiet Hao, Tan Sun Neo Jessica, Tong Chun Fai Edwin Charles, People's Action Party, 79,664 votes. Ko Kim Kui Nathaniel, Kwan Hong Wai Jasper, Paris V Paramaswari, Sufyan Mikel Putra Muhammad Kamil, E. Jen Jong, the Workers' Party, 55,912 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 135,576. Rejected votes, 1,565. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for East Coast, are conclusive of the result. I declare Dinesh Vasu Dash, Haslina Binte Abdul Halim, Tan Kiet Hao, Tan Sun Neo Jessica, Tong Chun Fai Edwin Charles of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for East Coast.
All right, so East Coast GRC 5-member team.
So East Coast is Workers' Party at 41.24%. So now it's left with, we want to hear what Ong Ye Kong is saying.
Not really. I'm more interested in discussion in the comments, which is actually very interesting. Again, I don't have any way to verify this, but here this comment from May Breadfisher says Dr. Tan mentioned 41,000 from Taman's ward was absorbed into his ward, 41K new to PSP. So that would be very decisive. If it was, because the margin, was between the PSP.
I think it's same reason
30,000.
Same reason why Workers' Party decided not to contest in Marine Parade, Braddell Heights. because you have so many of the wards being absorbed in, right? Clearly, PAP know how they voted in the last Assembly election, and therefore that's why they were absorbed in. So why fight a match, right, where you know the rules are game against you? It's meant to exhaust your resources and make you commit resources to fight a losing battle. So why commit there? I think that's one way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the
thanks
thing
to everyone
is,
in the comments. Go on, John.
No, I mean, I think the thing is that it's clear, right? It's beyond clear that gerrymandering definitely has an impact on the election. Right? The PAP, not the PAP, right? But like it wouldn't be done by any political party if it didn't have if it didn't present some kind of an advantage, right? The issue is just, are we talking about like a 2% advantage or a 10% advantage? That's the thing here. Like, what is the crux of the issue? What's the core of the issue, right? Can the 10% swing be attributed to gerrymandering? I'm sure gerrymandering is a part of it, right? But is it the crux of it? That's what I'm not sure. I feel like the really decisive loss on the part of the PSP has to be explained by something else. There has to be something else that went on.
I think what we can do later, once we've got a clearer sense of it, is also compare to the national swing, and look at, and try and look at maybe see how we can look at the data in the past out of the whole area, because if you look at there's a sort of wall in the middle that was unchanged, right? From Tanjong Pagar through Holland Bukit Timah to Marsiling UT and Ang Mo Kio, there were tweaks, but that means the east and west were heavily changed. So maybe we can look at the entirety of the region and things like that. So I'm not a specialist on this area at all. I think tomorrow morning's academia.sg seminar might be interesting. I think is Netina taking part in Netina? Netina is a electoral specialist, but they have some very interesting, smart people in that who might be able to answer some of these questions. So for those of you who are interested, tune into the academia.sg webinar tomorrow morning. I think it's 11 a.m. You can sign up for it at academia.sg and put your questions to them. But yeah, ultimately we don't have the data that the PAP, that the government, that the EPRC has. So it's a bit hard to say. Yeah.
Well, this is where a unique case where I say opposition or unity comes in, where they ought to just tally all their data, I mean, all the counting the figures that they have from the counting tables, and then have a island-wide understanding of how people voted in their different constituencies. Okay, wait, we are coming into the last one. I'm sorry, my bad.
No? Oh. I think we're all just staying up to wait for Tampines at this point.
Peter So Beng Kiet, Via Nathan Shen Lee, People's Power Party, 593 votes. Bae Yam King, Charlene Chen Yi Jun, Ho Po Kun, Masagos Zulkifli, David Neo Chin Wee, People's Action Party, 71,423 votes. Eileen Chong Pei Shan, Muhammad Faisal bin Abdul Manap, Ong Lui Ping, Tan Kim Tek, Michael Teng Chuan Wei, the Workers' Party, 65,044 votes. Fong Chin Leong, Muhammad Rizwan bin Muhammad, Pei Wei Jie, Tamil Savan son of Karupaya, Yo Ren Yuan, the National Solidarity Party, 249 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 137,309. Rejected votes, 1,261. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Tampines, are conclusive of the result. I declare Baey Yam Keng, Charlene Chen Yi Jun, Koh Po Kun, Masagos Zulkifli, David Neo Chin Wee of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Tampines.
Oh no. 47%. Dr. Cheese out. Oh no. No, we can't even have this. We can't even have. Can't even have one good thing come out of this election.
Oh man, that's devastating.
Yep. So, 47.37. Yeah, correct. So,
all right.
Yeah, the
would
choose
yeah,
46.81.
Yeah. So this party would have one. So I think they will have to choose between. My guess is Michael Teng and Eileen Chong.
No, only one of them. What? Andre
Yeah,
gets the other
no,
one.
yeah. So I'm saying they will choose between the two.
Okay.
My sensing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Oh man.
Before anyone asks, like we did 5 years ago, no, you can't step aside and say give it to the next. So 5 years ago, there were suggestions that the PSP should step aside one of theirs and let Paul Tambaya have it. But the government confirmed that just because someone steps aside doesn't mean it'll be offered to the next one. Although in the past, when like Li Lian turned it down, they offered it to the next one. But that was within the same party. So yeah, I don't think it's like.
Yeah. So someone asked, does it mean Children would definitely not be NCMP? Yes, correct. It's below the Tampines 70. What's that again? 47.37%. Dr. Chi's SMC got 46.81%. Yeah.
Sucks.
So you have 12 Workers' Party MP in this 50th Parliament. Also, and just now there was someone asking, does it mean NSP and PPP lose their deposit? Yes, if you score less than 12.5%, you lose your deposit, your electoral deposit, which is $13,500. Yeah, so that's
500 votes for Goh Meng Seng, right? I think tells you that like the people who went to his went to his rally are there to watch a circus lah. They're not their supporters. Now I know that at the very least.
Oh, but still they fare better than NSP, who's supposed to be working there for the past 10 years. I think they were contesting since 2011. 2011. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Right. It just shows NSP should just close down with the result, with the showing that they have in the past elections.
Unfortunately. So I was just scared about GMS.
Yeah, and this goes back to why it's insane. Really, people don't have to keep on saying about opposition unity. Don't go for 3/4, 4/9. Voters are not stupid. Of course, then again, who they vote for, that's the thing. Given when they have a choice between, let's say, two mosquito parties and then one that's more credible, they know who to vote for. So it's very unlikely that they would be split between. Unless you're talking about two small parties, on say example in this Tampines GRC, Workers' Party is not contesting, so people will be split. The people who don't want to vote for PAP will be split between NSP and PPP. But given Workers' Party is contesting in Tampines, I think the choice is pretty very easy to make. So therefore, stop saying opposition unity. Let the parties compete on their own merit. Eventually they will lose hard enough and sufficient enough to really just drop out from the race. And why you have to ask where they're getting the money to contest, right? who's bankrolling them?
I can't wait to see the memes that Goh Meng Seng is inevitably going to push out tomorrow. Yeah, he's gonna say some wild stuff. Trust me.
I hope that's the last time we hear from him, though.
Well, if in the next election you have some wards that are not contested, if he's still around, I believe he'll come out and contest again, because I think Singaporeans still don't want to walk over. So if say RDU, for example, RDU decide to pull back and not contest in some of the wards that some of the constituency that they had contested in, you would have some places where parties are not. It's always like that, where after the trauma, like from 2015, the parties will pull back, and then you have some patches where the smaller parties would say, okay, then I can move in, contest for the sake of contesting. At least I know I will not lose my deposit if it's straight fight. Yeah, so I think there will be still people around, but the point goes back to again as to that we should not fear 3-corner fight, 2-corner fight. We shouldn't be even conceding to parties that have no intention of really strengthening their party and having a clear idea of what their party is seeking to achieve, because it's really allowing people to vote for the sake of voting, and when there's no chance of them winning. Yeah. It's but then I think for the SDP, their contest, the strategy of contesting all on the northward bound strategy is already catering for the event, in the event that they would lose the election, because it's just consolidating all their forces at one corner. So no matter how the PAP generate mender, there will be ways of combating that, because these are grounds that they have already been working, and more likely in the next 5 years they would be walking the ground more, especially with new blood on from inspired from this general election. But then I think in the comments, some people will say that in the next 5 years, you also have another 100,000 new citizens coming in, where it becomes an issue, right? Because if you're talking about like really thin margins, right? Say 2,000, 3,000 votes, right? The number of new citizens do play a big, huge part if they are predominantly inclined to vote for the incumbent, and that's a and so every election, right? You're facing a increasing hurdle, because you're not convincing local born Singaporeans anymore. You're convincing people who are here for economic improvement over their life. So you're not talking about nostalgia. You don't really talk about last time how Singapore is. For them, they don't know. They just want to know whether or not their life will be better than what it is today and now. And for them, it's just that for the opposition parties, they don't seem to have that track record to actually convince them that they have the ability to run the country. And not to mention, a lot of them are wary of being marked by the establishment. People still, even university or PhD graduates would still have this idea that my vote is not secret. There's some way to track me down. So this type of mindset is actually hard to defeat in that sense. And let's not forget, there's a reason why Singapore has so much scams, because Singaporeans are naive. You have to remember that we Singaporeans are educated, but they're not smart.
Okay, I'm I don't know, grasping at straws. After 2015, right, one of the things I was inspired to do was start new narratives.
Yeah.
And I feel like we built it up enough that the PAP in their internal, in the, what's the NUS think tank? The
Also, Lee Kuan Yew School of Policy?
Yeah, no. The man.
No?
RSIS?
No, the one
IPS?
at NUS. IPS,
IPS?
thank you. So IPS report blamed TOC and New Narrative basically for their loss, right? So
Serious?
they really, yeah. I mean, they didn't name us, but long story short, they said the chief correlation between someone switching their vote from PAP to another party was whether they were politically educated. And they said they define politically educated as one of four ways: read online alternative media, attend online political events, take political actions, attend a political discussion. And between TOC and New Narrative, we were the people doing all that, all online because it was COVID election, right? So within a year or two, they drove both of us out of the country, basically, right? You went to Taiwan, I went to Manila. There were police reports, lawsuits, so and then now we're back here. So I like to think, okay, this is going to inspire some young Singaporeans to fight. New Narrative is still here, TOC is still here. We're going to keep fighting. We're never going to stop fighting, right? And we need to get a good night's sleep, but the battle starts again tomorrow. But maybe, okay, because the PAP have done so well, and because they tolerated and even used an expanded media ecosystem, right? Lawrence Wong and other ministers going on the other podcasts and allowing these online media to have interview both sides and opening up their space. Maybe they won't crack down this time, right? There won't be the kind of revenge that they took back in 2020, 2021 when they came after all of us. And so they'll be like, be a bit more magnanimous, let things go. And so hopefully what we've seen this election with the expanded media ecosystem and the tolerance of, more of these different alternative voices will be permitted to carry on. And then maybe it'll have a bigger impact. It'll entrench itself and have a bigger impact in 2030. That's my hope. That's, we got to keep fighting. Political education, as you said, Terry, is really important, and TOC and New Narrative, and hopefully other outfits will, pick up the baton and work hard to help Singaporeans understand everything we just talked about today, right? Yeah.
What's your thought, Sean?
Well, I fully agree there. I mean, it's a somewhat disappointing election result. I think my hopes, at the very least, were set up quite high coming into this, and they've been kind of colossally let down. But yeah, the fight goes on tomorrow. We do what we can. We have the conversations, whatever work it is that we do, we carry on, right? We try not to lose hope. I mean, we have 5 years, right, to re-strategize and rethink, right, to reanalyze the way, like what happened this election cycle, right? Yeah, I just really, really hope, I guess right now what I'm thinking about is PSP, how they're going to move forward. I'm also worried sort of a little bit about SDP as well, right? But of course, it's not to say that there weren't, some silver linings for that of tonight, right? So I suppose, let's maybe be a little bit. I'm at least a little bit grateful that it wasn't like a complete bloodbath. Yeah.
Correct. So
WP
in
stood their
terms of
ground.
in terms of total votes, of course. So the Workers' Party held on to their existing seats. PAP did had a higher score than what they had in general election 2020, and it's really hard. I just want to leave with this. Go back to this again.
No lah.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's not a free and fair election, okay? Ultimately, let's remember that you cannot blame Singaporeans when the whole election is not free or fair.
Correct.
You know, I think I really didn't think I disagree, Kenneth Jayarandam there. You know, there's so much fear, right? And the fact is, we all knew the PAP was going to win. So if you know the PAP is going to win, why bother getting punished, right? Why bother risking that? Just vote the PAP because you know it's going to win. Then you get your MP, you get all the benefits,
which
right?
is why really why I think Singapore is no different from an aristocracy at this point, right? You're talking about like PAP being the king, and you won't support the rebels because you think that the rebels would never have a chance of overturning the. It's only when the so-called the residents, they don't have enough to eat, they are being forced to having to like beg on the streets that you get. But then it will be very hard in terms of the local, as in the current economy, because ultimately the PAP has the reserve at its bidding. It can always give out handouts, GST vouchers. So I think some people in the comments actually point out it's to make Singaporeans wanting and so-called not just like what STB is like, is just surviving, but then not dying. So when you're dying, I'll give you financial aid. But then you will never have a chance where you would like retire happily and just have time to just walk the dog. You would always see, most people would see themselves working into the 60s, 70s because they don't have enough to retire. And this will get worse when the HDB leach decay issue comes out, because a lot of people's retirement funds are stuck in the HDB. So it will be then when they try to redeem their retirement funds via the HDB, then you realize that, oh my God, this lie has been told to me, and now then I know. But then this might be like 10, 20 years down the road. And the people who have sold you the lie, for example, like Maba Tuan, for example, he's like long gone doing whatever stuff he did. Yeah.
Okay, I thought of another thing. Shanmugam is 66. In 5 years' time, he'll be 71.
Mm-hmm.
This might be his last term. He can't continue on that long, surely. 71, So 66. I think this might be his last. I can hope, let me hope.
I think we'll continue that.
We gotta find some like aperture,
He's clearly grooming Edwin Tong to replace him, but Edwin Tong, the guy, he doesn't intimidate a paper bag. So surely Shanmugam will retire after this term. Miss Milo. He's the same age as Teo Chee Hian and Ng Hian, 1 year, 2 years younger.
So yeah.
I just want to I just want to say just everyone, we got to keep fighting for the Singapore you want to see. That's the note I'm going to end on. The fight continues tomorrow. Have a good night's sleep, everyone.
Right.
And
thanks for joining
if you want to, there are concrete ways. Volunteer TOC, come volunteer with New Narrative. Or there's so many other ways that workers make possible, which, we had Kumar on. Transformative Justice Collective, we had Elijah on. Volunteer the SDP, volunteer the Workers' Party, the PSP. They need your help more than ever. They need strong grassroots, right? So if you want to create change, Singapore, if you don't like how you feel right now and you don't want to feel the same way in 5 years, go volunteer, go help, go, or start your own thing. That's fine too, right? More diversity, more voices. But do something. Don't just sit back and wait for things to change, because things only change if you take action. We have this globally mentality, we're waiting for a savior. No, the savior is you. You are the savior. Only you can save yourself. That's how democracy works, right? People getting together, creating change. So, yeah, on that note, I want to thank everyone for joining us. And back to you, Terry.
Sean, you want to give the ending word?
Yeah. I mean, I saw a lot of comments, I guess, throughout the last hour, 2 hours, right? A lot of people talking about how disappointed they were. One person saying like they want to cry. Somebody referenced Maya Angelou there. I know why the cage bird sings, right? So I think that there's quite a lot of disappointment. You know, take care of yourself. I guess don't give up too much. Don't give up hope, right? Fight goes on tomorrow. It's disappointing, but there are silver linings as well. WP held the ground, and we should be grateful for that, right? Yeah, right. I think let's keep going. Let's just keep going. You know, I think let's take care of our mental health. Let's always not forget that bit, right? Be there for your friends and family who, you know, might be a bit upset about the results, but yeah, be there for each other. Take care. Have a good rest. Yeah.
I just want to point to a historical event back in 2006 where SDP held a rally and they tried to symbolize like, it's time for Singaporeans to get free, to be free of the oppression by the PAP government. So they had a bird cage, and with the bird inside, they open up the door and say, "Go free," and the bird refused to go out. and that happened in the rally. So this is actually the case of Singapore, where Singaporeans every 5 years have the power to make things change. But then, despite having all options given to them, they simply chose to stay where they are because, frankly, the outside world is more scarier than inside the cage. So I mean, the point here I'm trying to say is, the other than having to walk the ground and try to convince yourself, trying to convince the voters to vote for change, is also to change the mindset and mentality, because I think a lot of people have their mind changed to status quo, change to the idea that things in Singapore can't change, and that PAP can never be replaced. They have no they have no creativity, or they can't think out of the box of how Singapore would be without PAP. And this is something that all of us, we have to work hard on to convince that there are better options out there. Do not behave like an abused wife thinking that this abusive husband would change his ways of his abusive way of treating you. The promises that he would change, the promises that he would mend his ways, it's something that the people have to learn, that you have to move on if you want a better life. I think with that, we would end today's live stream. I think we have been streaming for the past 6 hours.
One more thing. A new narrative will keep fighting, and we'll have a new video coming out this coming week. I had really hoped to put it out before the election, but sorry, I have a very tiny team and we're struggling. So it'll come out next week. We'll have about a new video every month for the rest of the year, hopefully. Season 2 of the show, PJ Thumb, will continue monthly for most of this year. So watch out for that, everyone. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all your comments. Yeah, and thanks you, Terry. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Sean. I've had a lovely time. Well, apart from the result, but I always love talking to you.
Yeah.
When's out the next episode of our podcast? Maybe you can tell everyone. And
we'll take a break first from the trauma.
Yeah, well deserved break for a bit.
Yeah,
then we'll be back with politically speaking. Yeah.
Yeah, we will take a break from all this nonsense. And thanks for I think about 2,000-3,000 or even more people who have joined us for the past 6 hours. I hope that we have somewhat entertained you to soften the impact of the results of tonight's election. So we hope to do join us and then do support like TOC and also New Narrative and all the other civil societies, in also the other political parties. You can, because action, you cannot just simply take action just when the writ of election is issued. This is an ongoing process, and we need to put our mind to it, because what you say, it's like little makes a lot. So it's better that for us to start little and then build along the way, so that we could actually have a better outcome in the next general election. So thank you, everyone. Good night and have a good rest. Bye bye.